Good morning and welcome to the Omaha Public Power District Board Workshop. Notice of the time and place of this workshop was publicized by notifying the area news media, by updating the OPPD website, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on October 1st, 2021. Thank you all for joining us in person at the Omaha Marriott downtown, at the Capital District, and remotely via WebEx events. I hope you and your loved ones are staying safe and healthy. With me today in the room are my fellow board members, Mike Kavanaugh, Sarah Howard, Janice Molhoff, Craig Moody, Mary Spurgeon, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. We also have President and CEO Javier Fernandez, our General Counsel Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, and members of our board meeting support staff. Members of OPPD Executive Leadership Team also are here in the room with us and participating remotely. Let's see. We additionally have 5 attendees in the room and how many? 5 attendees on WebEx, consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. As a reminder to board members and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. If you are disconnected from the WebEx conference, we ask that you rejoin in the same manner as when you originally joined. For those of you who have joined us in person today, there is an attendee sign-in sheet at the entrance of the room. The sign-in sheet is for public health contact tracing purposes only. Also, in the interest of public health, in August, the board approved a resolution requiring in-person attendees wear masks at our meetings. We are following the Centers of Disease Control recommendation to wear masks indoors when Douglas County is designated by the CDC as an area of substantial or high transmission of the COVID-19 virus. We will not be taking public comment during today's workshop. If you would like to send us comments, please use the board contact form on the OPPD website at www.oppd.com/directorscomment. Today's workshop will be facilitated by Eric Douglas and Bill Slayton of Leading Resources, Inc., LRI. Eric and Bill both have significant experience in helping boards with performance and governance. Our agenda for today's workshop is as follows. Javier and I will provide an introduction, including a safety briefing, and then we will have discussion of results of the board survey and recommendations led by Scott Foch, Eric Douglas, and Bill Slayton. We'll break for lunch around noon, reconvene around 12:45, and have a discussion of board interviews and governance topics in the afternoon. We'll finalize with next steps and conclusions. I will now ask Josh Clark, Manager of Protective Services, to provide the safety briefing for our location, and President Fernandez to provide other safety reminders.
Thank you, Chair Bogner. Really quick, just to add another couple of safety reminders. We always, not always, but in the past 18 months, which feels like always, we've been asking people to observe the 3 Ws of remember to wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear a mask. And it sounds like this is something that we are all doing here. And my last comment is we are coming into flu season, and we are launching a campaign internally at OPPD to remind employees to take advantage of the services we have to take get your flu shot and your COVID-19 shot. They're available. There will be instructions in our OPPD website for employees to take advantage of those services. And to call 811 before you dig. It's still construction season. We're still making sure that we call 811 before we dig and for projects. And that concludes my safety reminder.
All right, thank you, Javier. All right, so as we get started today, I just want to share a couple opening remarks. I'm really excited about us taking this time. I think 95% of our time we're working as directors, and now we get to become better directors in this work and really plan our work for the next year. So since 2015, when the board made a decision to develop a better system of governance, the board has implemented and used its policy governance framework. We take time each year to refresh everyone's understanding of that framework and build consensus around the approach for refining policies and identifying policies for the board and executive team to focus on during the next year. While significant progress has been made since 2015 to improve our governance structure, improvement and refinement is still possible. And it's critical to ensure that we're working efficiently as possible as elected officials. So with that, I encourage all of us to stay present and focused during today's meeting. The effort and participation will pay dividends for the district over the future years. So with that, I will turn it to Javier.
Thank you, Chair Bogner. As we were planning this workshop, I had a couple of reflections, and one of them took me back 5 years ago when I was considering joining OPPD and applying for a position at OPPD. And one of the things that I was very surprised and very attracted to the district was its governance framework. I frankly hadn't seen such a strong governance framework before, and it was something that really attracted me to apply, and eventually I got the job, and I've been very, very pleased with working at OPPD with a board of directors that governs itself with such a disciplined governance framework. And sometimes we have struggles and we try to make the governance framework better, right? But I think overall, without this framework, it would be really hard to do the job that we do. It would have been really hard for me to even apply for this new position as CEO without having this set of board policies. And this was confirmed recently to me we have been interviewing for a CFO position. And it was mentioned to us many times by different candidates who watched our board meetings, our committee meetings, how impressed they were by the way our board works. And I want to emphasize that the way our board works, and we work well together because this is, I would say, the foundation for how we work together. So it's been fantastic, a great journey. I have seen an evolution in the past 5 years of how we work together with this framework. I know you too, some of you who have been here for that long. I will close by saying this is, I mentioned this analogy to Amanda and to Eric and Bill a few weeks ago. The analogy being a ship, right, where we have the engine room, all of the employees at OPPD making sure that this organization works well all the time. Here we have an opportunity to be on the bridge, to be the navigators of that ship, to figure out where are we on our journey and where we want to be on our journey, and really to stay at that level to help the remaining of the crew to continue to perform really well and to move in the direction that the board is telling us to move. So I'm really excited about us refining this process, become even better navigators for all of our customer owners, so that our employees can execute the way they've always done. So thank you. I'm excited about these and look forward to participating. Yes, let me introduce, of course, at the end of the table, we have Mr. Eric Douglas with LRI. Eric is no stranger to this group. He has been facilitating these type of workshops for us for a number of years. And to his right, we have Bill Slayton, who I think this is the third year that you've been officially working with the board. Bill was formerly a board member at the Sacramento Municipal Utilities District. So he's been on your seat for many years as a board member, and now is consulting along with Eric. So with that, Eric, do you want to talk about the rules, the ground rules for the meeting?
Yeah, thank you, Javier, and thank you, board members and members of the ELT and members of the public. We're really looking forward to today's discussion. It's an honor to be able to come back. Lo, these many years since 2015 when we first began working with OPPD. Bill and I often liken ourselves to, like, I'm the play-by-play guy and Bill's the color commentator. So I'm the guy charged with facilitating the discussions and making sure we keep things moving. Bill is charged with being smart and trying to introduce good insights into board governance. We hope we can satisfy your curiosity for how other utilities operate and how their governance works, as well as ways in which to continue to improve what is working well already here at OPPD. So I guess the one ground rule, Javier, I would just ask is that given that we're in this big U today, I think staying focused on what we're trying to get accomplished today is going to be really super critical. And so I always ask for forgiveness in the beginning of a meeting like this. My job as the facilitator is to keep reining people back in, make sure we're staying on topic, staying focused, and identifying next steps and being clear on what we want to achieve here today. So forgive me if we start to go down any rabbit holes and I pull us back. I apologize in advance for trying to keep us on track today. So with that, Bill, you want to say a few thoughts real quick?
Well, good morning. It's such a pleasure to be with you. This is my first time to be here. I did spend 16 years on the SMUD board. I started with brown hair, and then, things evolve. So I'm so pleased that you have embarked on this journey, as we did at SMUD and some other utilities are doing as well. And I think what you're finding, which is what we found, is that it makes it a much more interesting and fun place to engage with the management team, with the staff and the board. We like to say at LRI, it's a team sport. And so I'm pleased to be here and look forward to the day. And maybe I'll be able to share a few insights from what I've experienced in the board work that I've done. But I love to see that you're all engaged, you're ready, and all you're going to do is make things better.
So with that, I think it's time, if I'm reading the agenda correctly, to turn it over to Scott Foch to begin with a discussion of the results of the board survey and recommendations. And so, Scott.
Good morning, everyone. I was going to say something sarcastic. You had brown hair when you started. I had a full head of hair. No, I never have. That's a story long time ago. I will grab the clicker. That'll be great. Thank you, ma'am. So now is a wonderful time to review results. I think that you've all had an opportunity to see them. We'll highlight them. We'll kind of stay focused on what the summary of them brings forward in terms of action and focus today. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Hinners for administering the survey, and I want to thank everyone here for responding to them. The board responded to the policy survey, and the board and the now executive leadership team responded to the policy survey. The first one we're going to dive into is 5 habits of effective boards. And I just wanted to highlight, this is an ongoing survey. And it really is a commitment from the board in an effort to continually evaluate and improve the effectiveness of the processes. The board has asked us every year since 2015 to do this survey, to administer it. And we administered it in May of June of 2021 this time. The survey was initially developed by LRI. It's administered annually, as I'd mentioned, beginning in 2015. You'll see that we have 2019 to 2021. It's an 18-month gap, not a 24-month gap. I think that's important. In addition to assessing itself, the board has asked that the executive leadership team provide some assessment, which I think is really valuable, and I really appreciate being invited, as I know all of my peers do, to provide feedback on that perspective. And I think a change that's important to understand is that two of the directors Gay and McGuire, who are reflected in the historical, are not reflected now because we have two wonderful new directors right there. And so let's jump into, first of all, I want to highlight the 2021 summary. There are 5 habits that we took a look at. Board members cultivating the board as a distinct entity or unity of control. We've had quite a few conversations around that. The board focusing on results and on monitoring results. The board ensuring sufficient resources are in hand and that those resources are managed effectively. The board develops itself so that it can effectively serve the organization's need. And the board provides feedback and support to the chief executive. Each of the 5 habits, is important to note, consist of 5 different characteristics. So there's 25 characteristics ultimately. And overall, it's great to see that from 2015 to 2021, the results have really increased, which tells me that from the perspective of the board and from senior team, the perspective of governance, the effort, this type of workshop, among other things, is paying off in terms of these 5 habits. I think it's also important to notice here that in 2021, the ratings for 3 of these habits, from the board's perspective, declined, while a rating for 3 of the habits from the executive leadership team increased. A little bit about the scoring. I want to go back here. The scale ranged from 1 to 4, agree to disagree, or 1 being disagree and 4 being agree. And what we've done here is highlighted all of the 3.0 or greater with green, 2 to 2.9 with yellow, and 1.0 to 1.9 with red. And that will be consistent through all of these charts. So when we took a look at, are there any perfect scoring characteristics? There were a few. In fact, 12% of the 25, or 3 out of the 25 for the board, according to the board, and 4 out of 25 according to the ELT, or what was formerly the SMT at the time of this survey. One of the attributes is the same for both, and that is the board members recognize the board as a distinct, or the audit on the finances. I do want to highlight a couple of things. One, with regards to the board members recognize that the board is a distinct entity that guides and directs the organization. And the second one, that the board sets goals for the organization, are going to show up later. They're going to show up later because there really is a difference of rating that may warrant some attention between the board's perspective on this and the executive leadership teams. With regards to characteristics rating 2.9, and perhaps this is where the most significant opportunities exist for the focus of today. Where they show up here is our board provides regular training and board governance to officers and committee chairs. That was the lowest rated of all the characteristics. And our board assures our chief executive receives the coaching and training that he or she needs. The lowest ratings from the SMT or ELT was individual board members do not direct the organization as chief executive or staff. And individual board members make it clear when they are offering ideas or suggestions that they are not binding on staff. And both of those speak to unity of control. And that is a continued theme from prior years. ratings that increased last year. It's interesting to note here just the sheer number of ratings that increased according to the SMT. That's about 32% or 8 of 25. Two characteristics increased for both board and SMT that were the same, centered around compensation and board offering suggestions. I think it's important to note here that one of the lowest rated actually had one of the greatest increases. That is a good question. It could be. There's a few mathematical twists to how that, I would say it's 1 or 2 person variance, kind of depending on how you're crunching on the numbers. But that's a good point. Decreased ratings since prior year. From the board, 12 of 25 decreased, or 48% of the ratings decreased. Again, I think this is where it's important. You do have a different 6 of the 8 directors are the same and 2 are new, which may be part of what explains the variance. I think to your point, Director Kavanaugh, I'm not sure how significant that variance is ultimately, but I think it's worth noting that there is some variance. And then there were quite a lot of ratings, about half really, of ratings that were unchanged compared to prior year. Similar ratings between the board and the senior management team. 6 out of 25, or about a quarter of them. Both groups rate the same. And it's interesting to note that 3 of these are 3 of the 5 habits from habit 3, which is the board ensures sufficient resources are on hand and that those resources are managed effectively. And then finally, the variances between the board and the senior team, really, depending how significant you want to take a look at it, 76% or 19 out of 25 showed that there was some variance. But 8 varied by 0.5 or greater, which I think gets a little bit more to the significance, which is 42% of the 19. I think it's interesting to note that the ratings here on the individual board members do not direct the organization, its chief executive or staff, or individual board members make it clear when they are offering ideas or suggestions that they are not binding on staff. While they're 2 of the lowest rated ones, and they're also 2 are the ones that have the most significant variance between the executive leadership team and the board. Also, board members recognize that the board is a distinct entity that guides and directs the organization, and committees do not direct the organization, its chief executive or its staff, except in instances where they explicitly have the authority, is also a variance. And if you take a look at the top ones with variance between the executive leadership team and the board, they're all centered really on the issue of unity of control. If you go to the variances at the bottom here, it's interesting to see also that the lowest rating characteristics are also where the greatest variance seems to be. The board assures our chief executive receives the coaching and training that he or she needs, and our board provides regular training in board governance to officers and committee chairs. If you move up just the slightest bit, you also see our board sets goals for the organization, a little bit about monitoring effectiveness and performance measures. So there are themes, and I think the ultimate theme from here, from my key takeaway, in some respects, can be best summarized in this slide, really centered around training opportunities and the unity of control issue. There may be more, but that's a point for discussion. I hope that provides a little bit of initial summary, and I think we would stop here before moving on to the policies. Is that good? Bill, I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, if I could ask Bill to just kind of give some brief remarks on kind of his observations as he takes a look at these scores. And then I'd like to ask each member of the board who wishes to address this question? Just to perhaps any questions or points of observation that board members would have about these results? I would be curious to hear your thoughts about that. But Bill, let me just turn to you first.
Sure. Thank you, Eric. Well, first of all, the fact that you now have 5 years of these questions is really valuable because it's really about the trend lines of where you're going. Are you heading in the right direction? And also the impact of changing board members. So being able to see how that reflects in there. And I think the question asked about, is it 1 or 2 people versus, and I think maybe there could be some analysis of, is it everybody moving a bit or is it 1 or 2 board members moving? But overall, a very positive state, as I observe. In habit 1, which I find is the one that sort of goes against human nature, because our nature is for each of us to try to, contribute and to, make our mark. And unity of control requires us to restrain that and work as a group. And we can see from the results that there's some, you're in good shape, but there's need for more continued work, particularly committee work and how it communicates to the full board. And we're going to do that this afternoon. In habit 2, which is focusing on results and monitoring results, there's also continued work that can be needed on how to monitor policies. And we're going to do that later in the day. The third one is ensuring that sufficient resources are on hand and they're managed okay. And that seems to be, you're in a good spot there. So I think that one's in good shape. Number 4, which is the board develops itself so it can serve the organization's needs. There's clearly a need to clarify what kind of training, and that can take a lot of different forms. So we're going to have a good discussion about that this morning. And the 5th one is feedback and support to the chief executive. And maybe Javier has a comment or two about that particular subject, because you are fortunate that you have a new CEO and, good things are going to happen. Javier?
I think on this one, I reflected on this a few weeks ago, and I agree with you, Bill, in that we are in a unique position where it's my first year as CEO. And I have the pleasure that you all selected me, but I also selected you in a way when I accepted the position. So, and this is not going to happen very often, right? Board members will change, and we may not always have these first year where we're all working together. So I'm very curious, and I would like to hear your thoughts about the feedback mechanisms, the coaching ideas that you have for me to help me serve the organization better, and how can we improve our already good working relationship. So this is a unique moment for me. I know as time goes by, this is not going to be the same, but right now I think we're in a good position to start and get that feedback on. In addition to getting the board's direction, getting the board's advice and coaching will be very, very important for me.
So I hear Javier inviting board member thoughts on, like, how can we work together in partnership to make sure I'm getting the feedback and the coaching and the training I need to be the most effective CEO I can be. So just curious if you have a thought about that, just please raise your hand. Board members? Yes.
I have a thought about that. So we know that you work with a coach with STS, but we don't really have line of sight to what you guys are working on. And so I'm wondering if some sort of regularly timed report from your coach with, the top things that you're focused on, whether it's a 6-month or year out kind of focus. And then, I don't want to necessarily manage the activities around that, but I think it'll just give us line of sight to what you're working on. And then we can figure out if additional resources need to be put to that.
Perfect. And I really welcome that piece, because it's not only from an accountability perspective. And I think that's what I hear a little bit of, hey, what are you working with your coach on and what progress you're making, but also how on our daily interactions, we can all contribute to you know, enhance the work that I am doing also.
Yeah.
With the coach.
So just a quick housekeeping task. I'm not going to try to flip chart every single idea today, but I want to make sure somebody's taking notes on today's meeting and noting any specific suggestions or next steps we have. And so
Between Ms. Sinners and I, we will ensure good notes. And my understanding is this is also being recorded.
great. Thank you, Scott. And also just a quick moment, sort of question of protocol. So Chair Bogner, I was about to call you Amanda, but I want to make sure that we can use first names today. But if we're not okay with first names, let me know because I will be happy to address you as Member
absolutely
Bogner,
fine.
President Chair Bogner. So other thoughts on how to best support your CEO and his endeavors to continue to improve, get the coaching and support he needs from board members? Sarah?
Thank you. And thank you for asking the question. In my old job, we would use first names. And then if it got tense, we would use titles. And that's how we knew that we were supposed to behave. Or I actually want to echo Amanda's sentiment because I think I've had one-on-one with Javier and we just did work. And I think I view sort of this coaching between the board and the CEO as a two-way street because I want to learn as much from you as I can and vice versa. And so if I'm aware of things that you're working on in leadership, I think that will help me grow as well. And so if it is something like, oh, I'm working on interpersonal or I'm working on whatever, I think that would help us to also give you appropriate feedback. Like it is, I can see that it's better, or I can see that we're still working on it. And so I do think that it's not even line of sight to the coach. I think it's more just like, here's the work that we're working on and here's what I'm working on in leadership. And I think that would be great to start having that two-way street that I'm hoping for between the board and the CEO in terms of leadership growth and development.
That's great. Thank you, Sarah. It reminds me, Javier, of some of the interviews we conducted in our 2-on-1, 2-on-2 discussions with board members prior to today's meeting, in which we talked about the different roles that board members can play. And of course, one role you play is captured in this governance results, which is that you play a role in governing the organization and acting with the unity of control to set goals for the organization. And so in that sense, you're all acting as a body and have to sort things out and get your priorities straight. And we're going to be talking later on today about how you both monitor your policies and develop your policies. So that's not the question I'm going to pose right now. The question I'm going to pose right now is, at an individual level, as individual board members, you also have a role to play with the CEO. And Amanda, you and Sarah kind of put your fingers on it in terms of helping to hear the feedback he's getting and helping him to process that feedback in terms of his development as CEO. But there's also this kind of individual advisor role that I think, Javier, is really important to you. And I'd like to have you just speak to that a little bit and then perhaps have trustees, have board members talk a little bit about that aspect.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. I think this is a concept that it became very clear to me during the interview process, where again my brain was used to working in the metrics, governance, get things done arena, but then as I thought more and more about the resource that I have here in the board, it became very obvious to me that it can be much more than that. Yes, of course, we'll do the governance and then meet the goals and set direction. But the other piece is, you know a lot more about the community. You know a lot more about the people you serve, your constituents, that I do. And so we all bring here, we have 9 different perspectives sitting at the table that I would like to selfishly extract as much value as I can from the years of service. Mike, you have 26 years, right, that you've been serving on the board. The wealth of knowledge and the experiences that I would love to be able to, gain some of that perspective and that history. And I think that we typically don't have those opportunities, or I haven't seen those opportunities created that much because we have a lot of work to do. And I think to Sarah's point, it's yes, let's get the work done, but also let's carve out time for us to have that type of conversation, right? There have been already many instances where I have found myself craving some advice, right? And opening up that opportunity for me to pick up the phone and call any one of you and say, hey, I'm struggling with this issue. What do you think, right? Unit of control being observed for sure, right? But this is me seeking advice to round my perspective. And I think this is something that I very much appreciate. And I'm looking forward to developing more, a stronger relationship that way.
And of course, one of the themes we're going to be touching on today, again and again and again, is this distinction between direction from the board as a board and counsel and suggestions and advice from individual board members that, and it's in the, I think of it as kind of the respect and understanding of those different roles that you all play as board members, that really the best governance emerges in an organization. So curious just to hear from a couple of folks. Craig, as you hear Javier talk about his desire to have you serve in these multiple different roles, especially as advisors, how do you hear that, and what are your thoughts?
I think it's all great, well and good. I'm confident that Javier will get some interesting and mostly helpful perspective from us as board members. I also acknowledge that none of us, to my knowledge, have experience leading an organization as a chief executive officer. So I think, yes, lean on us for advice, but I would encourage, and I would want, as a board member, want to ensure that you have a plan of attack for learning from your peers and learning from STS. That to me is just as important, if not more important.
Yeah. Thank you, Craig. Eric, I'm curious to hear your thoughts too.
Yeah, you called on me before you got to Rick, so sorry, Rick. But comparing ourselves to peers and looking outside and seeing what other CEOs are doing, we talk about this often with other organizations in some of the metrics that we have in our strategic direction. But I think the same would be true with leadership development. And one list that we've mentioned a couple times recently is the SEPA Transformative Utilities list, and the CEOs of those organizations. How are they preparing their organization to be a leader in the clean energy economy of the future that we know is coming? So that would be an area where I don't know how to specifically on an individual level make that connection, but I do think there's probably some resource available to say, what is it that other successful organizations are doing? Who are those individuals? How can we help you connect with them? And maybe there are existing things in place that we haven't talked about. But if not, that seems like another area where expertise from others, as Craig said, not board members, but others who have more similar experience would be helpful.
Yeah. Thank you, Eric. All right. Well, Rick, do you have thoughts in addition to what you've heard your colleagues say?
I don't really. There are elements from each of my colleagues that I would like to echo and support, but that's your job, I think, to build that consensus. The only observation I have is I find the request for the conversation and the opportunity to have it is just refreshing as all get out, and I welcome.
Yeah, great. So I don't know, do I need to call everybody? Janice, Mary, Mike, any additional thoughts to what you've heard already? Wendy, Amanda, any additional thoughts to, okay. All right, well, let me just again say, as we go through these 5 habits and think about the conversations we need to have today, the plan today is to have Scott now go through the specific board policy results. We're going to want to look at the policies this morning before lunch that rise to the top in terms of the work that the board wants to do. So that'll be the work we want to get done before lunch, is making sure we're on the same page in terms of what are those priority policies to work on. This afternoon, we want to come back to 4 conversations that are going to be, I think, more germane to the sort of the broader focus on governance. One is going to be, the first is going to be, how do we most effectively monitor our policies? We're going to save that and that's going to be the first discussion we dive into after lunch. The second is going to be just continued refinements and understanding, and maybe this may not take a long time because I think you're pretty close, but looking at the unity of control scores from this morning's survey results, we want to just touch a little bit more on unity of control and some of the nuances around how to most effectively demonstrate that unity of control. The third one is going to be on, again, how do we most effectively work as committees and a board, that communication from committee to board, as well as the transitions across changes in membership of committees. How do we make sure we effectively orchestrate those so that we're not losing the work that we're trying to get done, not losing the continuity of work we're trying to get done. So that plus a conversation this morning about board training and how best to get the board the kind of training it wants, both on the category of governance training, which is kind of what this question in this survey speaks to. But I also think there's a broader question about how do you get the best education on an ongoing basis about the operations of a utility of the scale and complexity of OPPD? And how do you then have enough information to be able to effectively govern at a high level as its board of directors? So when you think about what's coming today, those are the four big conversations. And Scott, I'm going to turn now to you to go through the next set of survey results.
Wonderful. Thank you. The second survey is the board policy survey. And I wanted to acknowledge something first. I was thinking about this last night. Director Kavanaugh, Mike, you were the one director who was here when the policy governance began in 2015. And I think that's important because A, you're a pioneer in this, and B, there's some consistency through this, but it does reflect the dynamics of a changing board. And it does reflect the importance of policy to guide an organization. The other thing that I would acknowledge when I look around the room, in terms of sitting at the executive team, the people that were providing a lot of subject matter expertise in the formatting of these policies, Steve Bruckner was present, Julie and Lisa and Mary. Those were the folks back in 2015. In fact, I think that Julie and Lisa, you weren't quite yet. It was division managers. And so I think that's an important perspective, that policies by their very nature and putting something, especially during a period of transformation, is incredibly important to the organization because it does provide some consistency and perspective. It does support things like unity of control. And I think it really does serve ultimately to build cohesion and trust between a board and an executive leadership. So I just want to thank everyone for their involvement, everybody for the continued refinement. I know sometimes we get into very long and go down rabbit hole conversations, but I want to say that they're all so important to effective governance.
Hey, Scott.
Yes, sir.
And what you said is absolutely correct as far as keeping continuity and consistency, that these policies
Yes.
can result in that. But on the other hand, it's also important to realize the need to have our governing policies stay consistent and not be constantly up for discussion as far as change. Because when we do that, we lose that consistency to an extent, I believe.
Thank you. That is helpful. And I think that any change must be intentional in its nature. And yet the invitation for every director is to ensure that changes represent the overall will of the board, which is why some of these, what we're about to take a look at becomes, I think, very important to that point. Thank you for that. There are 3 groups of policies: the governance process policies. There's 15 of them. Board staff linkage policies, which speak to the delegation of authorities from the board to the CEO and ultimately from the CEO to the organization to carry out that work, and strategic direction policies. We spend most of our time talking about the strategic direction policies, of course, but the other 2 are incredibly important because without them, I think it really diminishes the strategic direction policy. Generally speaking, all the policies have been monitored annually and reviewed. And through this workshop, consistently, the board has come up with its priorities, the unity of control. The survey was administered to the board only, and it was administered in August, and we did get responses from everyone. So we'll just go by grouping a policy first. And these are rated from dark green, strongly agree, to lighter green, agree, to kind of an orange, disagree, and to a dark orange to strongly disagree. These also are rated from the level of agreement, from the highest level of agreement to lowest level of agreement. And these ones here are the governance process policies. I won't dive into these much because we will summarize them at the end, but I do think it's important that as a whole, unity of control, if I have the governing principles right, Mr. Bruckner, would be that you, at least 4 board members are aligned, because if you're tied, really it's reflection of the board. There's no distinction to be made. So I would say here that the board as a whole is in alignment with these policies. We'll get into some of the ones at the bottom later. This next group of policies, which is the governance process, or the board staff linkage policies, excuse me, again, the same construct. As a whole, the board agrees that these board staff linkage policies reflect the delegations from the board to the CEO to carry out that work. Oh, sorry, thank you. Thank you. I was looking at something different on my notes. But that holds true, again, the board as a whole. And then finally, on strategic direction, there's a little more color. As a board member, I believe the policy sufficiently reflects the desired strategic direction from the board. Here, one or more board members disagree, like with about 73% of these. I think it's important as we think about unity of control. There's really one that the board as a whole, if these were votes, were to say, nope, there's one, there's a tie. I think it's important just as a perspective. So when I stack them from level of agreement across all bodies of policy, what you see is the board generally agrees, 100% of the board, all 8, with 52% of the policies. When you take a look, and here's all the policies regardless of categories, sorted by level of disagreement. There's 22 of 46, there's 48 showing up here. And I would say that there's probably, for purposes of prioritization, I have kind of listed in my head 3 tranches here. One is SD2, SD9, SD4, and SD7. SD2, there are comments around affordability might be added to something like rates or conservation. How might we consider that? SD9, while there's acknowledgement that this is being worked in the systems committee, there really is a desire around innovation, resiliency, and resource adequacy. SD4, there was some conversation around resiliency. And SD7, there was conversation around interim carbon goals. If you go to the next level, at SD11 and SD13, there is a strongly disagree. And the next level still, then it opens it up to these 2. So I offer that for reflection, and I will turn it back over to you, Eric.
Thank you, Scott. So, Scott, if we could go back to the summary of the GP policies, please. There we go. So what I'd like to do, if we can, is focus first on the GP policies that the board wants to work on, then on the board staff linkage policies, and then lastly this morning on the strategic directive. I know we're probably chomping at the bit to get at the strategic direction policies, but if we can, let's start here. So, Scott, as you said, these policies lay out the fundamental foundations of OPPD's governance approach. What's really heartening to me to look at is all of the green. And then to note that at the bottom of this table, board training and orientation and board committee principles seem to be the two around which there is some energy to try to clarify. And I want to start with GP10, which is the board training and orientation. And on your desks is the policy binder. And so if you turn to page 48 of that binder, you'll get right to GP10. And I think it's probably useful for us just to remind ourselves what you have said is your board training and orientation policy. So I'm just going to read it out loud. GP10, board training and orientation. The board will obtain training, development, and orientation to assure excellence in governance. Specifically, new board members shall receive an orientation, which will include an overview of the district's governance policies. Board members shall be offered and encouraged to receive training in the skills of effective governance, communication, and decision-making. The board chair and board committee chairs shall be offered and encouraged to receive training in the facilitation of public meetings. Board members shall receive training on laws and regulations pertinent to their duties as a director and board officer. And board members shall be offered and encouraged to receive regular training with respect to understanding trends and developments in public power and the energy industry. And in consultation with the board chair, the president and chief executive officer shall prepare annually an appropriate plan of training for board members, chairs, and officers. So I'll just note first off that I think this training divides into two buckets. I mentioned them earlier. One is a bucket of around sort of communication, decision-making, facilitation, good governance, and process management. And one is about the education that you need to be effective in understanding the utility industry and understanding trends, developments in public power and the energy industry. So let's just stick with the first bucket, which is that around facilitation. It says specifically effective governance, communication, decision-making. I think bullet points 1, 2, 3, perhaps bullet point 4, they all apply to kind of how to be the most effective board members in terms of fulfilling your roles as trustees, as fiduciary board members. I'm curious to ask this question. What are you currently receiving? And where do you see the gap between what you're currently receiving in the way of this kind of training and what you think you need in terms of training? And really, it's a two-parter designed to really focus on the latter, which is what's the gap? What is it that you, in this first category of governance and communication and so forth, what is it you perceive that you are needing that not receiving? So raise your hand if you have a comment or a thought to start the conversation going. Sarah, please.
I feel like this is me, and I feel like I've given a lot of feedback on the orientation. The orientation was really challenging because it was remote and it was very long. And so I suggested that they consider breaking it up into half days or something along those lines. I also, in reading this, I feel like it forgets the breadth of the actual work. Like you need to incorporate tours so that we can see things, and that's not a part of this conversation as well. And then you also need to tailor it to your new members as well, which, and you have to ask them, what do you know and what do you need to know as part of these orientations. And so I think my feedback was low because I had such an overwhelming orientation. And I think I would have liked it, but I did like it. I did appreciate it. But it needed to be broken up and it needed to sort of be a little more tailored to what we needed. I don't know if you have a comment there as well.
Yeah, Mary, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts too.
Well, it was long and quite overwhelming, but at the same time, I was in a different position than you were at the time personally. So I was a little, it was easier for me to take time to wrap my head around it, I think, than for Sarah to do that at that time. And I was grateful to have that much at the beginning because that really helped. I mean, the background in the expectations, legal expectations, all of that was new. You know, I wasn't aware of that. And I had curiosity about how things worked, you know, systems wise, but had lovely tours this summer. I mean, that I feel like they managed it the best that they could. Primarily my gap, I guess, is in learning more about the utility industry itself.
Bucket number 2, which we'll get to in a second. Yeah, great.
Thank you.
Mike?
I can remember when I first got elected, the orientation was broken up into 2 4-hour sessions, I believe, 2 afternoons. But in addition to that, and I don't know if we still do this or not, it might be done online, but I went to a training session. It was done in Phoenix, put on by APPA, and it was geared toward new utility board members. And obviously, it wasn't geared toward OPPD, but just basically how to govern in general. And not only was it beneficial as far as hearing input from the folks putting the session on, it was also nice to hear from other new board members throughout the country and some of the unique perspectives they had and so forth, and some of the same concerns and apprehension, that I shared. And that seemed to work out quite well. And I don't know if that's still being offered, if it's all done online now or what.
Yeah, Bill. Yeah, Mike, that's a good point. Bill, I'd be happy to have you.
Yeah, I actually conducted one of those for APPA for new board members, and I believe they still do that. And I encourage that interchange between new board members and sharing their experiences really helps you get grounded and feel more comfortable as you start the process. Because the challenge for you is to be a contributing member of the board, and the sensitivity of being a new board member, you tend to hold back a bit. So that kind of training is very useful.
Yeah. Janice, as you think about your orientation or any aspect of what we're talking about with regard to board training, what are your thoughts?
My orientation was different than yours because we did the in-person. And also, I was really fortunate at the very beginning, like right in May, after I started as board member in January, was able to attend an APPA conference here in Omaha that covered rate making. And I knew that was kind of an area that I was challenged on. And so, and that was like a 5-day conference. And coming to that conference really grounded me in that aspect of the utility that I knew I had a deficit on. So I think helping board members to identify their areas that they're wanting to work on, and then providing resources. I mean, that last bullet, an appropriate plan of training. Maybe if you're going to be a chair of a certain committee, that we could have recommended workshops that would help that committee chair to do a better job, or before they become a committee chair, if they're on a committee, recommending workshops, and not just within, because we do have a budget for that, and I'm not sure that we use that budget. With COVID, it was really hard, but just kind of expanding and having a catalog, per se, perhaps, of workshops that would be appropriate to each of the committees and helping us to really focus on those areas as we move on.
Thanks, Janice. So, Amanda, I'm curious to ask you, and then Craig, perhaps after Amanda, just because this specifically calls for a plan, your thoughts about that?
Haven't done that. So, and I think as all the comments were being shared, the thing that I wrote down is sometimes it's really hard to self-assess your gaps. You don't know what you don't know. And so I'm wondering if there's like an assessment tool that we could utilize both from industry knowledge as well as the governance piece. I thought I was good at facilitating meetings, and then like January and February came and I realized, no, this is not a strength. This is not an area where I am comfortable in. And so, what could have been done last year to shore me up and get ready for this role. And so that's just my frame, that I'm not sure that I would have recognized that gap a year and a half ago. I do kind of wonder if the scoring here is reflective of a COVID year when we don't feel like we've initiated. I think that there's a part here of self-initiated training. What are you going to go out and seek for yourself? But I really love the idea of having a catalog of things that are available within the industry organizations that are specifically geared towards board members. I think that that's fantastic. And then with that, the chair and the CEO can develop a plan and then present it to individual board members to say, here's what we'd really like to see you do. Now you give us your take and work through what that, basically how are those dollars going to be spent? Because I think that we haven't been utilizing the dollars we have available for training to become better at this role. And that we should have a plan and we should be executing on that to use all of those dollars every year.
That's great. And so, Craig, I'm just curious as immediate past president, whether you had our board chair, whether you had a plan at that point or whether this was something that fell into the category of not quite done.
Well, I think, yeah, a handful of comments here. One is no. I mean, last year, I'll take ownership of just completely missing the boat on putting together a work plan for training. COVID happened and things went awry and we didn't get it done. And I found that. I remember in years past, there was work towards that end, but I don't know that it was quite as robust as I think we need in some cases. I like the question Amanda raised about individual assessment of gaps is an interesting one. So like, I don't know what our feedback process is for, me as an individual to get feedback on how am I doing as a director. I think that's an interesting question. Sometimes that's been self-initiated. After a meeting, I know that we've reached out and said, did that go okay? And asked for specific feedback. So that's helpful. I mean, from a governance training perspective, I don't think it's too complicated to look at the results of our survey and say, we have opportunities to train on unity of control. Right. Like, and let's find the resources to get that done. I think that's fairly straightforward. We just need to execute on it in some ways. So I think in many ways I'd also thank whoever at the end in Diligent put together the summary of training that happened in 2019, 20, and 21. And then there's a list of resources that was developed in 2019. So that was super helpful as well for me to take a look at, just to kind of understand what have we done in the past and historically speaking, how's that informed where we're at today?
So is that something, just following that thread for a moment, that continues, Scott, or somebody on a regular basis to summarize for board members?
We certainly can, and I would like to acknowledge and thank Ms. Henners for pulling that together. She does an incredible job, so yes.
And Eric, if I could add one more thing, I know, Scott and I had this conversation, I think going back 3 or 4 years, but I in some ways, from a governance perspective, there's the written policies, which I agree. I mean, I can't imagine doing this job without them. So our governance framework is really exceptional. But there's also the informal norms of how we operate in some ways that there's nothing written about some of those activities. And I've always been interested in, and I don't know that I don't want to send us off on a tangent, but that's hard to learn. Right? When you become a new board member, okay, how does this happen? Because there's nothing written anywhere about how we do X. So I've always wondered about the opportunity for mentorship of some sort to ensure that those kind of lurking in the dark, informal practices come out into the light a little bit more.
And am I recalling correctly that there was kind of a mentoring program for new board members in place at OPPD, or am I misremembering that? I may be remembering a different utility with which I work when I think about that.
That doesn't sound familiar.
Does not sound familiar. So
not a formal one.
Not
a formal.
Yeah.
That is something that I have seen operating in other utilities that operate under a similar governance system, where a newly elected board member gets assigned a mentor to just help them walk through some of those unspoken, unwritten protocols that, Craig, you're alluding to. But I'm hearing already an action step here, and just I want to check for consensus, which is we understand that this is asking us to have a regular plan, an annual plan. And so at minimum, one of the things we agreed today is to more closely adhere to that commitment to have a plan. And Amanda, since that would fall on you this year, I will.
love that.
I will.
I love that idea for especially as we head into 2022 and understand what each of us are going to do. I just want to tag on that as I was looking at the list of past trainings, pretty much everything on that list is falling in bucket 2 of industry knowledge. So I think that I have an opportunity at the end of October to do something more in bucket 1. And I'm excited about that. And I'm hoping that, you know, we can add more to the roster of bucket 1 type of what does it mean to be board member. So
Javier?
I was just going to mention something along the same lines, and I feel compelled to double down on that. I think that's such an important piece that just stared back at me when I look at the GP. 4 out of the 5 elements are about governance, right? The 5th one is about industry knowledge. And one thing that I'm really excited about this conversation is you all have 1,900 subject matter experts on technical utility information, right? I appreciate the need for the board to become fluent, conversant on that content, but I would say there is a need for us to have subject matter experts on the governance side of things, right? And I think this is a piece that the board, board training could really help. That is, there are not as many subject matter experts on governing and being board members facilitating meetings, etc. And this is really exciting. I'm excited to work with you, Amanda, on the plan. I am probably even more excited to look at the plan more comprehensively, not just rates and utility-specific content, but it's the plan for better governance. Thank you.
So, Rick?
Yeah, excuse me. I wanted to weigh in on a couple of things. So bucket 1 versus bucket 2.
Thank you.
The board has responsibilities with governance and with regulation and with consumer advocacy. And so I see this first line is written that we're going to achieve in governance and not these other elements. And those other elements maybe fall into bucket 2. So I'll just make that observation first.
And before you move on, let me just make sure I'm hearing you correctly. So you're saying board members have a responsibility with regard to governance, but also with regard to constituent understanding and communication. Is that what I'm hearing you say? And
regulation.
And regulation. And that's not called out here specifically in
for our training and
for your training.
And I think historically we've focused on operations, and we kind of have a 100 and kind of 200 level courses on operations and governance amongst ourselves. Sticking with bucket 1 and governance.
Thank you.
I would suggest that we do have opportunities where our internal experts are not called upon to give us 300 level courses on a lot of those operational elements that end up as governance kinds of questions. And I could throw out a few examples, but I think my experience is the training has been good. It's gotten better and more thorough. And yet I still feel the need to dig and delve into other things.
So I'm hearing you say a couple of things. One, I just want to first call your attention to, and I'm sure you see it, that in bullet point 4 does call out specifically for training on regulations.
Okay.
So I think when Amanda puts together the plan, I know you're going to be looking and scrutinizing and seeing if that plan includes whatever training and regulatory issues the board needs. But I hear you also saying that there is a bridge between the operational understanding, the bucket 2 stuff, and how it translates into governing and bucket 1 stuff. Am I hearing correctly?
Yes.
And you were going to share an example, and I would love to hear one example.
Well, so maybe it doesn't frame up quite that way. The example I just ran across is we're doing SD2, and I'm
The
looking-
rates policy.
The rates policy is there are different definitions of fairness that are out there and how to set up rates. And we haven't heard that as board members. You know, what those different definitions are and why we might tilt one way or the other. That would be a level 3 kind of thing.
Yeah, a good example. So I want to stick with bucket one. Bucket one is not the industry knowledge bucket, but the governance knowledge bucket. Other thoughts about kind of ways to help improve that from any of the other board members? Eric, did you want to mention something there?
Yeah, I would like to follow on what Rick pointed out. I think that we don't have a specific policy anywhere that covers that third category of the representation or constituent engagement. I realize that that is somewhat outside of direct governance, but it does lead back to the question or the point Javier made earlier about, as an advisor to him as a CEO, is our responsibility to provide our personal thoughts, feelings, and perspectives, or is our responsibility to represent the people in our district who have elected us to help oversee the organization? And I think that that's an area where we haven't really spent very much time. And I would appreciate more discussion of how we can make sure we are representing people who have sent us here. And I know that that is, again, somewhat outside of bucket 1 or 2, but an important point that I think isn't currently really covered anywhere in any policy. So
Thank you,
how
Eric.
that triggers a discussion.
It triggers for me a desire to call a friend. I'm going to ask Bill to just say something about kind of, because to me, the answer to that might be a both and kind of response, but Bill, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, this is such an interesting issue that you've raised. How you interact with constituents. And I heard during the interviews, well, gee, we don't really have much, they just keep the bill low, keep the lights on. And from my experience at SMUD, board members spent a lot of time out in the community having conversations, particularly with groups of influence. So like Rotary clubs, Lion clubs, being there at the breakfasts or the lunches, sometimes being a speaker, along with staff to be there. And I used to always enjoy introducing the staff person who was there to correct me when I say something wrong, which I would always end up doing sometime. But that ability to take that information back, hearing what people are saying, and being able to, and a lot of times it was done where there was no controversial issue, there was no giant issue on the table, but it was a chance to teach about the issues that utilities face. And being able to have that dialogue with the community and then bringing that back, staff would bring it back and the board member would bring it back, and you'd end up having conversations about it. That was a critical piece of being, in my view, of being a full board member.
Mm-hmm. So I think in terms of where we want to turn next, it's to bucket 2. And thinking about the best ways to continue to have the board be educated about industry trends and industry knowledge and industry related affairs. And so I wanted to start this by asking you a question and having you just give us feedback. What are the most effective ways that you are currently receiving industry education? What are the ways in which you are gaining knowledge today about the public utility business? And then I'm going to ask a follow-up question once I hear your answers to that. What other ways can you imagine getting it that perhaps you're not receiving today? So, but the first question is just really kind of, what are you getting today that's working for you? What's effective today in terms of getting industry knowledge? Janice?
Yeah, so one thing that our OPPD staff does for us is they send us out this an email with links to all kinds of articles that are pertinent to the industry and specific to OPPD and then by certain category. And so I find that very helpful. And that's something that, when I talk to colleagues that are on other boards, they don't get. And so that's one thing that I think if we utilize that, if you have the time to even just scroll through and find, an article that you're that you think is pertinent to something you're working on right now, that that email that comes in our inbox is very helpful.
So these are staff-generated emails, Denise, that come to you regularly with expertise, information. Sorry, let me just get rid of that. I hope everybody's had a chance. Maybe we can post this up on the wall someplace, Scott.
It's like an RSS feed that has specific keywords that
Uh-huh.
has generated then, I would say a scraping of various publications for those keywords.
Mm-hmm. So
Curated list, thank you, Director User.
the current, okay, cool. Thank you. So that's one technique that's working well for you. What's another technique that's working well for you now in terms of how you're getting educated as board members about the industry? Rick?
Podcasts.
Podcasts, okay. Are you getting those podcasts on your own, Rick? Or are they being sent to you? How do you receive them?
I subscribe to industry podcasts. Even OPPD pays for one of my subscription.
Okay, cool. Others. Eric, how do you get educated?
Yeah, I'm not sure what is considered a ridiculous amount of podcasting, but I would probably put myself in that category. So that's very effective for me, maybe not so much for others. I had the opportunity in 2019 to attend the APPA conference, which was excellent. I have since tried to do some of the virtual conferences. I find that to be extraordinarily challenging because of I am zoomed out. I just can't take any more of it. So I try. I mean, it's really difficult to say I'm going to go to back-to-back days of multiple-hour meetings from APPA. I mean, I appreciate what APPA does, but I look forward to a time when those in-person conferences can be more realistic for us to attend. Very helpful. Yeah, I have done some other industry-related webinars over lunches that I have signed up for and received updates about. Those are pretty helpful as well.
And do you get those from the staff or do you find those on your own, Eric?
I don't remember where they came from. I'm on a lot of email lists, and so they just kind of show up.
Okay.
They're not distributed to me from staff. They come from industry organizations.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm hearing so far, though, is each of these is something that you individually receive and read or listen to or watch or view. Are there other things like that that you individually read, watch, hear that are important sources of information for you? Craig, your light went up first.
Yeah, I mean, just really briefly, for me, two things. One is this list that we put together in 2019 is still appropriate. We haven't refreshed it for a while, but there's a really great list that we were intentional about.
Which list is that?
It's industry learning resources. It's the very last document in Diligent today.
Gotcha. Okay.
That at the time we just kind of did both senior management team and board member quick survey. Hey, what do you go to learn? And pulled the list together. That's one. The other thing that I would say honestly is following the right organizations and or people on Twitter. New stuff comes up. That's where I see it first, honestly.
And do you guys share kind of Twitter feeds that you find useful, or is that just something you have found? And
I can't say that it's shared to my knowledge.
So I think, Mary, you had your hand up too.
I think I've just been reiterating what some other people have said. I get a lot of emails from different organizations, and I've occasionally attended webinars that were informative on this. It's because I chose to do so.
So let me now turn the page to the next question, which is, so what can you imagine getting in the way of education about the industry? This is bucket 2. That you're not getting today that would be helpful in trying to continue to lift up the board. Amanda?
Yeah, so Javier actually just passed me a note to say, should we be addressing bias on the source of information we're receiving? And I think it would be really interesting to look at all the sources that we have available to us And similar to the infographic about news sources that say, you know, is it liberal or conservative? Is it primary source or is it something? And basically kind of chart where all our sources maybe fall on that type of axes so that we can be cognizant of a potential bias, but then also potentially work to offset it, be intentional about trying to offset it, make sure that we're seeing both sides of the coin. I don't know if something's available like that. It sounds like a grad student project, but I think that would be really intriguing. And I think that maybe bias training also should be in that bucket one. We didn't mention that.
So you didn't mention the axes on that, or did?
I did say more liberal or conservative.
Or greater
then-
market transformation, less market transformation?
Perhaps.
And then,
perhaps.
but so as long as we also include OPPD information that we're getting.
Right, and where it falls on the quadrants, yeah.
But what I'm hearing you say is you'd like to be able to do some kind of objective scrutiny of the sources that you're getting of information to be able to have at least some recognition of what biases may have been in those sources of information.
Right. What echo chamber are we
What
standing
what echo
in?
chamber are we standing in? Right.
And to
Javier?
clarify, I think that when you mentioned curated, that's what came to mind. It's the information that we're putting out for board members. Is it factual? Is it biased? And if there's bias, make sure that we identify that, right? And there will be bias, and some of it is, hey, faster market transformation, but hey, don't let the lights go out.
Yeah.
Right. And how do we provide that information for board members with that bias piece in mind? Right. So
let me continue with the question. The question is, what can you imagine in the way of education that you're not currently receiving to help increase the level of understanding amongst board members? Again, the goal here is not to have you become operational experts, right? The goal is to help you be able to really understand the industry so that you can be effective governors of OPPD. What can you imagine? I think, Rick, I saw your hand go up.
You did see my hand go up. Thank you. So the one I imagine is a little similar to what I didn't see on that list. Mo, I'm sorry. Did we had a local organization and the regulatory assistance brought in the regulatory assistance project, and we had board members from OPPD and PPD and LAS there. So it was there were a convening of other board members in the state of the big utilities would be good. Independent, I don't know what they are, consultants, subject matter experts who are offering their view of what they see around the country, with the opportunity for board members then to talk with each other, not only within one organization, but among other organizations about the transformation that's happening, not just in our own organizations, but in the state. I mean, I think that's.
So the magic word here to me is now we've got a group of people together.
Yeah.
It's
right.
not individual education. It's now we have a group of people who are in one place talking.
And that's one format. The second format would be similar to what I've seen, board-sponsored workshops where a board member wants to know more about something. So maybe this takes some of the burden off of our own internal subject matter experts, or maybe it doesn't, I don't know. But we want that 300 level course about a particular topic, and we would invite people in about the topic, both our own utilities in the state and maybe someone from outside to give different views around a particular topic.
So let's stick with that one for a second. And in both cases, Rick, I think you're highlighting something that requires some time and effort to make happen, right? It's not just you've subscribed to an RSS feed, but you've actually organized a panel, you've organized a convening. But what are the pros and cons of that approach? And Javier, I'm curious from your perspective to talk a little bit about this idea of that Rick is mentioning.
Let me start with the latter one of your employees, subject matter experts, and outside matter experts. And I appreciate that hey, it's healthy to have different points of view two things come to mind. One is resources. This is resource intensive, both for the utility and for board members. One of the feedback that we've received this past year and a half is, hey, we have jobs to do, right? From board members. I'm generalizing this, but it's really for us to spend 1 or 2 days getting deep into a topic is onerous from a resource perspective. But the other one is, from an employee engagement perspective, you have employees who are responsible for keeping the lights on, right? Who have dedicated their entire lives, professional lives, to develop their skill and their trade. So this is something that we will have to be very careful and purposeful about. How do we organize this to say, hey, we appreciate what you're about to tell us. Let's see if what you're telling us is really true. Let's bring someone else to vet that out. And I don't think that's the intent, but I think it'll be important for us to, if we have the resources, if we can organize those workshops to say, hey, great information. We have a fantastic group of people that are helping us keep the lights on. And we want to expand that vision, that view, that perspective. So I think there's something a little bit that we would have to work on from an employee engagement perspective to facilitate that type of environment. That I think I'm just calling out the sensitivity of about doing that. But great challenge to help with bias.
So Javier, I want to go back, if we can, to your engine room view from the bridge analogy. And so help me understand if the sensitivity you're describing is more about engine room kinds of issues as opposed to view from the bridge issues.
I think so. I think that's a great. Thank you for bringing those back there. Right. It's you have people who know how to operate the engine and they're working well. I think the issue is, are we going in the right direction? And if that direction is not the right one, and the folks in the engine room are telling you, we can't go in any different direction, or we cannot go faster. I think there's an opportunity for us to challenge that piece, right? But at the same time, it's for the board, from a governance perspective, to really stay at the engine. You may not you may not agree with how we're running the engine, but ultimately that engine is taking us where we want to go and where the board as a whole has told us to go, as fast as they told us to go. Really, it's up to the CEO and the rest of the team to manage how that engine.
So Bill, I mean, I recall at SMUD a number of these kinds of expert panels happening. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we did them typically maybe once a year at the most. So again, we were concerned about resources available. They were typically done at a committee meeting. So it didn't add another meeting. It just became the major part of an agenda. And the example I would give you, I think that's germane here, we would make sure to have on that panel different points of view, including subject matter expert from the utility, along with, say, NDRC, the Natural Gas Association. So you get very different expressions of opinions. And everyone was there and it was a free form, presentations, questions by staff, questions by board members, and getting, sometimes it would pit them against each other in terms of their opinions, but we all were in a learning environment at the same time. And I think being in the room at the same time was really valuable because we all heard the same thing. And I want to come back just for a second to Javier's, back to the engine room. And a comment that Mike made earlier about, changing policies, appreciating the fact that you cannot turn on a dime this giant ship, that you're making potential changes that we're going to move by a degree or 2 degrees. So you're not making radical changes, but over time, you're going to direct the course of the ship. But those sessions we would have with outside experts, it was done in an environment that we're all here to hear what's going on and then inform our decision-making down the road, not at that meeting. No decisions at the meeting.
And I recall expert panels that would come in and talk about market transformation. I recall expert panels coming in and talking about microgrids. I remember expert panels coming in and talking about the prices of renewables and the price curves of different sources of energy. So I remember these different points of view, really helping to educate the board members, not with the idea of, in any case, circumventing unity of control, but all with the idea that both management team members as well as board members are hearing and benefiting from these alternative perspectives. So,
A quick follow-up.
well, I saw a hand up before you, Rick, so let me just turn to your colleague Janice first, and then I'll turn to you.
So one thing that we are really fortunate to have here in Nebraska, and again, it's kind of one point of view, but we have a wind and solar conference every year, and they do have these types of panel discussions.
Uh-huh.
And experts that come in and workshops on different points of view, and attending those has been really helpful for me in the past. And it really focuses more on the issues that are prevalent in Nebraska and not necessarily nationwide.
And you go to those with your colleagues on the board, or you go to those on your own?
OPPD is a sponsor of that symposium, and so they a certain number of board members are allowed to attend because of that sponsorship, I think. And I think that we probably have to avoid a quorum, but it's certainly been helpful for me in the past.
It's November 8th and 9th this week.
So I'm conscious of the fact that we want to take a break in a few minutes, but I would like to be able to land, before we do so, on some understanding of whether or not it's beneficial to think about in this training plan to include or start to experiment with what some of these more board together in a room with industry experts on a specific topic with your executive leadership team, whether that's something you'd like to experiment with going forward to try to continue to up the level of industry expertise you share with one another, and to hear those diverse viewpoints in the room. So Rick, I know I asked you to wait a second. Janice, did you have one more thought you wanted to offer here?
Yeah, and I like the idea of having that in the context of a committee meeting, and breaking it out that way.
Right. Sarah?
I haven't weighed in on this because I'm still learning. But I've been listening to the ship metaphor, that we're on the bridge and we're turning the ship. And I worry that if we don't get additional training, if we don't have a good understanding of how the ship functions, then we'll turn it in the wrong way, or we'll turn it too fast, and it won't be able to function well. And so I do think that it behooves us, without laying an additional burden, but it behooves us, especially as we continue to have new board members, to say, how do we make sure that you understand how we function?
Right.
And even what's going on in the market, but also how do we function so that we're not just coming in and saying, turn left, turn right, as quick as you can. And so if there's a way to do it within a committee structure, I think would be perfect. If there's a way to do it that doesn't add an additional burden, I think it actually helps the organization overall without getting us too much in the weeds, which is, I'm not interested in the weeds, but I am interested in understanding the function of the organization overall.
Thank you, Sarah. Other thoughts, Craig, as you hear this, what is going through your head?
I like the direction we're going. I found myself wondering whether or not Javier feels that our lack of expertise is a hindrance to us doing our job. Don't know the answer to that question, but I just found myself as, what's the gap? What do we need to know that we don't today? Because it's like, this industry is big and complicated and changing very quickly. So like, part of what I'm concerned about is like, there's this much information that we want to take in, and how do we get organized? I do, as we led up to Power with Purpose, there were very intentional, deliberate sessions to help us get comfortable with information that was very complex, which took a lot of time, a lot of resources. So that, I guess that's what I'm wondering, is about, maybe it's a prioritization question, but.
Yeah, I thank you, Craig. And I would say it's not the lack of knowledge that it's a hindrance, because there's not enough time for us to really accumulate all the knowledge that we need. It's massive. I think the part of the underlying element that I hear around here, it's trust. there is knowledge, there is training for us to do a lot of things, and of course we can always all get better and better skilled to make decisions. But the acknowledgement that we won't have perfect information as experts on many subjects requires us to have a certain level of trust. And I think the education piece, the planning of the education plan, I think it helps in two ways. One, to deliver the actual content and education, but two, to build that trust. The conversation we just had about bias, in my opinion, was fantastic. It's like, hey, let's talk about that, and how do we build a structure that takes that into account so that we can continue not only to get more knowledge, but also to build on the trust between board members, between the board and the CEO and staff, for us to always try to get better at things, but always having that underlying element of trust that will help us move forward.
So Javier, I really appreciate you saying that. And it's interesting, as you first mentioned the word trust, I thought to myself, oh, are we worried that having, say, expert panels in the room is going to cause some erosion in trust, or it reflects an erosion in trust? And what I hear you saying is actually 180 degrees different. That actually having those opportunities for the more robust sharing of different points of view in the room actually is a significant trust enhancer.
It is, and I think it's on all sides of the table, regardless of where you sit, right? And I think it's that element. I have been asking our organization to have a future-ready posture, to really work on challenging our own assumptions and figure out what is the art of the possible. How can we move? How can we transform in a sound and sensible way that doesn't let the lights go out? And I think it is a great conversation. And again, we're recording this. I'm hoping employees are watching this, because it is for us too, right? For us as employees to be open and check our own biases, and at the same time really understand that we are the subject matter experts that are helping move this organization, and that there's really good intent on the part of the board, on the part of the executive leadership team, and the employees to really make us smarter, stronger, with more round perspectives, because that's really what's going to take for us to move this organization the way we need it to.
So Amanda, before we take a break, I wanted to just kind of quickly recap this and see if we're all on the same page in terms of maybe what that plan might reflect going forward. And so I'm hearing we want to continue to do a lot of the things that we're already doing that individually inform us. And there's a ton of good information that, from my perspective, it would be even greater if you all were sharing, hey, I saw this, or this is a Twitter feed, this is a podcast, this is a thing that I'm benefiting from, and I think my colleagues might benefit from as well. So somehow mustering that together in places that would create a common resource would be pretty cool. But I'm also hearing this really important thing we just talked about, which is like, how do we then also help calibrate the levels of either bias or misinformation that are in the sources of information that we're looking at, and how can we operationalize that? That's going to be an interesting assignment and challenge and opportunity for OPPD. And then this last thread around trying to add to our repertoire of information sources some more of this curated, multi-voice, multi-expert, in the room, committee-based education around specific topics that are looking futuristically at what can OPPD, what are some of the futures we imagine for OPPD, and how would they play out, and how do we continue, as Sarah said, to balance these competing factors of reliability, low rates, energy transformation to a green economy? How do we continue to balance those things in a way that makes sense? Maybe I put words into your mouth. But I did hear you say we have a tough job in terms of balancing these things, and I am putting words into your mouth. That some of the things you're balancing are reliability and rates and energy transformation. Amanda, does that sound right to you?
It does. I don't think I have anything else to add right now.
Okay. And does anybody on the board feel like I mischaracterized or didn't capture kind of where you're leaning toward? All right, well, cool. So let's take a break. It's exactly 10:15. Let's go to 10:30 and come back at 10:30. So we're going to get started in just a minute, folks. If you could take your seats, that would be great. We're going to get started. Run around. So if I could ask everybody to take their seats, we're going to get started in 1 minute. All right. Well, thank you very much for being prompt and getting back into the room. Let me take off my mask. We do have a little bit of ground to cover with one more GP this morning. I'm hoping that this doesn't take us a lot of time. But Scott, if we could go back to the results of the GP survey, I want to flag the results with regard to board committee principles GP 8. And perhaps it would be helpful again for us to look at our policy binders and be reminded what GP8 says. So GP8 is going to be, I think, on page 46. So it's a fairly extensive policy. I'm not going to read the entire thing out loud. The one issue that came up in the board results on GP 8 that I flagged in my notes was a question about the use of ad hocs at OPPD. And you'll see that in the paragraph, the 4 paragraphs down, ad hoc committees shall be created for a limited duration to address a specific topic of interest to the board. Each ad hoc committee may be composed of up to 4 board members and shall include designation of a committee chair and a clear statement of purpose. In the notes and the feedback from board members on GP 8, the notes had to do with the fact that at one point in recent history, the board discussed having an ad hoc on innovation and market transformation, and yet that ad hoc somehow did not move forward. And so the question that's raised in the notes, and I think is a relevant question, is really what's the use of an ad hoc? Why is an ad hoc a useful function of the board? And how do we operationalize it when we want to have an ad hoc? How do we make sure that it moves forward? And of course, then how do we facilitate and support it? One of the interesting things about ad hocs, I think, Bill, you might want to speak to this a little bit, is when we were talking earlier about forms of education for the board, it is an opportunity for board members not necessarily in their committee alignments, but in a special ad hoc alignment, to have staff and to have board member colleagues together talking about an issue of the future, a policy issue of the future that is really germane to your role as governing board, but one where there's disagreement, one where there's not a clear concurrence of opinion. So Bill, talk a little bit about your experience there.
Yeah, at SMUD, the ad hocs were appointed by the president. And I had a chance to appoint during my times as chairman ad hocs, and I always made sure to try to put people who are on different sides of the issue. But the issue typically was when we were trying to craft something and trying to have a committee of the whole, trying to wordsmith.
Trying to craft a policy.
To craft a policy we didn't want to do that. And so that's where we really used ad hocs to work it out, to work out some straw proposals with management. So the subject matter experts in the room, freewheeling conversation, a chance to really dig in and figure out, well, what could work here? What could we bring back to the committee as a result? And those ad hocs, sometimes they were for a specific purpose. They wouldn't necessarily get it done in one meeting, but they had to report back on what their progress was and where they're going. And, you know, what do they see as getting to the end result? So they'd have to report back to a committee, but they would work at it until they came forward with some proposal that they could then submit as a group to the committee.
Right. Yeah, and I remember facilitating an ad hoc for SMUD, which was on their system enhancement policy. I remember one on facilitating one on an update to the access to credits policy, trying to change the coverage ratio.
Exactly. But the one for system enhancement, I think we went for a year. It took to finally kind of resolve that one because we had very different views on how that should be constructed. But ultimately, we got to a successful policy.
And I know with other public utilities with whom we work, we're also seeing the use of ad hocs. And so I just would ask the question, perhaps again, Amanda, to you first, or Craig, just kind of thinking out loud about how do we make sure when we want to use that tool in our toolbox, how do we make sure we go forward with it?
Yeah, I'll address it first. I mean, I think that 2 years ago in this workshop, we talked about having ad hoc for innovation and market transformation. Very much acknowledged. I think then as we looked at work plan for 2020 and now here in 2021, there's not enough staff bandwidth to have this ad hoc happen right now. And so if I recall correctly, we as a group decided to table that specific ad hoc for a period of time. Now, unfortunately, it's an indeterminate amount of time, right? When will we get to it? But that's the rub is we will need staff support. And when we already have a staff that's stretched so much, how do we add one more thing?
Yeah. Thank you, Amanda. Craig, do you want to build it all on that, just in terms of your recollection of how that went?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it's a yes and. For me, my recollection is that what we were after with respect to that ad hoc needed to be informed by a lot of the strategic initiatives that we have underway. The decarbonization in particular was really starting to scratch some of the itch that I think existed. So I think that, to me, is my understanding for why we said, okay, let's keep it on the work plan, but let's push it out, because there's a lot that's happening that will inform what it is that we're digging into there.
Yeah. So I don't think we need to spend a lot of time kind of rehashing what happened there, because that seems not as productive as just making sure that as we look forward, we think about recognizing this still remains a tool that we can use, and understanding and recognizing the benefits of it. And Javier, I would love to have you speak to this point too.
So really interesting, I think, Bill, when you describe how you used ad hocs at SMUD, my interpretation was that it was all around policies. And the way I understood that, or at least I interpret that, is strategic directives, for example, right? If you already have a strategic directive, there's a desire to change it. For example, the access to credit markets. That was really interesting that that it was not the finance committee who tackled that revision, but there must have been something particularly interesting at that point in time when you as the chair felt the need to mix things up a little bit and have a different ad hoc committee to tackle the change in SC. Is that?
Well, it was really the read of the group. The chair has the responsibility to appoint the committee, but it's happening in a committee environment where everybody's going, well, gee, let's not try to solve this in this big meeting.
Mm-hmm.
We need to do some work with staff, in partnership with staff, to come up with a solution. So then the chair responsibility to appoint, okay, who's going to be on this ad hoc?
Thank you for the clarification. So my comment here, and I think just adding a little bit of perspective, These originally started with an SD, and it was SD9, which at the time was resource planning, and there were a lot of ideas floating around about what SD9 should be, what it shouldn't be, and and so this ad hoc committee, the idea of the ad hoc committee was, I think, born out of the need to revise SD9. We are in the middle of revising SD9 from a resource planning strategic directive to very likely would be something close to resource adequacy. So I think following that line of thought, it's okay. Let's tackle the SD. But I appreciate the piece of once we have the SDs revised, is there more? Not only to revise current SDs, but is there a need for an additional strategic directive? And that perhaps could be the piece with the ad hoc. But I did want to bring in SD9 because I think it plays a role in how these came about, in addition to the strategic initiatives that Craig mentioned.
Yeah. So Janice, I see your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, and I really like that idea. What we've done in the past is we've put these SD revisions into the committees, and maybe and then you have the committee changes hand, and you have a different chair, and so maybe in the future, if the board determines that we want to revise an SD, doing it by an ad hoc committee rather than sticking it in the standing committees might be a better way forward, more productive use of our time than trying to do this SD work and all the committee work in the committee meeting. So just something we might look at going forward.
I don't think it's anything that requires you to decide something today because you've got it here in your policy that you use ad hocs. So I think the only purpose of bringing this up right now is just to kind of refresh our memory about how to use ad hocs, the utility of them. And I think, Javier, your point is exactly right, which is when the board has determined it wants to revise an SD, that's certainly in my experience, the appropriate time to consider whether an ad hoc is an appropriate vehicle through which to do that. Sarah?
I think we should have ad hocs. I think they're lovely. But this language is really, really vague. I don't understand who appoints the board members and who designates the committee chair, whether they do that internally or whether the chair of the board does that. And I don't know who makes the clear statement of purpose. Is that made by the committee themselves or the chair or the board? Anyway, just if we were to look at revisions, I would perhaps consider us tightening this language for clarity, just so nobody thinks, oh, I wanted to be on this committee and I'm not on this committee. It prevents a lot of heartburn.
Doesn't one of our policies specifically say the chair will appoint committees?
Well, that's where I was turning, Mike, because that's exactly the question. So I was turning to GP6, the role of the board officers. So GP6, bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I'm on page 41. Bullet point 7, the board chair shall appoint the chairs of the standing committees with the approval of the board. I am not seeing any reference here, and maybe I'm missing it, to the appointment of ad hocs in this policy. So I think, Sarah, to your point, it's a little vague in your policies as to what the process of appointing an ad hoc might be, and whether you revise it. My recommendation might be to put it in GP6 because that's where we're talking about the appointment of committees. But I do think that's a good action step to flag, is a little cleanup on GP6 or GP8 that addresses this question of the appointment of an ad hoc. Does that make sense to everybody? Just a little board process thing that I think helps perhaps make sure it becomes an operationally clear way to make something happen.
Well, that's one of those deals too. If it's not spelled out, does that mean you can't do it? Or only if something is spelled out telling you can't do it?
These are neither permissive nor, what is the other word, restrictive. But the idea is if the language is ambiguous, Mike, you might get yourselves tied into a knot unnecessarily around how to do it. So why not figure out right now or soon what the answer is? Again, in my experience, it's the board chair to whom you assign responsibility, as Bill has described, for both the appointment of committee members as well as committee chairs and ad hoc members. So if you may have a different idea about how to proceed, but that might be kind of the position that you want to take. And I can imagine perhaps a redrafting of this policy in which that comes back. And you consider it. Steve, I see your hand is up in the back. You're going to need a microphone, I think. So can somebody make
On the web, might be good to.
Can you go ahead and repeat it, Steve, just
Sure.
so everybody hears that?
Okay, I'd be happy to. I just wanted to point out for clarity that the bylaws actually do cover special committees, which would include an ad hoc committee, and states that the chair, with the concurrence of the board, may from time to time appoint special committees. And therefore, you certainly could embody what you were talking about, Eric, into the governance principles as well. It
So
would
I
be
would,
consistent with the bylaws.
yeah, I appreciate that. And so if I were just to make a recommendation, Amanda, to you to potentially clean up GP6 and just clarify that that bullet point 7 says that it's both ad hocs as well as standing committees. I think that's a easy reconciliation that clarifies this point. And if no one objects, I would like to keep going. I see a thumbs up. That's good enough for me. Thank you. So let's look briefly at the BL7, Scott, if you don't mind. I just want to just touch on these real quickly. So the two BLs that received lower scores were the delegation to the president and CEO and the delegation to the CEO with regard to legislation and regulation. The comments here I read quite carefully. The comment on BL7, there was just one comment, had to do with if OPPD's mission is to deliver power affordably, reliably, and in an environmentally sensitive manner, should we ask the CEO to report when the balance among these tips out of balance? And Javi, I don't know how you, if you want to just address that point, but it seems to me that on an ongoing basis, you're continually trying to make sure the board's aware of that balancing act that you're trying to achieve.
Yeah, I think that's a job, right? And it's a job that will, at least not in my lifetime, will ever be completed. You know, achieving that maximization of all those goals, it's ultimately what we're working for. What I liked about that comment is really a call out for a specific opportunity to discuss those trade-offs, right? My thoughts are that we take that as a given, right? There's always this friction between affordability, reliability, environmental sensitivity, and a bunch of other directives. But we haven't necessarily carved out a time when we're talking about strategic directive monitoring reports, individual ones, or perhaps one of the ones that comes to mind as the most important one to have this conversation is strategic directive 1. For us to talk about, are we not only in compliance with the directive, but also talk about the frictions that I see in the organization as we're trying to move different initiatives. So I really appreciate the invitation for a little bit more purposeful addressing of those trade-offs.
Cool. So I want to keep moving on. So with regard to BL9, the delegation with regard to legislation and regulation, there were two disagrees there. One comment, which is this is complicated. And last year's workshop, the prior year's workshop, I know you've been continually working on your BL 9, making sure that there's a way for the board to stay apprised of legislation, making sure the board has a way to give input into the advocacy work that the organization is going to do around legislation. So I don't think this is an indication that this is not working. I think this is an indication that this is a work in progress to continue to get the communication around a very complicated issue straight and dialed in. But I would ask any board members who want to talk just very briefly about BL9 to do so if you wish. Yes, Sarah.
This was me again. I remain uncomfortable with the delegation of our support, neutral, or opposition to legislation to the CEO exclusively. I think as a board, we should be able to weigh in on that because the CEO is also representing us to our elected peers at other levels of government. And so it's not something that I'm like ready to dig into and modify and start advocating for changing, but it's just something that really does not sit well with me, not because I don't trust our CEO and not because I didn't trust our previous CEO, but when one person is speaking with all 8 of our voices, I want to make sure that we have spoken amongst each other and made a recommendation. That there are no surprises, which we haven't. Lisa does really well making sure there are no surprises, but I'm uncomfortable with that delegation and remain so.
That's helpful to hear, Sarah. And I appreciate that you're not asking today for us to tackle the issue. What you're asking us is to let you continue to kind of dig in and dive in and see how the process is working now and continue to see whether or not your comfort level remains in the yellow or whether it gets into the green or descends into the red. And perhaps the best place we leave it today is keep watching and seeing how that process works. But anybody else who want to say, yes, go ahead, Mike.
Something up here, guys. Let's just use.
Mike, you want to take your mask off while you're talking?
Yeah.
There you go.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Let's use BL7 as an example, just because I don't need to focus on this one, but just it pops up. Let's just say when I'm doing the survey, I feel that yes, we should delegate the authority to the to CEO. So I'm over on the green side.
Yeah.
However, if I'm thinking, but I think we trample over that authority we give him sometimes. So should I be on the negative side? Sometimes the perception of of the question can dictate how you respond. Just using that example. I mean, I could go either way there depending upon how I perceive the question or interpret it.
Right. Good point.
Should we be a little more, I don't know, should we be a little more succinct, I guess, in how the questions are worded?
Well, that would be one suggestion. Another would be to make sure that in your comments that you're being clear about why you're answering in the way which you are answering. Right. Bill, did you want to say something here?
Yeah, just a quick thing regarding what Sarah said. 2 things. One is I found, and a lot of the board members that I've associated with have found that going to the legislative rally at APPA and being part of that process on a national level where you are advocating, but you're not advocating necessarily for a specific bill that has certain wording. And the challenge we found is that on legislation, and the reason we delegated to the CEO is that that ballgame can change on a dime. And so taking a position with your meetings being in a certain schedule sometimes doesn't work in a legislative environment where the wording may change tomorrow and suddenly you're no longer, you don't want to be tied to a position that your board took. That's the challenge of doing it in real time.
Bill, if I may give you some pushback.
Sure.
So in Nebraska, because all of the bills come in the first 10 days, we don't see changes unless there are amendments. I would be comfortable with changes with delegating the authority around immediate amendments that need to be discussed. But because we see every piece of legislation in the first 10 days, we can provide the support to say yes, no, oppose, neutral, because we're a little bit different than every other state. Congressional level, I appreciate that. That's going to change a lot. But in Nebraska, the way our structure functions, we do have the ability, and most governing bodies do weigh in this way.
Helpful perspective. Again, just recognizing time on this one, I want to be careful. But
yeah, I'll be quick. Two quick things. One is I definitely defer to Sarah because I have not worked in the legislature and I'm interested in her perspective to be sure. But I think how it relates to congressional, but also local is something that I think I'm interested in as well. And then the other thing that I would add is that this bullet, when communicating position on local, state, or federal legislation, that's a position, but I know that like the conversations are always happening behind the scenes. And so that's also a place where I kind of wonder once in a while, what are we telling our congressional delegation? What are we telling? That's a place where I don't always know the answer. I trust our staff to do it, but it's also a murky area where every once in a while I kind of go, I wonder what we're guiding them towards in this particular instance.
Yeah. Javier, I'm wondering if you want to just give your perspective on this question since it's come up.
Yeah, I think this is a fantastic conversation. Excuse me. I welcome the clarity that Sarah paints. We have the first 10 days you introduce bills at the legislature. Would be fantastic for me to know where the board stands as a whole, and then use that as a guide to proceed with amendments throughout the 60 or the 50 remaining days of the session. That would be very useful, and not only for me, but Lisa's team would be very grateful to do that. I think the challenge is, can we do it on a timely basis? And I think there's a way for us to figure out a way to do that in a way that it's high level, that really gives us the guidance, but also gives us the margin to operate throughout the legislative session here in the state. For national, federal, congressional level, that one gets a little trickier. And I think this is one where, we've talked about policy postures in the past, and we worked on those a couple of years ago. I think maybe it was a year ago. I find that valuable because it does provide some guidance, but it's not restrictive, right? And so the way I see that guidance is, hey, it's fantastic guidance from the board, and it is augmented by all the GPs, BLs, and SDs that we have, right? And so the delegation that comes to me in BL7 comes in really clearly to me to say, okay, well, I have the accountability to meet all of these other SDs. In addition to what's listed in the legislative guidance, there are a lot of other SDs that I have the accountability to meet. So having flexibility is important to me in order for us to carry out our jobs, influencing legislative issues in Capitol Hill, but at the same time not too restrictive that it really doesn't give us a place at the table. So once again, I'll bring the issue of trust. Is the CEO doing the work that you're all asking me to do with all of this structure, and in addition to the guidance, the legislative guidance that I get, allowing me to operate in the best possible way I have, right? Without being too prescriptive to the point that we wouldn't have a seat at the table. So in summary, I welcome the guidance, and I also welcome the flexibility and acknowledgement that we need to work quickly because things turn in a dime sometimes.
Yeah, and I'm appreciating it, and maybe it's worth looking at, just since we're here talking about them, looking at the language of BL9 and BL7. So just because this is a governance workshop and this is the chance for us to really refamiliarize ourselves with what we were actually saying. So BL9 is on page 28 of your policy book. If I could ask everybody to turn to that page. This is your delegation with regard to federal legislation, local and state and federal legislation and regulation. And so as you can see, you've fully delegated to the CEO the authority to develop the positions consistent with board policies. Now, if you turn to BL7, which I think is really the more kind of crucial policy, BL7 talks about the actual delegation to the CEO. And so, of course, the first few bullets talk about the role of the board in identifying and defining the vision and mission of OPPD and the strategic directives, and those policies that define the delegation to the CEO with regard to the CEO's authority, and that the CEO is delegated the authority to establish all further policies. I want to call your attention, if I can, to the language of bullet point 5. To me, this is the crucial underpinning of the communication and the accountability that your CEO has to the board. Now, I'm going to read this language because I just think this is such an important fulcrum of governance for OPPD. The CEO shall use prudent judgment in the exercise of the delegations and in a manner that is operationally and economically sound, serves the best interests of OPPD's customer owners and community, employs prudent business practices, balances the risks and benefits of those actions, and does not expose OPPD to unreasonable risk. So that's all good. Now, the next part to me is even more crucial. If the CEO reasonably determines that an activity related to the delegations presents, regardless of the size of the financial commitment, 1, a unique and significant operational risk to OPPD, 2, a significant impact to customers, 3, a significant impact to community relations, 4, a significant impact to OPPD's reputation, or 5, materially compromises the policies and goals established by the board, the CEO shall inform the board in a timely manner and request, and may request that the board take appropriate action. So I think, again, looking at the scores on BL7, for example, BL7 was, 6 of you said this language is what we want to see. There was a minor disagreement around, or comment around, like, I want to see how we balance, the reporting. This is the fulcrum policy. And so, again, Javier, if you would like to just speak to the manner in which you feel like this is being interpreted, I think that's an appropriate thing.
This is the biggest one for me.
Yeah.
Right? It's a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. It is for me to reasonably determine a lot of these activities and for me to use my judgment, prudent judgment, nonetheless. So I think this is one where, again, I was recently selected by the board, and I'm honored that you're trusting me with exercising that judgment and making those calls. But I am aware that many times things are not going to be black and white, right? And I will have to make judgment calls and decisions. And it's one that I've had the pleasure of working with for many years, but not with all of you. And I think it's one where I need to continue to build that relationship and that trust. To the point that I was making earlier, additional guidance is always welcome, because then it helps me make better judgments, without ignoring the fact that they will continue to be judgments, right? And the buck stops here. And I will continue to make the best calls that I have, and I will use the board, or call on the board when I need to, when I don't know if things might be here. If I determine that the activity related to delegations presents issues with operations, with reputation, etc., it gives me that door that is open, right, for us to have those conversations. Once again, going back to that trust relationship, you've put a lot of trust in me, and you're demanding a lot of me and my position here. And so, how do I react, and how do I carry out your will for the organization in a way that gives me that flexibility? Sarah, your point about it makes you nervous to give me a blank check. This is my words, but hey, you're gonna go out and carry out our voice, collective voice of OPPD with other elected officials. I take that very seriously. I get just as nervous, maybe even more so than you. So I welcome the opportunity to get to hear where you stand, so that I can carry out that voice in a better way, and not have to come back and say, "Whoops, I didn't know." Right. So there's a good opportunity for us to strengthen these, with the acknowledgement that ultimately it will be, a lot of these will be my judgment and my decision. It's exciting, and it's a little nerve-wracking at the same time.
So that's a good grounding for us, I think, to just keep moving the conversation this morning forward to the SDs. And so, Scott, if I could ask you to turn to the SDs. So I wanted to start with the bottom. Well, first of all, acknowledging we've got a lot of green, but I want to start now kind of working our way up from those that are at the bottom of this list in terms of where there were the most disagreement, the biggest disagreement, and start to work through kind of what are we doing then? What are we going to do with each of these policies? So the very first one on the list is the rates policies, SD2. Now, as I understand it, the Finance Committee is working on an update to the rates policy, and I'm not sure we need to spend a lot of time today chewing on the actual changes that are going to be occurring in that policy as the Finance Committee comes up with its new language. I'm aware that there were a number of comments cognizant of the fact that we need to delete the specific date reference, consider removing the no general rate increase language. In addition, comments addressing affordability, energy conservation, efficiency through rates, considering changes to the benchmarks used to evaluate OPPD's effectiveness. If I could ask the board member who's the chair of the Finance Committee, though, to give us a brief recap of where this policy sits, that would be excellent. Rick Yoder, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. we are going to spend much of our October meeting this Friday on this. I'm hoping that we can reveal something in November based on where the consensus is on Friday. That's a little ambitious. The stopgap plan B, if we have to, is to change that language in the first that has the date in it, and continue working on it. So it may take a couple of iterations because we have that calendar deadline. But I'm hopeful for this discussion this Friday. What challenges that is that I continue to find issues that I can raise in committee. I'll take ownership of that.
And who else, just by show of hands, is on that committee, on the finance committee? Any of you want to also just opine on kind of the status of this redraft of this policy? Amanda?
Yeah, I mean, I think generally we're working through the language. I really appreciate some of the comments that were provided here because I think that it kind of highlights maybe some areas of priority. I mean, we were already talking about many of these areas, but hearing sort of some of the language repeated in these comments just reaffirms that there's going to be areas that are more important than others to focus on during this initial revision. I think that there's still a lot of information with like the energy burden project that's going to help inform what do we do about affordability indicators in this in the future that I don't think that we're ready to trigger yet, but we recognize that as an important piece. So this one will evolve.
Anybody else want to comment, Mike?
In retrospect, should we have had the 5-year goal of no rate increases within the was that an SD?
SD2.
Should that have been actually been in the SD, or should it have been a more generalized goal? Should you have specific numbers or specific dates in an SD like this?
I certainly see lots of examples where boards do, Mike, and I think it's completely appropriate that this board at one point put that language into this policy, and completely appropriate that you're now re-examining whether that language still works for you.
I mean, if we had needed to raise the rates in the 5th year, we're basically violating our own policy. Well, we would have needed to do so prudently, or perhaps we could go to a 6th year. I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I just don't know if that was something we should have specifically had almost like a drop dead date on it.
This is now we're right to the art of policy governance, right? It's the board governing through its policies. That was the language that the board came up with, agreed on, and so you've had to live with. So now I think you're asking yourselves the question, is that the language we want to continue to live with? And a big question clearly around this policy is, do we try to set any other specific targets or dates in this policy with regard to our expectations with regard to rate increases? I think that's for this committee to sort of sort out and figure out and bring a draft back to the board to consider, and you hash it out as you have as you hash it out. Craig, do you want to say something, or Rick, did you want to go ahead and say something more here?
Yeah, I'll just respond to a comment that was made to me without attribution for the meeting here, is that I think I'm known as having sometimes expressed impatience maybe, or have urged faster action. And the comment was made to me, well, then that's up to the board to put a date on things. And so Mike, in response, I'm now considering what SDs would be better served by having dates. So I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah, this is going to come up when we talk about SD9 in just a moment, because there's comments in there in which people are looking for interim carbon targets towards the decarb plan. So I'm sorry, SD7. In SD7, do you want to include interim targets? That's going to be a question for you. But let's not talk about SD7 right now. I want to stick with SD2. If there's any further comments from board members on SD2. Am I seeing, Mary, you want to say something here? Yes.
I think the efforts made on SD2, sometimes we want to fold in more principles or objectives maybe than are appropriate for this SD. I see this as going to our legal obligation to run a profitable enterprise that can sustain itself year over year, which does not mean that we should ignore affordability or those sorts of concerns. But the economic position of the vast number of the citizens of the United States of America is not going to be solved by our work on SD2. The problems of the disparity of income and what is it, 98% of this is not quite exact, but it's close, of the wealth of the United States is in the hands of 1% of the citizens, and everybody else is subsisting on the remainders. We're not going to solve that with SD2. I guess I feel like that's a caution that we need to remind ourselves of, is that this is about the success of the utility, of staying in business and continuing to advance and offer advantages to our customers.
Mhm. So I want to make sure we don't spend too much time on affordability and SD2 because we got other SDs to talk about. But Bill, go ahead.
Just a quick comment. As working on SD2 has to also be done in conjunction with SD3 because you have set requirements for the utility to meet certain financial standards, and that's driven by the rate issue. And on the rate issue.
And just for clarification, SD3 is the access to credits.
It's the access to credit markets, because that's directly affected by how you change or don't change rates. And on the rate side, an observation that not having rate shock doesn't seem to be, I don't see those words in there, so that may be something to consider in the future. The other one is your 20% target. That seems to be a target overall. And some utilities have targets that are within rate classes. So by rate class, don't exceed or looking to be a percentage below a target. So there's a lot of ways to craft this, and so you'll have good work ahead of you.
So SD2 is in the hands of the Finance Committee, and this Friday, it sounds like there's going to be an initial discussion of the draft coming out of that committee, if I'm hearing correctly. Within the committee. Within the committee, there'll be a discussion of the draft. Yes. Let me move on to.
Sorry, real quick.
Go ahead, Eric. Yeah.
SD2. Most of the discussion was about affordability. I also have mentioned in the past an interest in rate structures that support efficiency and conservation. That language is included in SD7, and I've made my position pretty clear about declining block rates. I do not favor them. I believe that they work counter to the energy transition that's occurring, and that they also are counter to certain portions of the equity consideration. And so I've talked to Rick about this in the past, and I hope in the affordability discussion that we also consider the efficiency and conservation and rates that work in that direction. I just wanted to make sure that I had submitted that comment before, and as the discussion continues, it's not only focused on affordability, but there is that additional consideration. Thanks, Rick.
I appreciate that, Eric. So let's move on, if we can, to SD9. SD9 is the resource planning policy. I believe this is in progress in the Systems Committee to get a refresh. I believe this is a policy that you've identified a number of flaws in. Now, who is the chair of the Systems Committee? Eric, do you want to talk a little bit about what the committee is working on here and how it's approaching this policy?
Sorry, you're starting with 9. I only asked because the next 3 are all systems.
Well, SD9 is the one is on the table right now.
Yep. So 9 has been discussed a number of times in the past, and specifically the update from resource planning to resource adequacy. I believe the current timeline is a proposal with language from staff to the Systems Committee to review sometime around the end of this year. And so that has been in process, and I think the comments here are probably reflective of the recognition that we need to update this policy to be more in line with where we are headed in the future. So if others have comments, I'd be glad to hear those. But that's kind of where we're at now, and we do expect that to be over the next couple of months in the committee.
Eric, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but maybe I could. Can you summarize what you heard in those comments in terms of the areas to address in SD9?
From comments, both written and in past discussions, I would say the resource planning language seems insufficient to where we're headed and not providing any specific clarity on what the outcomes will be. I believe 2 years ago at this meeting, we talked about even the potential of just doing away with SD9 because it doesn't seem to provide any specific guidance to how staff will carry out resource planning activities. And I think that without a change over the last 2 years, that probably is still the position we're in. And so on recommendation from senior management team or executive leadership team, the idea that we should update that language to reflect more of how resource planning is carried out and where we're going in the future, I think is kind of where we're at now. Again, I don't want to speak for others, but that is generally what we've talked about over the last 2 years, that there isn't real specificity and it doesn't seem to clarify a what outcome that the board has expressed. Nor provide any specific assistance to staff in carrying that out.
That's great, Eric. Thank you. Thoughts from other board members on SD9 that, yeah, Rick.
So this is a struggle. I mean, this is with regards to the ad hoc discussion we had earlier. I think it's not just SD9, but it's that fundamental framing issue of how do we respond to market transformation that and long-term planning. Does it mean that we modify, which I think we're already doing, our business model? And then the board hasn't landed on this. And so my struggle is that this is really meaty and the board needs to talk about it. So I mean, I remember the first time we had this meeting with you, an LRI-led meeting, and I showed up coughing and hacking. I remember that. And Ann McGuire at the time said, maybe we need a market transformation SD. This is a long-term unresolved issue. So I'm very hopeful that what's happening is going to solve it.
Javier, do you want to offer a thought here?
Just a quick comment. I appreciate the comments here, and I vividly remember, and I know we're working on SD9. Both Eric and Rick have mentioned the two magic words that we typically focus on here in the workshops: the what and the how. Right, and I think in this conversation, my experience is that we often get a little mixed on how we achieve the market transformation that Rick just mentioned, versus what does that market transformation is going to do for OPPD. Right, and I appreciate that there are quite a bit of nuance discussions that need to happen between what the board wants to see versus how the organization carries out that transformation. That is the what, right? And I just want to call that out here because I think this is a very, very important concept that I would like more clarity, and that as we proceed with revisions of SDs and other policies, is to keep that in mind about how the board gives us guidance on the what, and we have a lot more responsibility on the how we carry out.
I really appreciate that. And I have a thought about that I want to offer, and then maybe Bill, you may have a thought as well. It's my experience that, yes, of course, ultimately kind of what outcome and result you're trying to achieve. In this case, perhaps, Eric, you've made it clear that the outcome in SD9 is resource adequacy or sufficient adequate planning for resource adequacy. But I think at the level below the spelling out of the exact what, many of the board's policies can or could spell out the criteria that the board wants management team, the CEO, to use in evaluating options. So it's not saying the how, but it's saying within this what, these criteria matter to us. These sometimes they're called principles, but that language occurs often in governance systems like OPPDs. And so it's another level, another layer that you can be clear about. And so without getting into the details about SD9, I think it's something to consider is like, what do we want to make sure management is weighing in looking at resource adequacy? It's fair game for the board to articulate. Bill, do you want to say anything about that? Or
Well, the one observation I have is that, and again, from my experience with one particular utility of SMUD, that its resource plan has been modified since 2003, 14 times. 14 times. And each time has been done in a partnership with management. So it's not like the board suddenly goes off into left field or right field. But recognizing state legislation, federal legislation, what's the environment, how it's changing. And since 2015, when you implemented this policy, SMUD has also modified it 4 times. And what they've done is put more granularity in the what. So there are stages. And again, done in concert with the management team, recognizing all the other pressures that are there. And we have interim targets that are achievable, that are measurable, and that can meet all the other strategic directives that you've outlined.
Well, I would just add that in SD9 in SPUD's case, that's where the energy efficiency metrics get included. And I don't think that's what you guys are doing with SD9 here at OPPD. So it's a different interpretation of what's happening within the body of the policy. SD7, I believe, is more where you're trying to include, if I'm not mistaken, more of the metrics that pertain to environmental leadership. Again, that's not a big deal. What's important is that you decide as a board if metrics are important and targets are important, what are they? And how do we, as you say, Bill, in concert with management, spell those out on a path, as Sarah said earlier, that you're all comfortable with in terms of the pace of change, recognizing the multiple missions within the mission. Rick, I'm just curious to hear, as I talk more about kind of the inclusion of criteria within an SD9, or Eric, as I talk about it, maybe really to you, Eric, is that helpful at all in terms of just kind of thinking about the distinction between the what, the how, and the interim layers between?
Yeah, and I've discussed with other directors the idea of if there are specific outcomes that we are looking to see achieved that are more detailed than what has been expressed in policy in the past, what is the policy mechanism to get to that? One example in particular, I've asked a number of times, what is the most beneficial level of distributed energy resources in our district? And we don't currently have any defined number. I believe that to be a part of the decarbonization investigation. So after December, I hope that will be something we can discuss in more detail. But that isn't currently a metric in either 7 or 9 for us. And as we look toward policy updates in some of these areas, that is something that maybe needs to move into a more defined position. And I've heard other specific outcomes mentioned from others in the past as well. I don't know if anybody wants to echo on this, but that idea of, I don't think the board intends to dictate how we would achieve distributed energy resources, but an outcome of having a percentage or megawatt hour or whatever it is, it feels like a what that has not previously been defined. And so I think that's an area where as we get through, there are a number of very intense resource planning and adjacent related activities currently ongoing. The decarbonization investigation, the preparation of the IRP for 22, all of these things are currently parallel. But I think by the end of this year, we'll have a lot more clarity that will help us in a lot of these areas.
Yeah. Thank you, Eric. Other board members want to comment on SD9. I'm going to move to SD7 next. So SD9 is going to be your resource adequacy SD. SD7 is your environmental leadership SD. Again, you're welcome to turn to the page that has SD7 on it. SD7 is, I believe, on page 7, appropriately enough. And now, is this one also in committee, Eric?
It's been discussed as potential for update after the conclusion of the decarbonization strategic initiative, specifically with the idea of interim metrics. That was a principle that was recognized at the beginning of the decarbonization work 2 years ago. And now that we get to the end, I think considering an update to SD7 to have appropriate interim metrics is something the committee has talked about.
And that was certainly the comment that I was picking up most frequently from the board survey about SD7 was the desire for inclusion of some interim stages that we can measure our progress through. And would other board members who either opined about SD7 or have thoughts about SD7, please feel free right now to open your mics and offer those. Amanda, as you sit in the chair role now, I'm just curious, as you think about the things that are in committee, you've got SD9, you've got the possibility of SD7, we just talked about SD2, number of things going through committee, important policies. I'm just curious if there's kind of an ongoing update that's occurring to the board on the status of kind of where all those negotiations are, so the board members remain apprised of the work of the committees in that regard.
So that should be occurring during all committees when the chair of the committee gives their chair report. And I think in general that's been occurring. I think that there's still probably a level of detail that we're still, some chairs do it better than others as far as bringing the rest of the group along. But I also don't think that it's very clear of how, if you're not sitting on the committee, how you can infuse your opinion before it comes to discussion at the board level. And I don't know if that's needed, but I know that that's currently lacking.
And that's going to be a discussion this afternoon. So that is definitely on the agenda for after lunch. But it sounds like there's certainly at least a process in place to keep your colleagues, everybody apprised of the progress through committee.
Yeah, and I'll add to, there's the work plan also that we review. So there are some things that are sitting on the work plan that just haven't started yet. So SD7, I believe, is on the work plan, knowing that it is going to be triggered by the findings in the decarbonization initiative. So it's kind of in that holding pattern, if you will.
So is it,
Parking lot.
so just on the work plan itself, since what I think we're ultimately trying to get to today is like a definition on the work plan of what are the 2022 aims of the board in terms of SD refresh or SD updates. We know SD2 and SD9 are currently on the work plan, currently going through committee. SD7, it sounds like it's on the work plan to be tackled next. Am I hearing correctly?
Maybe Scott or Mo could answer that one for us. I think that it's been something that's been discussed, but I don't believe that an update is currently scheduled with a timeline. And I think that it is not currently scheduled with a timeline, and I think that is based on wanting to make sure that we leave staff the time to complete the modeling and adjacent work that's going on right now, and then use that information to inform policy updates, but with the understanding that this is something that has been known since the beginning of the process. And so when that is completed, taking a next step toward setting those, specifically the update related to interim metrics, has been the discussion.
Well, just speaking kind of to the point of what the survey reveals, if you were to kind of prioritize your work plan based on where people are saying, I am uncomfortable with the current language of the policy, looking at it from an outsider's perspective, SD2, SD9, SD4, and SD7, we'll get to SD4 in a second, certainly seem to rise to the top in terms of things you'd want to have on your work plan to refresh.
So you did mention 4 there, and that's been a little bit of a tricky one. We haven't talked about it yet.
We're about to talk about it.
Oh, great. Should I go to that?
Hold the thought. Let me before we go to SD4, let me just make sure we have not missed somebody who wants to opine about SD7.
And I can add, verifying that it is actually on the completed items on the work plan based upon the recent revision on SD7.
So, okay, well, let's come back to that. Yes, Janice.
This is not specific to SD7, but I think we talked in our last workshop or at some point with this board, we talked about perhaps setting a priority and maybe not trying to revise more than 2 SDs at a time. And so perhaps the focus would need to be continued to be on those 2 bottom ones and not bring more of those other ones into the discussion because it just becomes overwhelming for both the board members and the staff to revise too many SDs at one time.
I appreciate that. Amanda, did I see your hand go up there? No. So I think that if I were sitting on the board, Craig, did you have something you want to say here?
Yeah, just quickly on that, I was thinking about the same thing as I was prepping, and I think the reality is in some cases, some updates may not require a ton of work. So I think it's mostly about the heaviness of the lift rather than the number of SDs. I'd want to encourage us not to set a limit on that, but be reasonable in the work plan that we've got.
And that was exactly the point, Janice, I was about to make, which is I've seen very simple updates, just refreshes language that's outdated and so forth to SDs that can occur with a pretty small amount of work. And then there's others like what's happening with SD9, for example, that are clearly huge lifts. Eric?
We had just talked about 9 and 7, and we talked about distributed energy resources. Could either of the two of you provide some input on where you believe would be more appropriate to talk about an outcome for that? Because I have SMUDs pulled up, and your 7 and 9 are slightly different than ours. I guess as we look at the work on the potential of either of those in the future, do you have thoughts about how a specific outcome might be listed into one or the other of those so that we can use that as we move forward?
And are you asking a question about a specific outcome? Because I need to be more clear on what exactly the question is.
If we are, I guess, do you believe that resource adequacy is a more appropriate place to discuss an outcome for an amount of distributed energy resources in our system? Or do you believe that environmental stewardship is a more appropriate place to discuss an outcome there?
Bill, do you want to offer a thought?
I have an opinion, and it is in the resource plan where I would suggest it belong. And I'd like to raise one challenge, which is.
Can we stick with this point, Bill? I want to stick with this question that he's asking. Are you going to a different point?
No, same point. It's
okay.
Just the issue of your example of distributed generation, which in my book is a how, not necessarily a what. If you go to carbon goals, you go to renewables, you're at a higher level, more general, which is where I would encourage you to be.
So let's say a little bit more about that. So Javier, can you speak to that?
So that was exactly where I was going to go. And my answer to the question Eric posed was, well, it really depends on the what, right? DER is a fantastic tool that could achieve lower emissions. It could achieve higher reliability. It could achieve lower rates. So the question of where does this belong, I think takes us to the what. What are you looking for this tool to deliver? And less on the what tool, how do you want to deliver that? And this has been my struggle before as a CFO, continues to be my struggle as a CEO here on getting a little bit of more of those principles that Eric talked about earlier today that would be guiding principles for us, but at the same time, really focusing on what is it that we're trying to achieve? And perhaps it's all three, right? And if it's all three, then I respectfully ask the board, is the language in each one of those SDs on affordability, reliability, and environmental stewardship, is it lacking? Is there anything in there on the what that we need to know so that we can then get a better understanding of how do we implement those tools? That distributed energy resource tool that could achieve a lot of the whats.
Rick?
Clearly, we don't have an SD on affordability.
Excuse me?
On affordability.
Uh-huh.
I misspoke. I thought I was referring to rates, which affordability is inside that rates piece.
Well, it's a proxy, right? And so, yeah, okay.
So let me go back to the question, Eric, that you posed. So at SMUD, for example, and I think this has happened since you left the board, Bill, SD2, its rates policy now makes the specific criteria for determining rate policy the encouragement of DERs, distributed energy resources. So it's in the rates policy. SD7 makes an oblique reference to DERs. It talks about distributed generation. It doesn't talk about specifically DERs. SD9 at SMUD doesn't talk about DERs at all. It talks about energy efficiency and energy conservation. And so again, I think the placing of it, Eric, is less important from my perspective than the clarity that Javier was alluding to in terms of what are you trying to achieve and how do we say it? And SMUDA doesn't they're not trying to say achieve a certain amount of DERs in a certain period of time, at least not yet. They're simply saying design rates that encourage the use of DERs. That's the most explicit reference.
Without getting too much into the detail of this, I would say that speaking for myself, I personally support recognizing that technology allows people to be empowered to create their own energy, and that we need to be prepared for a future where that is more possible, and that centralized generation only is not likely to maintain the type of dominance it has had in the past. And by looking toward supporting our customer owners to be more able to produce local power, and by which I mean both electricity and also to be more, to have greater self-determination over their energy resources, I think is something that we should expect to be coming in the future and that we should include in policy to support, because we can resist it as much as we want, but this technology is getting so good and so cheap so fast that by not recognizing DERs in our policy, I think we are at a disservice to our customer owners.
I appreciate that. Let me ask you a question about the resource adequacy policy, Eric, if I can. Is that resource adequacy policy going to talk about energy transformation and the energy industry transformation?
I think it will, in that this transformation is making resource adequacy a big issue, right? And I think from the resource adequacy perspective, one of the concepts that we've been talking about for at least the last 3 years with a lot of intensity is the resilience,
right?
And the differences between reliability and resilience. And do we have, because of the transformation we have seen in the market and in the nation, are we keeping an eye on resource adequacy, right? Are we working to prevent the big land outages, blackouts that we have seen around the country? I think that's going to be the first step towards that SD9 revision that we, at least staff believes, and we've discussed with the systems committee, that is necessary to strengthen our suite of strategic directives. It doesn't necessarily talk about the market transformation that needs to happen. It's how that market transformation is affecting the resource adequacy.
Right. I see, Rick, you wanting to speak to this?
I've retracted.
You retracted. Okay. Well, let me move on to SD4 if I can, because it's right on the point of resiliency, I think, that you just mentioned, Javier. And SD4 is the last one on this list that really sort of speaks to the board's discontent, if you will, with kind of the way the policy is currently written. So as I look at the comments to SD4, there are some sort of easy cleanups. Back to kind of, Craig, your point, you could easily clean up the reference to specific business units. You don't need to include a nuclear business unit in SD4. Maybe the definition of a major storm should be included there. Those are all sort of what I would call fairly simple updates to SD4. But then you get into the more substantive questions that were raised by board members in the poll around SD4, all of which seem to revolve around resiliency. And I will note that in the notes to the poll, it mentioned that this policy is on the work plan for systems committee to take up after SD9.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, please go for it, Eric.
Yep, I would say that's been our understanding to date. And I think we've also discussed in the committee that us setting an internal definition on resilience might be premature compared to FERC, NERC, or SPP having the more clear definitions in this area. And so while we do want to understand the difference between reliability and resilience in a technical sense, setting a policy and making a policy update in that area has been something we have not rushed to the front compared to SD 9 or 7, because there will be external factors that will influence us on that. And so I would say that's generally where we are. I think we don't have a current date. I believe it is on the work plan or maybe the parking lot specifically, but I don't think that we are pushing this one to the front until we have some more external information.
Okay, thank you.
It is on the work plan.
So based on the work plan today, Scott, just to turn to the work plan again, SD4 is on the work plan after SD9 for the Systems Committee. But SD7 has been recently updated and is not on the work plan.
Correct. The items that are on the work plan currently are SD4, SD2, SD9. They're as well as SD11 and SD13.
And we'll get to SD11 and SD13 in a moment. I'm just looking at my notes on SD7, trying to, again, and I realize we're sort of bouncing between policies here. And one of the reasons why I think that's interesting, just as a kind of, we step back, is I wonder where at OPPD there's the discussion that needs to occur sometimes about the interplay between policies. One of the things that I facilitated at SMUD, for example, was at times what we called the holistic policy review, where we would take a block of 3 or 4 policies that were interconnected, like reliability, like environmental leadership, like resource planning, like rates, and say, are these policies all speaking from the same place? Are we saying what we need to be saying holistically in these policies, or have we inadvertently through this policy governance system created this kind of chopped up system of policies where the policies themselves can be incongruous? So I will say that it was hugely beneficial for the SMUD board on numerous occasions to say, let's just step back and look in concert at these policies and say, how do they link together? And are we achieving through our policies what we really want to achieve? And I know the committee structure sometimes is another function that can get in the way of that more holistic approach. And we can talk about committees in a moment, but anyway, as I talk about this holistic view, just curious to hear your thoughts. And Craig, I see you're wanting to speak to this.
Don't know that I was, but I'll offer a thought. I think that's a really interesting comment. I find myself thinking about what would trigger something for us, what would trigger that conversation. And I know, for me, it's the strategic initiatives that are going to be extraordinarily crucial to informing where we're going. It's the Powering the Future 2050 conversations that are happening that to me are really like, this is really where it is that we're going. And I think a lot of the stuff that we're talking about here today is in some ways incremental towards that longer term vision anyway. So I tend to think that once we get that, like some semblance for where the true long-term future is, that would cause me to at least step back and go, are our policies congruent with what that future is?
Yeah, good. Rick?
I appreciate the concept. I think we've talked in governance committee about cross-cutting issues that go across more than one SD. Affordability comes to mind. Yes, we talk about monitoring affordability indicators, but the board has not said definitively, how we're going to go about that. Not the monitoring, but addressing affordability, or even in identifying maybe Pareto-wise, those SDs that most impacted. So I think it would be useful certainly for affordability and maybe for some other thematic issues.
Mm-hmm. And from a process standpoint, Amanda, this is kind of where I think, okay, how could you use an ad hoc potentially to, take a step back from 2 or 3 of our policies and just not make decisions about changes to policy, but how could that ad hoc potentially help inform our committee discussions about specific policies with regard to places that need to be brought into more congruity? But that's just a thought. This is to me the continued work of governance is, yes, you have a really great framework here. It's not perfect. And be able to say, okay, where are the places where we need to be vigilant, that our voice is clear and our direction is clear? It's an always helpful question to be asking yourselves. Javier?
If I may offer a comment, and Craig, thank you for bringing that up, because you tied it all really well together, at least for me, in that there's a circular nature in the work that we do, right? The strategic directives that we have today are giving birth to these Power in the Future to 2050. Yet the work that the organization is doing and imagining what the organization could be in 30 years from now with a lot of subject matter expertise and a future ready posture will help then inform back and refine and calibrate whether or not the strategic directives that we have today are adequate. And then you're aiding that with the strategic initiative work that we have, which is getting down into the specifics of what investments we need to make in order for us to make a big step in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. So it is an ecosystem of strategic work. And what I like about what I'm hearing here is we've been talking a lot about BLs and GPs and SDs, which is really the work that the board does, but how that ties into the other work, strategic work that we're doing, and how they coexist and influence each other. I'm really energized by that piece. And to Mike's point earlier, people will change. Today, there are just a handful of individuals in this room that were in this same room 5 years ago. And 5 years from now, we may not have the same number of people that we have here, right? And so for us to have these nice ecosystem makes me sleep well at night, knowing that it's not only the board, and it's not only the CEO or the organization, but it's rather a combination of all of us working together with our different contributions on policy, as elected officials, but also with strategic vision as employees that is really helping us move forward. And I'm really energized, seeing the work that we need to do. Great. We just talked about specifics on SDs. All of that work is great. And I take a step back and can breathe and say, this is fantastic. We have a really cool thing going on here for OPPD. It energizes me. And I hope that customer owners who may be watching here can be proud of the work that we are all here doing, that it's really for the benefit of the community, not only today, but really long term.
I really appreciate that note and the ecosystem reference that you made, Javier. Let me go back and just pin one thing down, Janice, which was the SD7 on the work plan. So what I'm hearing people say among the board is we need to wait until we see the results of our planning around our carbon reduction and see then what that study shows us. And when we have more information, we need to update SD7 and true it up with that study. So I'm just making a note of that. I saw Janice first and then Eric. Go ahead, Janice.
So I just wanted to go back to this interplay between policy. The interplay between policy discussion. And I think that for me, it doesn't distract to have an issue raised in more than one policy, because it really kind of cements the importance of that and recognizes that this is not just, it's not clear. It's not clear cut. There's not demarcations between the work that we do every day. So having this interplay between policies, and to your point about DER, mentioning DER in more than one policy in a different aspect, I don't think it makes it more confusing. I think it helps to cement the importance of that that strategy in our policy making. So I just wanted to go back to that.
I would agree with that, Janice. It doesn't hurt, so long as there's not inconsistent language about the goals you're trying to achieve. Eric?
So yeah, mostly clarification on your question about SD7. I think the timing is unfortunate. We have a systems pre-meeting tomorrow afternoon, and then the systems committee will receive the SD7 monitoring report in October. That will include an update about the strategic initiative on decarbonization work. And so I think that the work plan update has a lingering note about the last update to SD7, which was the last policy update. And so it is in the completed category. But following maybe tomorrow or 2 weeks from now, we had intended to move that back over to an active number. So I apologize that the note taking today might be confusing relative to other meetings that are happening tomorrow and over the next couple of weeks. But yes, your understanding of after the decarb work is completed, use that energy modeling to help inform an update to SD7 is what the committee has discussed. And so some back work there. It has been a little confusing. I apologize to Scott and Mo for, again, for the note-taking confusion on how the committee work is separate from what's happening today.
Sounds like an iterative process that's continuing to just bring clarity, Eric. So thank you for that. Does anybody have any? So I'm going to move on to the next SDs. I want to make sure, having just touched on SD2, SD9, SD7, and SD4, we're trying to make sure the work plan is clear. I want to make sure there's no questions so far. All of these policies in one form or another are moving on to your work plan as you go forward as a board. Or are on the work plan currently. I misspoke. SD2, SD9 currently on the work plan. SD7, as Eric just alluded to, moving on to the work plan once the carbon analysis is done. SD4 being an active candidate to be taken up by the systems committee once its SD9 work is done. So that's my brief, I hope, accurate recap of where we stand work plan wise. Craig?
I'll just add your comment about the SDs that span multiple. That's in the parking lot. The Port Governance Committee meeting in May to be considered as topic at our governance workshop today. So it was already a twinkle in our eye.
The interplay question, is that what you're?
Yep.
Great. We want to break for lunch in about 7 minutes, so I want to quickly cover a couple of policies that are, I know, more than 7 minutes long in the discussion of. And they are SD 11 and SD 13. So I'll just briefly note that if you look at the list here, SD 5, which is your customer satisfaction policy, it got a couple of mentions with regard to just we need to change the language in the preamble because the language is missing a few words. It's missing the words OPPD shall in the preamble, and that was really the comment in SD5. So it's a very quick cleanup. I don't know if that's the kind of thing we can just note today, bring it back, have the board approve it, but that just changes and clears up the language. With regard to SD11 and SD13, what I heard on SD11 was that several board members appear through their comments to want an update and a refresh to this policy. There seems to be some a plurality of opinion, if I say, about kind of what this policy is trying to achieve. Like, in what way are we trying to incentivize economic development? Where is the concentration of our focus? It feels like an open question that the discussion around SD 11 raised from the survey. So let me just pause on SD 11. It's not currently on the work plan, or is it? Or is there any discussion about where is it on the work plan?
It is currently on the work plan. I don't know, Janice, if you want to speak to that. I know.
I will. So it is on the work plan, and we had wanted to wait until after this discussion today before we started actual work on that. A couple of things on that economic development policy that were getting that were brought up, concerns that were raised were, are we promoting economic development for small businesses and current customers as much as we are focusing on bringing in these huge mega corporations? And then the sustainability issue, and are we having economic development that is sustainable into the future, and that meshes with our decarbonization goals. And so two kind of issues that we really wanted to look at in that one, and we just wanted some kind of consensus from the discussion today on whether we move that forward or whether we put that back on the parking lot.
Whether we move that forward or do what?
Or put it back on the parking lot.
But if I'm understanding correctly right now, your intention is to move it into a committee discussion and really look more deeply at kind of what are we trying to achieve through SD 11.
Right, and I think we wanted, as a committee, more guidance from the full board to what direction to move on that.
Well, so I think that's, I mean, this is one opportunity today to hear that input. Do people have an opinion or a viewpoint they want to express today to this committee with regard to what the emphasis should be in SD 11? I'm not seeing a lot of hands go right up. I see Rick, your hand is on the button though, so you're close to wanting to speak. Eric, you raised your hand first though, so go ahead.
Sure, yeah. I would like to see some additional focus in SD 11 on other types of economic development. As Janice mentioned, we've been very successful in the large-scale economic development, but there are small-scale local business types of economic development, particularly in the area of efficiency and clean energy, that I think could be more fully recognized. I've also mentioned in the past that by helping our customers in all three classes to reduce their energy consumption, they would save money on their energy bill, and that would be an improvement to their bottom line. And I know this has been a point back and forth about our revenues and customer expenses. But I think that recognizing, assisting our customers to have low energy cost is beneficial to them and an economic development opportunity would be something I'd be interested to see here as well.
Thanks, Eric. Rick?
In the interest of time, I guess, I would just say that what I see here in the comments from all the board members seem to coalesce pretty well around trying to have some better defined outcome for the economic development activities. You know, it said here, quite the desired azimuth for the future. To me, that means what is economic development? What's our role in economic development, and how does it tie back to the mission? For me, I think you said it well, Janice, when you said, you know, what is it the big companies we're trying to bring in? Or as Eric said, are there a lot of little things we can do to help the 90 whatever percent of businesses that are our commercial customers? And OPPD's policies here, its pricing structures, defines the market. And having some articulated structure for what OPPD's activities will be to structure that market would be language I think would be really helpful. We struggled with that in finance a little bit. And we think the comments made there were in structuring the market through OPPD's activities. That discussion belongs in SD 11.
Thank you, Rick. Other thoughts on SD 11? Yeah.
I have an opportunity to say this in the.
You take your mask off while you speak, Mary. Thank you.
Sorry. I have an opportunity to say this in the pre-committee bit, but I am concerned about for our rural customers and stakeholders, the redistricting process that just occurred in the state found again an attrition of population in the rural areas, and to the extent that OPPD can, within its service territory, encourage people to live and work in rural areas. That's to our advantage as a company. That's to our advantage as a state to do that. And so I'm not sure how that all works, but I would love for that to be more of a focus here.
And say a little bit more about why you see that as an advantage to the company and to the state of Nebraska.
It is to our advantage to keep people in the rural areas, because they're good places to live. They are good places to raise a family. It will also increase our oomph within the federal system that we are a part of. That's to our advantage. And it will help our cities are great places to live, but they have their own set of problems. And to the extent that we can make it possible for people who would prefer to live in smaller towns, smaller communities, to be able to continue to do that, that's to our advantage.
Thank you. Sarah, did I see your hand up or not on this one?
No, but I was processing that because I question whether or not it's our role to incentivize rural development. I think we could. I think that could be a part of this conversation. But but I question making a value judgment on rural versus urban development, economic development, and placing that anywhere in our SDs. But yeah,
So, thank you, Sarah. So Craig, I see your hand, and then
Yeah,
Mike.
just real quick, I would, tagging on to what Sarah just described, to me, the diversity of issues that we're talking about that I think we're trying to say fall under economic development says to me that we need to really re-examine what's the what we're after here as part of our committee discussion. I've got additional ideas to throw on there as well that I'm not sure if they fit or not.
Thanks, Craig. Mike?
I'll keep my comments brief since I'm on the committee that will be tackling SD 11. But as far as the rural city debate, if you will, I believe we already offer somewhat of an incentive to our rural customers because we don't maintain a separate rural rate. And I've got to think that it costs more money to provide power to a isolated rural customer than what it would the same sized area with much more condensed population. And I'm not advocating for creating a separate rate, but obviously I think the rural customers are getting a break right now.
Thank you, Mike. Denise?
So that was the premise behind public power, so that people in the rural areas could get the same services that they get in the city. But I think to the point that Mary was making, the more we can maintain our rural areas the way they are, really helps us to maximize the infrastructure that we have in place. And as we have people moving out of the rural areas, then we have infrastructure that's not being used. And so to Mary's point, that's one of the ways that it helps us as a business. So I won't belabor that, but we will have a great discussion in the committee, and we can put that on our agenda probably soon.
Thanks, Denise. So I see Craig, your light is on, and I see Rick, your hand is up. So Rick.
Yeah, so Craig, I would just encourage you to go through the comments. I think there's some language here about what we should be doing. OPPD's economic development activities strive to enhance economic vitality and economic well-being in the OPPD service area in support of OPPD's mission is one. There's another. And that doesn't talk about urban versus rural, and it does offer some goals.
Yeah.
So I welcome the fact that you're going to have a robust discussion, and I think there's good information here.
So Javier, I know you had your hand up, and I also want to make sure, I'd like to, after this comment, adjourn for lunch, and then we'll come back and have an SD 13 discussion after lunch. So
no
Javier?
pressure. I'm
No
the
pressure.
one standing between you and a sandwich. I'll do it quick. I would just mention, I think, again, as an economist, I think this is a fantastic, really interesting topic for me. And the one comment that I would offer that would tie, I would say most of the comments that have been mentioned now, it's the optimal utilization of our assets. It's really, I think that I offer that as a topic that could be underlying in this revision. It's not just looking for more revenues and the revenue and the cost structure that Eric mentioned earlier. It's really how do we best optimize the utilization of our assets. To Mary's point, we have assets already in the rural areas. Can we utilize them better and spread the cost that Mike was talking about earlier about the difference between serving a rural and an urban area? Well, if we can spread those costs in a different way that we can optimize our assets would be fantastic. 65% of the companies that our economic development team is actively working with and pursuing different projects, they employ 50 or fewer employees. Now, we don't hear a lot about them because they're not the large other companies that we hear about them, but there is some activity happening there. And I think what I appreciate about this discussion is really what are we after here? Are we after more jobs? Are we after more revenue? Are we after a diversity of location of employees or employers? Or ultimately, are we after a more optimal utilization of our assets that will ultimately benefit all of our customer owners? So I'm really energized with this conversation. I wanted to double down on the concept that Janice mentioned, which is the assets. Right? How do we more optimally use those assets?
Thank you, Javier. Sarah, did you want to say one last thing here?
And it's exclusively based on what Javier just said. I wonder too if part of the process of this is that the reporting, the rounds of reporting on this feel very, very periodic. You took the ST very seriously and only giving us periodic updates. If I knew that you were already doing work with small businesses, I wouldn't feel like we needed to modify the SD. And so I wonder if there's, if maybe some of the language and the work is around reporting or having a more robust reporting schedule, cycle, more information, something along those lines.
Good point. All right, with that, I think we're breaking for a 45-minute lunch, if I'm correct. And so that would take us to 10 of the hour of 1 o'clock by my clock. So we are adjourned for lunch. Where are we going for lunch? We're going through that door. We're going to those box lunches right there. Okay. We're going to the counter. All right, so we're adjourned for lunch until 10 of 1. Thank you. We're going to be reconvening here in just a few minutes. I think the slide says 12:45. I think I had said until 12:50, so we give ourselves a little bit more time. But if we could all take our seats, that would be great.
She was sophisticated. She was excellent. Did you see the name on this room?
Douglas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
she
thank
did
you.
that.
Thank you very much.
She
She
did
missed
that.
the Eric Douglas
Oh,
part.
no. Yeah, I think if you stand at the right part of the sign.
Okay, if we could take our seats, that would be great. So let me ask us to kind of just get our heads back into what we're going to cover this afternoon. I want to give you a quick flyover. We're going to talk about SD 13. So I think that can be just really an update on what the board is looking for to in its SD 13 policy. Then we're going to get into deeper dives on the policy monitoring process and how that's working and potential changes or refinements to that process. We noticed this morning some unity of control questions were emerging in the poll, and so we'll talk a little bit about unity of control and some of the nuances around it and that principle of good governance, and then also talk about committee board alignment. There's some subtopics within each of these categories that we're going to dive into, but let's go back to SD 13. On the slide behind me is the scores. Now the scores, only two people disagree with the way in which the language is reflecting of what the board wants, but I believe that there were more comments in the SD 13 discussion that are worth getting out on the table here today. Let me first of all just ask on the work plan side of things, Scott, not to push you on the spot too quickly today, but is SD 13 in a parking lot? Is it on a work plan, or is it just one of the SDs at this point?
It's on the work plan, which means it made it out of the parking lot, but it was put on pause pending the discussion in this workshop.
Okay, thank you. So SD 13 is the stakeholder outreach and engagement policy of the boards. I think it might be useful to just turn to your policy binder and just remind ourselves what the language is in SD 13. It's on page 13. I really like how you guys managed to make that work. I'll read the language. As a publicly owned utility, OPPD is committed to engaging its customers, the community, and other stakeholders. OPPD shall, these are the three big bullet points, share context with customer owners for key decisions, use an integrated, clear, and transparent engagement process that provides meaningful ways for customer owners to participate and provide feedback, is representative of the interested and impacted customer owner segments that OPPD serves, and continuously evaluate and improve its outreach and engagement processes. Now, I noted in the comments to the survey some interesting points being made. The thing that I flagged in my notes was a comment from one of the board members that said, I'd like to see language along the following lines. OPPD is committed to serving its customers, the community, and other stakeholders as the first and best source of information about OPPD. So I think that principle is an interesting one to think about. The unfettered provision of information is necessary for customers to make wise energy decisions and provide informed consent for policy formation, program development, and rate making by the OPPD board and senior management. So, and there's some other comments there I would invite you to take a look at. But let me just start at the level of, is SD 13 sufficiently defining what the board is trying to achieve in the realm of stakeholder outreach and engagement. And remember the principle that I laid out this morning, which is you can both say what you're trying to achieve, which in the case of something like outreach and communication is going to be probably pretty unquantifiable. It's going to be, you're going to be able to say in terms that describe things like we want to make sure we reach our customers effectively, keep them informed about our decisions, the things that you're saying here. But again, somewhat difficult to measure. And you could also then, I think, appropriately in a policy, lay out the criteria that you'd want to use, that you'd want the staff to use in evaluating whether its decisions are consistent with the board's principles. Criteria, such as you have already here, is representative of the interested and impacted customer owner segments that OPPD serves. So I think that is intended as a criterion to say, we want to make sure our communications outreach are sufficiently diverse to mirror the diversity of the people in our service area. All right, I am now going to ask board members to say what they would like to see in this policy. We'll capture these notes and of course then figure out kind of where this goes in terms of its next steps. Who'd like to start? Well, Eric, if I could ask you, I know. If I could ask you, give us your thoughts, please, about what this policy should say that what you'd like to see in this policy.
Lunch still going down here. From the monitoring report discussions in the past, this is another one where we've talked where, again, sorry, I'm in front of Rick, but he has regularly highlighted with response from others that this frequently ends up in an accounting of activities rather than a measurement toward an outcome. And I think that's kind of the area where I understand that engagement is very difficult to quantify and there is no 100 out of 100, but it is when we convey a message, are people hearing it? And how can we measure whether or not they are? And I struggle with this personally in my own engagement with people in my district where I try and host a public engagement meeting and 2 people show up. And so I did the thing, but if no one was there, did I really achieve the outcome? And I think that's kind of the underlying principle that is important to me to understand is if we took an activity, but we didn't fully convey and achieve the outcome of communication, both sharing information and receiving, how do we need to evaluate what different tactics we use in the future? That's kind of the principle I would say that I have mostly focused on in this one.
Really, even though it's difficult to measure, how do we know whether or not we're achieving this? Other board members' comments? Rick?
Yeah, I think the team has done an excellent job over the years of improving. And my view on this is that this is the language that was kind of in place before a couple of opportunities for improvement. And those opportunities, there's been improvement. So I'm just trying to find the language that it's better than this because those opportunities happened. And so I'm open to any kind of language that's suitable for the entire board because as was mentioned earlier today, we don't have the same people in the room all the time. And we don't always have the same team. Things I look at that have happened that are good is there's a much more intentional, much greater intent to have public engagement about the same time that we start to define the problem and develop solutions to the problem. In previous years, we OPPD said, here's the problem, here's the solution. Now we're going to go talk to the public. So to me, that's kind of the biggest thing is to have parallel tracks that happen at the same time. And to make sure that the public is has good information and the opportunity to convey their consent for what's going on.
Their consent or their input?
Yeah, informed consent being the concept, I guess.
So what I hear you saying, the emphasis I'm hearing you say is that we've made strides forward in engaging the public in advance of some key decisions that we've made. And it's that in advance of some key decisions part that is a big advancement in your view.
Yep.
That's helpful. That's helpful to hear. Other feedback, Mike?
I don't see why we want to tinker with a word or two here or there if it's not going to change behavior. And we've already established there has been significant improvement made as far as the stakeholder process, almost to a fault, one might argue. We almost go overboard on this a little bit as far as involving everyone before we vote. So I guess I don't understand debating over minor changes to the wording. That's really not going to change the behavior. I just don't see it.
So from I hear what you're saying. I appreciate what you're saying. As a governance expert, what I would just say in response to that is you may not always have this same talented group of people executing the policies of the board. And so you'd want to make sure that if you can be clear what it is that the board is trying to achieve, that's helpful. So that would be in the context of what we're talking about here, that would be the one reason I can think of to update a policy, just so that it makes clear to whoever the CEO is, whoever the ELT is, that this is what we like in what that administration did. This is what we want to see continue to happen. And so I'm curious from a standpoint of the same question as I asked Rick, when you think, Mike, about the improvements you've seen in outreach and stakeholder engagement, what have you noticed that's happening that's different, that's better?
It's hard, I think, to actually point at something and say it's better as a result. I do think in some cases, I don't want to give specifics right now, where we've almost gone we've gone perhaps overboard as far as being hesitant to proceed in a timely fashion, including voting, till we run it past the stakeholders. And I've always been a strong believer in we are the stakeholders for the district. That's why we're elected.
So one of the things you would want to balance in this policy is stakeholder engagement and communication with timely decision making. That's one of the things I'm hearing you say.
If that's something that should be included, maybe not.
Yeah. Other thoughts? Craig?
Yeah, I've struggled over the last year or so to try and understand where this policy is falling short. But in reading it today, it really lacks any sort of clear what. The bullets are unquestionably house. And really all it says is we'll engage our customers, but there's no direction that the board provides on what that really is and means. So I appreciate Mike's comment about not tweaking around the edges if it's fine. And that's where I was honestly probably a day ago. But in looking at it now, just through the lens of what's the what, it really needs some clarity. And I like, I don't know who the rewrite was, but I like kind of that attempt at a rewrite with respect to first and best. That's really good language. We use that often. Love to institutionalize it. I like the idea of advised consent as well, although I think over the years we've talked a lot about like every engagement opportunity, there's a spectrum, right? That's the IAP2 spectrum. And so not every, we're not always looking for advised consent. Sometimes it's just we're just sharing information. So that context is always really important too. So I wouldn't want to lock in advised consent in every situation.
As appropriate. Mm-hmm. Eric?
If I can follow up with Craig there on the what outcome. There was a specific time on another discussion where we talked about rates, and a presentation was made that our customers don't generally have a good grasp about our rate structure. And while that was a presentation on rates, that struck me in thinking back to our outreach and engagement, is that if we have self-identified a lack of knowledge by our customer owners about the rate structure, that feels like it leads to a what outcome of do we think our customer owners or customers in all three classes are informed about what we're doing? And if another report comes back and says, we don't believe they are, I don't know how to turn that into a what outcome, but I do think that is in the direction of, we will, again, I don't want to write language now on that, but that was just a time when I specifically thought, I don't know what this language would say needs to be done differently in that example, but it does feel like this seems like it triggers some discussion in this area.
Yeah, just real quickly on that to piggyback, I am sensitive to the challenge that exists with respect to helping our customers understand things. Right? Sometimes they don't care. They don't want to know. We got it. They're bombarded with so much information that we're never going to get them over that hump in some cases.
I'll read the language that was suggested just to kind of, again, not because I'm saying this should be the language, but just because I think it's interesting in the context of what you just discussed. And then Amanda, we'll come to you. OPPD is committed to serving its customers, the community, and other stakeholders as the first and best source of information about OPPD. And it's interesting to sort of think about, well, how could you measure that? What would be the implications of measuring first and best? The unfettered provision of information is necessary for customers to make wise decisions and to provide informed consent for policy formation, et cetera. Amanda, let me go to you, and then Bill, I see your light is on too.
Yeah, I wonder if part of the what is basically articulating a very clear, specific process that our stakeholders can come to us to engage. Like, it's one thing for us to do the outreach, but then it's another thing for our stakeholders to know how they can start that process. And I think it feeds back into what you were just describing of first and best source of information. So, in a power outage, are they turning to OPPD.com? If not, why not? But then how does that engagement begin?
Exactly. Bill?
Yeah, I had over lunch, Eric and I had a brief conversation, and I guess OPPD has recently deployed a solar measuring tool that you can go on the web if you're considering solar and get honest, accurate information to help you make a decision. So there's an example of are you the first and best source? And of course, how many visits to that site and people going through it would be a measurement that could see if you're making progress in that particular thing. The other point I want to make is Rick said, we OPPD, and I think it's important to emphasize that. So in stakeholder engagement, OPPD includes the board of directors. It includes the individual directors and the conversations or presentations that you have out in the community to stakeholders representing this utility, along with and teamed with management to be delivering messages. And it may not be an issue that's a hot one right now, but it delivers understanding, comprehension, and engagement.
Javier, I think I saw your hand up earlier.
I really appreciate this conversation because it gives me a lot of good feedback. And while I don't disagree with the quantitative aspect of, hey, there might be something for us to measure the what, whether it be a standardized way for us to deliver information or site visits or whatever it might be, there's value there. I would like to point out that from my perspective as a CEO, one of the probably the value that I get, the most value I get out of these is it's one that touches a little bit on the concept of a guiding principle. We talked about guiding principles earlier this morning, and to me, that's where I have derived the most value out of it. Really hard to measure, the stakeholder outreach and engagement, but let me give you an example just of how I derive value from these as a guiding principle without any measuring any metrics in there. As a response to the July 9th storm, gigantic storm, we were restoring power. And it was really interesting. It became almost second nature for us, for Lisa and I, to have conversations about not if we do a press conference, but hey, how many hours do we have to make to do a press conference? Because these had been already embedded in the way we think, right? It was, and it's qualitative. I don't have a way for us to quantify and report these back in the monitoring report, but the way we communicate to the public, conversation about estimating how many restorations we were trying to achieve by day, it made our teams a little nervous because we were trying to figure out getting very accurate projections. And the conversation around the table was, no, it doesn't matter. We will not get it right, but we need to send that information out, right? It's hard to quantify those conversations that happen around the table, but I want to give you the flavor of how these SD influenced a ton of how I had, first 9 days on the job, responded from a stakeholder outreach perspective. So I don't want to discount the qualitative piece of this SD. I understand the need for more quantitative metrics, but this has undoubtedly shaped the way we communicate with the public.
And what I hear you saying is that you too, Javier, are saying we're beyond just these words on paper in terms of what we're doing. We're being we very much do want to be the first and best option for customers to understand whether it's times of restoration or other contexts for other decisions that OPPD is making. So it does feel to me, as I look at this language, kind of consistent with what Craig is saying, it's a little passive. It doesn't really state what you want. It's sort of saying the very barest minimum of what we want is X. It doesn't really say aspirationally, here's where we're trying to get to. And there's nothing wrong with an SD being aspirational, saying here's what we aspire, first and best. Other people want to say something here? Sarah, do you have thoughts here?
Just very briefly, I found this language delightfully vague, and I think that's probably as accurate as I can get. I appreciate Javier's comments that this feels like a guiding principle, but I view the SDs as performance, right? SD1 is our guiding principles, and then everything falls beneath that. And so stakeholder engagement is part of SD1, but this is supposed to be how we make sure that this strategic ideal is being performed. And so I think when we think about this language, this is our opportunity as a board to make sure that when we do stakeholder engagement, we're doing it in a variety of ways, reaching people in a variety of ways, reaching people in a non-biased or a culturally appropriate way, which I think that we are. But the question again goes back to reporting. How do we know that? And so I know that we get a PI committee report on this, but I think we could ask the SD to be a little more clear on what we would like to hear about for what's actually occurring.
Thank you, Sarah. Any further thoughts, just feedback on this policy? Yes, Denise.
I believe this will come to the PI committee. So, and so what I'm hearing is that we could be more performance-based and aspirational, and that we could be the first and best source of information and offering advised consent. And those are, I think, good items that we can incorporate into some kind of a rewrite of this policy so that it's not so vague and but also is not prescriptive, and making sure that we're making it effective in a way that's not putting constraints on how the organization can act.
I heard one sort of element that Amanda brought up, which is it's not just about how OPPD engages its customers and the community and other stakeholders, it's how can they engage us.
And I have that in my notes too, so.
Great.
Just real quick, two things. I want to underscore something Bill said, which is about how the board, what role the board plays in this. I think that's a really intriguing idea based on what we discussed earlier this morning. And then I want to underscore the importance of this term advised consent. Oftentimes we seek consensus. Consensus is really hard to achieve. Advised consent is honestly a more appropriate perhaps, dare I say, lower bar, which is to say, we're going to go. We just want to make sure you're cool with it. We don't have to give everybody, it's not all hands in, so to speak. So I think that's really important language, honestly, that we're considering using in the strategic directive.
And if it were me, of course, I would probably even go one step beyond the word consent to backing off from the idea that we have to have consent to advised decision-making, informed decision-making. So it's not, nobody could misinterpret this to mean that we have to have the consent of the governed before we proceed.
One additional point, and we've talked about this in the past, the role of directors in some of the outreach remains somewhat convoluted to me. And I would appreciate more definition in how directors are participating in some of the outreach and engagement, because we have a specific role that Rick highlighted earlier about customer advocacy as an elected representative for people in our subdivisions. And I think there has been a discussion about a policy that helps to clarify that in the past, and when we are or are not acting in an official capacity related to the organization. And I would appreciate that being more clearly defined, so that when, for example, we do have an important vote coming up, I certainly want to hear from people that I represent if they have thoughts and opinions on that in order to have the advised decision-making. But even beyond that, when we are trying to proactively provide information out, I would like to be involved so that I can directly hear from people. And I think I've mentioned this in the past, and some people have varying levels of desired participation in the outreach, and I'm aware of that. I think mine is somewhat higher. And so more clarification on that role would be appreciated for me. And I don't know if that needs to be written in the language here or handled some other way, but it feels like an area where we have not closed up a discussion from, I think, 1 year ago or 2 years ago.
And so just conceptually trying out kind of out loud, Eric and others, kind of what that might look like as a principle. The principle and the policy could be something along the lines of, in order to effective, well, may back off from in order to be effective, but as appropriate, utilize the board members as representatives, as gatherers, as engagers, as means of engagement for OPPD. And that's not particularly adroit language, but it's kind of the concept I think I'm hearing you say.
And if you don't mind, Sarah, do you have any thoughts on this from how things work in the legislature as an individual representative and connecting with people? I know there is a more empowered mechanism for, connecting, holding hearings, that kind of stuff. Do you have thoughts on how directors at OPPD might facilitate, or what language might help facilitate that?
So I know exactly what you're asking me, and I think the line in the legislature is always that if I was doing a town hall as a senator, I would be using all of my own campaign funds. I may not even be able to advertise it on the legislative website because of the way that I was paying for it. But I do think that the hearing process in the legislature is maybe something more what we're looking for. Is it like, we have this big issue, we want to get your feedback. I disagree fundamentally with informed consent, because we are the consent of our constituents. They consented to us, and so we represent them. And the legislature is really, really strict on what constitutes sort of action on behalf of a committee and behalf of a member. And I think if that's what you're thinking, that you would want to have a stakeholder engagement for something that was like maybe a threshold where it's such a big project or something, we need to have sort of a separate opportunity for conversation outside of our regular board meetings. That would be a really interesting change.
And that, I think, is the general idea, is that our board meetings, while we have taken significant steps to improve the engagement opportunities, including virtually over the last 2 years and adjusting times and all that kind of stuff, I do still feel that the mechanism of, elected representatives sitting around a table with microphones, often in shirt and tie, is somewhat daunting to people who might want to come in and engage with us. And I think that the number of people who choose to engage is relatively small, and I think that should reflect on whether or not people feel comfortable to come and address us. We have a couple people every other month or so come in and address us. But if at the time of a large decision, we have another mechanism that is not specifically a board meeting, I think that would be something that would be helpful. and I don't know if that's something we can put in policy, but it does feel like that is the opportunity that I'm specifically trying to address is if we are going to make a decision, example, power with purpose, a very large set of decisions that will come from a specific action from the board. What is the mechanism by which directors can be facilitated to engage directly with people as part of the stakeholder engagement process?
And I would be curious, actually, I would look at Bill, because I would be curious, this is a really interesting and I think lovely idea to say, okay, we have this bigger issue. What if it is like a special committee or an ad hoc committee? And then they're tasked with seeking that input, regardless if anybody shows up, because a lot of, I mean, we'll do a town hall and 3 people show up and it's thank you for coming. And so I think that it poses a really interesting question that I'm curious as to whether or not other public utilities do something along those lines, because I think there's merit in the idea.
We would, at SMUD, 2 forums. One I've talked about already, which is the Rotary clubs or Lion clubs, but the other one is neighborhood associations. And they're, especially if they have their annual meetings of their neighborhood association where they're collecting their dues, we would come and if we had a chance to be a speaker at those. But I did want to make one point that regardless of the format, regardless of where the outreach is happening, you're always an elected official board member. You're never not a board member unless the topic is totally unrelated to energy. If it's energy related, you're a board member.
I think though, to Eric's point, it's not about us reaching out into the community. It's about us saying, it's not about us in our individual districts, right? We all go to our neighborhood associations and our Rotaries. This would be, we have a massive thing that we're doing and we're going to do something separate outside of our regular board meeting to solicit some input. Is that more to what you were thinking?
A good example recently, Sarah, at SMUD was in the rewrite of their net metering rate, where the extent of stakeholder engagement was extraordinary. And it took the form of several hearings, which were expert panels assembled to talk about, from different vantage points, different advocates' vantage points, the pros and cons of different structures for the net metering rates. Lots of robust board discussion, hundreds of people from the public there because they were noticed as a special meeting about something of real concern to people. And there are other examples like that that I can visualize in my experience where, because they were single topic focused meetings, you got a lot more engagement from the people who were going to be most affected.
Smart meters is another one.
Smart meters would be another one, right? So Javier, I know your hand has been up for a while, and then Janice, I see your hand up. Janice, do you want to go ahead?
Oh, sure. So I was thinking the comments that we got in the survey kind of focuses on two kind of incidents that were less than positive outcomes. I think what we want to see in this policy is codification or the expectation that the type of outreach that we did, for example, on the Sarpy County transmission line, that those success stories are replicated consistently. And so how do we set that expectation in this policy? And that's what I would like to see, is not to focus on, okay, you did it, you didn't do it right, or you didn't do it up to our expectations the first time, but let's focus on one that was a success and then write our policy that codifies that and make sure that that happens every time.
Thank you, Janice. Javier?
Really quick, I appreciate the discussion. I want to make sure that, so we have a lot of engagement processes, right? Some of them are mandated by law, like the public hearing that Janice was talking about. Others are not, like the Pathways to Decarbonization, session after session after session that we're doing. And two other things that I want to point out, it's for large decisions. And this is something that, I don't know, Steve, if we have codified or not, Steve Bruckner, but there are certain large decisions where we have a first hearing, like the COP approval every year. Goodness, not every month. where we have, it's a big decision. We have a first hearing, and then at the next board meeting, about 30 days later, we actually have the vote where you allow for more input through all the different channels we have, including, but not excluding the committee meeting itself. I think those are important. The one thing that still lingers in my mind is something that Eric mentioned, or at least I think that you were alluding to, which is your district, your constituents. And I think the conversation quickly turned into, okay, how do we do this as a company? Which I think there's work to do there, but I would like to hear a little bit more about this piece. Bill, you talked about Rotary clubs, neighborhood associations. That starts speaking a little bit more to the issue Eric raised about how do we, is there a chance, is there an appetite for the board to have something in directives for district by district engagement? And I think that's where you were coming from. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't want to just glance over that.
No, let's hear a little bit of thought about that. So, and I know there's been at previous workshops some discussion about how that's best orchestrated. So, from a standpoint of individual, district by district, ward by ward engagement, what would you like this policy to say about that?
Also recognizing that districts are fairly new. So this is new for this organization to be even considering things by district.
In that context, what would you like to see, Sarah?
I think that if we had a major issue and you were holding a major meeting in my district, I would be expected to attend, and I would be a part of the process for creating and inviting people and making sure that people knew. I think similar to the experience that Janice has had in her district, where she's been a part of that process, I would have the same expectation in my district. If there was something major, or even if it was adjacent to my district or nearby, I would want to know what was going on so that I could participate and be fully present at that event.
It's helpful. Other thoughts? So it's not that you're planning the event, but just that you want to make sure that you're engaged and understand and aware, obviously, of what's going on in your ward. Other?
Yeah, and I agree that being involved on the official side as part of the work from OPPD would be helpful. So in the decarbonization meetings, we are attendees and we are recognized generally when we are attending, which I think is a step in that direction, but not in any participatory fashion. And I understand that this is something we're continuing to discuss, but I don't know what it would take to define something as a major project that would justify this type of an outreach. And I think that's something we should be careful about, because I don't think we want to be setting up, lots of meetings all the time that require facilitation by staff of a director going somewhere. But the only one that I would say clearly made this category was the power with purpose engagement because of the implications. And so I don't know what the answer is. I also want to be careful about, there are plenty of times when it should be my responsibility to facilitate that on my own. And I want to recognize that. I'm sorry, that was not an answer. That was a lot of talking, but I'll call it there.
Well, the issue has come up in the past, Eric, about when you want to have a meeting in your area, are you inviting staff to come, and is staff part of the preparations for that meeting? In which case, I think the point is now OPPD resources can be used to help procure that venue and make sure that that event is organized to a set of standards. And you made the distinction earlier, Sarah, which is an obvious distinction between a political campaign event, which is not appropriate.
And I think, I'm sorry, one more point that I wanted to highlight was that since we field questions when there are concerns from customer owners and they don't know how to get a resolution through a normal input process, like people will come up to me on the street or call me or email me directly outside of any official communication channel, it is clear to me that we are viewed as representatives of the organization that can help a customer owner with their concern. And in that capacity, I feel like we should also be viewed as part of the outreach system when an official communication is occurring, because it is clear that the customer owners view us as, I don't know what to do, I'll talk to this person. You are officially involved in the organization. And so I think that, if we are answering those questions, then on the other side, we should also be, officially involved in participating in the outreach.
And I'm assuming that not every board member expects the same level of engagement or wants the same level of engagement in their community. So this is not putting an expectation on board members to do something. It's putting an expectation that in the consideration of outreach and communication, the staff shall look to the effective use of board members as ambassadors, envoys, spokespeople for the district. That's the sense of what I'm hearing. Well, on that note, and I know, Janice, you've been taking copious notes because it sounds like this one is going to the PI committee. And I don't know if it's on the work plan. It is on the work plan. We established that earlier. Okay. So let's assume we've dispensed with ST 13. Can I safely make that assumption, or just further thoughts people have?
Very quickly. GP3, board job description, first bullet, last part, board serves as representatives and build relationships throughout OPPD service territory in the region. So it dovetails right in there as well.
Okay, so I think on that note, let's go to these 3 or 4 discussions we had planned this afternoon. And the first one we had planned was on the policy monitoring process. We can take the slide off the screen if we want, because we don't need that any longer. The 3 big discussion topics are policy monitoring, unity of control, and then this committee board alignment. How did we get to those 3 big topics? Through our interviews with you, through our reading of the polling results, these just emerged as clear themes that enough board members have concerns about, or we're seeing that need to be discussed. So again, policy monitoring, unity of control, and then committee board alignment. This first one on policy monitoring really breaks down in my mind into 3, and you can't read this, so I'll say it out loud so you can take notes on this. 3 sub discussions, and I'd like to take them in this order because I think the order is helpful. The first one is, how do we improve the actual monitoring reporting process itself? This is where the board is getting reports from staff about how to, whether or not the policy is being adhered to in the work of OPPD. That's separate from the assessment of compliance. So I don't want to talk about the assessment of compliance while we're talking about how to improve the monitoring reports themselves. The reports are, what's the data we're getting from staff? This assessment of compliance is then, what's the board's response to that? What are the ways in which the board can respond and be clear about whether or not it believes that the staff is adhering to the policy? And then lastly, how do we need to refine our process for making decisions to update a policy? So I don't want to confuse these 3. I'd like to have this first one first. And so this is about how can we improve our current policy monitoring process. And I think, Scott, I'd just like to hear a little bit from you, because you've talked about the fact that the governance committee has expressed a desire to discuss how we monitor policies. I'm wondering if you could just give a quick snapshot from your perspective of what that discussion has been.
Yes, and of course I would invite Rick Yoder, because we've had plenty of conversation on these particular topics. I think there's a couple of things. I want to go back a little bit. The Carver model with regards to monitoring of compliance, which is not exactly this governance policy or this monitoring process, but it's an important perspective. If we were to go back to when we're at strict compliance.
So that's not the topic, of course. We're trying to talk about the reports themselves. Then we're going to get into compliance.
I get it.
Yeah.
Am I able to get on this path?
Please, yeah, go to it now. I just want to make sure we don't get distracted.
So what I want to be able to talk about is the monitoring reports. We ask the role, are we sufficiently in compliance? And the interpretation is, are we making progress on these actions that kind of align, generally speaking, with what the board believes is the type of progress we should be making? If we go to the Carver model, it's really a question of, are the things that we did compliant? It's not about the progress towards something. It's really like, were we behaving in a compliant manner? So if we go to the stakeholder notion of acts, and Lisa, let's say, is providing some level of report, were these things compliant? Or did they violate principles of the policy? So I think the compliance conversation that we've had, one of the ways to potentially think about improving it that Rick and I were discussing was, do you become clearer about compliance? So it really becomes a black and white thing, where the activities or the things that we're reporting truly compliant with the policy. And then you separate out the discussion that really gets more into the aspirational aspects. I think there's been conversations around rates, for example, or I know a conversation that Eric had, like, how fast are we going to be thinking about rates? What are we going to be doing? There's nothing in the existing policy that would suggest a time by which we need to be doing these things. But if the only way for the board to have a conversation around that is really through if they find us compliant or not, it creates some confusion, some discomfort, and perhaps not the best way of capturing the essence of that conversation. So what Rick and I had been discussing was the possibility of perhaps really just separating. Is there compliance to be had? Hey, these acts are compliant. And let's have a second conversation that's really getting into the aspirations and wishes and things of the board. And if we were to separate them in that way, the second component may lead to conversation. Well, is there an issue in the policy itself that we're not moving in this way? Is there a need to refine, or is it simply providing an opportunity for the board to begin to discuss more aspirationally the wishes without having to embody that in policy? I hope that's providing some direction to your question. I appreciate the gentle push.
Well, and so I was trying to start off with, are we getting the information that we need through our monitoring reports? And then get to the question of, what's our standard for measuring what's in GP3, which is, is OPPD meeting the requirements of our SD? So let me see if I can't go back just a bit to the quality, to what the board was seeking in its monitoring reports. And part of the conversation based on the notes was, sometimes we see just lots and lots of recitation of activities in our monitoring reports. And that has some unintended consequences. One of my thoughts about board behavior in general is that a board will go wherever they are led in terms of the information in front of them. If you show me a lot of detail, I'm going to ask you a lot of questions about detail. It's right there. I want to ask you about all these things because it's right there. If you take me up a level and enable me to talk about a longer term result that we're achieving, I can stay there. So I think the beginning of this, where I was trying to take it anyway, was to kind of what is the board's impressions of the quality of the reporting that they're getting from the management team? And how could that quality of reporting itself, if at all, be improved? Rick?
I appreciate all the work that Scott has done, Scott and Julie, and probably others I don't even know. And just going to leave that for what you said, Scott, for right now. To Eric's question, it was exactly that I think raised this as a discussion item in governance. Over the years, I've been happy for the exposition that the many activities we've heard recited gives to show that there's hard work being done, good work being done, and people are earnest in their efforts to move things forward. What I think improves the discussion is to have some connecting of the dots of those activities to the bigger picture results. And you're right. if we see all these activities, we're going to ask, who was that and where it happened. But for the board and to have an effective policy discussion, we need to be thinking about results and outcomes, and is that really helping us move forward to whatever our goal is on the particular SD.
So Rick, can you identify any concrete specific improvements in the reporting that you're receiving from the staff that you think would help in those cases where it's not a clear target, a clear metric, where instead of just a recitation of activities, the reporting could lift it to a higher level of results? Can you think of examples or specific ways in which that reporting could be modified to encourage that?
I guess a couple of them come to mind, just on the heels of SD 13. While are many activities and a lot of contact points between staff and customers, and I'm happy to know of all the newsletters and all the emails and all of the meetings. What I want to know is how, what is the summary of customer opinion based on all of those activities? Be one example. Another example with Troy and vegetation management is we've invested more money in vegetation management and had more contracts with people doing that. I'm happy to know that, but what I really want to know is that reliability has been improved, or the number of outages have been reduced.
Yep.
Does that answer?
That's very helpful. So what I think it's a thought-provoking question, because it's one thing to be slightly discontent with the quality or quantity of information that's coming to you as a board. It's another thing to really help the staff understand, well, what is the kind of information that would really benefit me as a board member in understanding whether the desired result is being achieved, when I cannot put my fingers on the specific quantitative metric and target involved. So for example, just to throw it out there, one thing I don't think happens very often in most utilities that I work with, I don't see staff going back to the previous year's monitoring report and then looking at this year's monitoring report around a non-quantitative SD like SD 13 and saying, are we looking at the same activities, and can we summarize those and say, this all sums up to a increased level of achievement of the result, or the same level of achieving the result, or a diminished achievement of the result? Help us understand the trend. And I often see that that's not part of the discussion when you have non-quantitative data being presented. Or help us understand how the processes have changed inside the organization to utilize these criteria to better make judgments that are consistent with our desired result. Janice.
One of the things that I would like to see in a monitoring report sometime is just an evaluation of, okay, what did we achieve by all these activities that we did? How much did it cost? And what can the board do then in our budget approval process to help make that better? So kind of translating it from that monitoring report to action that this board could take to help the staff make it better, or things that we could do to spur the organization forward to make it better. So I guess that's something I would like to see in a monitoring report, is at the end, some kind of analysis of, okay, where did all this work get us? Where would we like to go? And then how can the board help us get there?
Right. What changes in investments of resources would enhance our ability to achieve this result? What other information in your monitoring reports would be more helpful change the quality of the way in which you can really assess what's going on. Amanda, what are your thoughts about this?
I don't have any to share. I agree with what everyone suggested. Generally, I do think that the monitoring reports are well presented. They do give us a lot of detail. So I think maybe that guiding question, how do we lift up out of this and focus on the what will help our conversations. I like the idea of the ROI. I think that would be very meaningful. Hard to do. So.
Yeah, Craig?
Yeah, ROI, hard to do. I agree. I mean, that'd be interesting, but I've tried to do those before in the past. Oh, I had something else though. You distracted me. I'm sorry. Oh, I know what it was. I find myself thinking it's a both ands a little bit. The key question really.
Both what and what?
A both and meaning it's both. The key question, are we getting the information we need to make that second determination? Are we in compliance? Whatever that is. But I also honestly am connecting this a little bit to the training discussion that we had earlier, because there's a heck of a lot that I learn when we get the level of detail that we do about what's happening in the organization. So that's not the primary outcome that we're after necessarily, but I think as a secondary outcome, that's helpful for me as a director to have that information so that when I go out into the public, I can answer questions about the things that we're doing as it relates to all of these strategic directives. Perhaps we're still at a level of detail that we don't need to be at. I'd be curious about, I'm confident that the level of work that goes into preparing a monitoring report is rather high, is my assumption, but yeah, okay, nods. Yeah.
Well, at some point, Javier, I would like to hear from you on this, but I see Eric, your hand go up.
Yeah, I think it's a weird coincidence that we just talked about 13, which is probably the most difficult thing to quantify.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to try and step away from that and go back to things that I have seen that I think are helpful. SD7, last year's report included a graph showing the trend of the distributed energy resources over time, which I thought was great. That was a specific request into that report. And so it was comparing previous data and showing where we were going, very quantifiable, big improvement. In SD2, in the recent discussion, we did see a geographic breakdown of the amount of low and moderate income assistance by zip code, I believe. So again, a quantifiable and specific way to view some of the data related to the end outcome. And during SD4 reliability adjacent discussion, as part of the after action report, there was a great animation showing the restorations after the July event by geography. And so that wasn't quite as quantifiable. It's something we've talked about as a potentially available thing in the future, but that type of information was very helpful although the last one wasn't in a monitoring report, it was in a separate report. That's been very helpful to see what is something that ties to the main outcome of the strategic directive that we can measure, and how can we measure it either over time, over geography, something like that, tie it to another axis on a graph. And so I think those are good examples of improvements that we've seen recently. I don't know how to project that forward to all of the reports. I think safety, we do a pretty good job of tracking our metrics over time. That feels great. I think generally we've reviewed safety as a very successful strategic directive, and it's mostly about maintenance, not about we need to keep lowering the metric or anything. But those are examples of data that has been improved and provided recently that I found extremely helpful in the evaluation of the overall direction of the policy.
And when a committee has finished hearing a monitoring report, Eric or anybody, do you have a discussion about how effective that data presentation was in terms of helping the board be informed about its policy?
I think we've tried, and I think that we are trying to do more of that. And I realize that as we just talked about the amount of time that goes into the report, I want to be careful that we aren't asking for an obscene amount of effort into that. But I also think that this is a pretty high level responsibility of the board. And so asking for information for us to help decide First, are we in compliance? Second, are we making steps successfully in that direction? And third, do we need to make policy revision? The information that we need in order to evaluate those three questions from these is primarily from these reports. And so while it does take some effort, those recent improvements with quantifiable data was really helpful to me. And I hope that I expressed that at the time. I think I did. And I think that I have heard others say that same type of thing about the more specific the information related to the top line SD is, the better it helps inform us on the report. I don't know if others have thoughts now about that, but I thought that I've heard us say this has been helpful at the time when those have been presented. Yes?
So I am curious, Javier, to hear your perspective on this question of the reporting itself.
So my answer is going to touch on that one, and it's going to start getting into the second one. So I'm apologizing in advance.
Okay.
But you know, the one thing that's fascinating around this conversation, in addition to the quality of the report and the metrics and the educational opportunity, it's something that caught my attention is something that Janice said about budgets and resources. And so just to go on that on that thought, one missing aspect that I think we have on the way we report monitoring reports on SDs is we collectively, both staff and board, we're focused on whether it's a Carver model or not of compliance, have we complied or not, and we work and we debate and discuss. Eventually the board votes on were we compliant or not. I have not seen, or maybe my memory is not that good, in the past 4.5 years, we haven't had, as part of this monitoring report, a substantive discussion about what's getting in the way for better compliance, for more positive outcomes. We typically focus on the back, right? It's a rearview mirror. What have we done? Do you approve? Yes or not? I think the one thing that's probably missing and we could all benefit a lot from is having a conversation about tree trimming, right? Hey, we achieved certain amount of reliability. Our SAIDI went down from X to Y. Great, awesome, let's celebrate. What does it take for it to go down to Z? Right? And a lot of times it may be budgetary resources. Other times might be just time. Other times might be, well, it's technology that hasn't matured. It's customer adopting certain behaviors. But I think that would make the report and the discussion a lot richer. And in that case, we wouldn't need, as Jenny suggested, hey, I'm gonna design a budget that I'm gonna approve for that. That discussion is ahead of time. Right? That discussion happens earlier, so that when the time comes for a budget approval, we've already talked about this. We've already identified that there are certain things that are getting in the way, and so we can talk about how are we addressing those things that are getting in the way for better compliance on monitoring reports. So that's the one aha that I just got out of this conversation about something that could be improved on both the report and eventually on how we're monitoring that compliance, making progress.
Appreciate that. And what I'm appreciating in particular about that is that if you were to have that kind of balanced reporting, both of what we were succeeding in achieving, but what we could do differently if we had mature technology, more mature technology, more investment, whatever it is, you're taking the board to a place where it's now really appreciating the linkage between today and future states that it wants to achieve. It does lead to the second question about compliance, because the staff just wants right now to prove compliance so that everybody is happy and can prove compliance, and so it requires a more nuanced governance approach when it comes to accepting the monitoring reports. If you're going to provide, I think, a platform in which staff can reveal, here are the ways in which we see improvements could be made. Because by definition, if improvements can be made, then perhaps you're not fully meeting the goals of the policy. So I think that's the dilemma in achieving that what sounds like a more healthy state of governance in terms of the ability to absorb that data and really think long-term about its meaning. I do want to get into the compliance question in a second, but I don't want to get away yet from the what can we do to improve the reporting process itself. Rick?
The other element that I would offer, and maybe it goes into your second bin, I'm not sure, because the second bin is about assessment.
Yeah.
So maybe it offers a segue, I don't know. But as Javier just mentioned, it's a lot of backwards looking year over year. And for me, the information that's helpful is not just how the organization is doing based on what they have done historically, but how they're doing relative to the market, overall, their peers, and even best in class. So it's not just looking at internal data, but looking at data of other utilities. And so I'm not sure which bin that falls into.
Bill, do you want to offer a thought here?
I think Javier's raised a very interesting point. You know, the care and feeding of a board in terms of management reports, in this case, reports on SD compliance, is a support issue and a resource issue to be able to come with the reports. And one of the things that we worked at SMUD is trying as much as possible, because the typical thing is staff wants to please you. They will give you all the data you could possibly want all the time. And so encouraging them to, as much as possible, get it down to the data that's already being used in managing the utility, so that it's not an extra burden. It may be a reformatting, but it's not an extra burden. Bringing that data, and what Javier said about the report being backward looking and forward looking. That's a tremendous advantage to the board to see that, because then you're not, yes, you need to make a compliance decision, but it starts the conversation about where could there be changes, where could there be improvements that we could advance the utility. So using those reports as a vehicle to look backward and forward, I think is an excellent concept. But, you know, we used to do death by, you know, we're not going to have death by PowerPoint, 6 slides, you know, try to do it in 6 slides.
Mm-hmm.
So those are some points I'd like to make.
Amanda, you're standing just a stretch, not because you have something to say, correct? All right.
So I'm not sure you need any more, but I would echo that the backward-looking and forward-looking sounds great. Even in one of the places where I said I appreciated more data, it was a backward-looking tracking of the distributed resources that we had, but it did not include any projections.
Yeah.
I think the same is true about the rates breakdown by geography, where we talk about working on assistance to low and moderate income households, but we don't have a projection for how we will achieve a better outcome in that area. And so that's something that, in all fairness, I have never thought to ask before. So I appreciate it coming up today. And I do think that by looking at how are we tracking things now, improving the data that we have, and then how are we going to project that forward and against others, I think that would be very, very helpful. So I just wanted to echo, yes, that sounds great. I've never thought of it before. This is very helpful to me. Thank you.
The one aspect of policy monitoring reports that we haven't touched on that's just worth saying for a moment is part of the reason you get these reports is to assess whether or not the board is meeting the requirements of the policy. But part of the reason why you get them is to understand how the CEO is interpreting through BL7, through his prudent judgment, what the policy means. And so I do want to just kind of call out that part of the monitoring report is intended to help you be informed as to whether you're in alignment in terms of like, okay, they're reporting the things that we intended through this policy, as opposed to being 20 degrees or 10 degrees off alignment. So Javier, to that question or point.
Right, and that's an excellent point. And just to respond a little bit and calibrate a little bit of my comment about what's needed, what's next. Really, my intention was not to prepare forecasts, right? But rather to open up part of the discussion for us to have this calibration of, hey, great job so far. This is my interpretation of what's next. These are the resources that I think are needed. this is the time that I think we're going to have to wait for these things, these milestones to be accomplished, having that conversation. And I think that in that conversation, we can all gain alignment. We can calibrate expectations, and I think staff would benefit greatly by listening to that conversation, because then you can better plan your work, your budgets, your resources for the following. So just to clarify, I didn't mean to produce forecasts and then that'll be, my staff would kill me.
But I am hearing consensus around this idea of opening up the reports to include not only evidence that we're meeting the requirements of the policy, but also to include examples or a discussion at any rate of what could we do to continue to further enhance, succeed in achieving the board's expectations, right? I'm seeing everybody say that sounds great.
Or what are the blocking factors?
Say again?
Or what are the blocking factors?
Or what are the blocking factors? What are the things that are causing us not to be able to go further than where we are now? I do want to go back, Scott, to your point. I was listening, which was that there are some aspects of the reporting process that are speaking directly to, are we fulfilling the requirements of the policy? And there's some aspects of the reporting that may be better couched as, and here are some additional examples of what we're trying to do, but they're not necessary to assess compliance. They are examples of other things that we are doing just to help you understand that we are thinking ahead, or we're doing additional work in this area, trying to test an approach here, all under the heading of, let's say it's ST13. We're trying this new biometric survey data through cell phone usage that's going to give us information about how much we are the first, source of information. Well, don't use that to assess our performance yet, because it's new, it's untested. And it's sort of in the same vein as what you're talking about now. So let's talk about the ways in which we can continue to improve. But I think it's back to your category. So, is this information to show we're meeting the requirements versus information to help you, the board, understand what we are doing in this?
And if I could add, I think that two-way conversation we were talking about with customers, for example, comes in here. There's opportunities for staff, we as staff, to share. And there, ideally, in my mind, there'd be opportunities for the board to ask. So this biometric example, it might not be brought up, but maybe, Janice, you have an interest in it. And so that we create the space and the conversation for you to ask, have you considered? And I think that aligns very much with what you're saying, Javier. You create an intentional space outside of the bubble of the question of compliance that I think allows for a really thoughtful discussion and even better alignment, I think, as you were saying, Eric, on the strategic direction. I think that would be really powerful. Thanks.
I'm curious if creating that specific space then where those questions and ideas can be brought forward will help clarify unity of control of when is it clear that the, directors are speaking as a board versus suggestions are being made that can be taken or not taken, right?
It's a great point. And of course, we'll be diving into some of those nuances of unity of control in a bit. But this is where I would imagine the conversation is, hey, here's some things we're trying out, or here's some things we think we could do, or here's some things that are getting in the way of us fully realizing the vision that we think the board has around SD13. What do you think? And now individual board members can opine, ask questions, and all with the idea, I think, because I think you guys are at the 201 or 301 level of governance. You're not at the 101 level of understanding that we're not directing staff to do anything differently. We're expressing curiosity. We're offering suggestions and ideas for you to take as you wish. But that's kind of the nature. We all understand that that's the rules of engagement here. I don't worry too much. I mean, I personally don't worry too much with you guys about that. I see other boards, I worry a lot about that. But I don't know that, I mean, yes, we're going to talk about unity of control in a bit, but it's not clear to me that there's lots to be concerned about here about that issue. Do you think there is? Amanda?
Oh, I thought that was one of the areas where the board score was very different than the SMT score.
But I'm not sure that's part of the monitoring discussion where that comes up as opposed to other forums where, and we'll find out as we explore, where that unity of control violation occurs.
If I could, just to clarify, and I appreciate where the comment is coming from, I think in this context, these conversations happen with all of us around the table, right? During the monitoring reports, you carve out these time for us to talk about the future, what's getting in the way, what's needed, what are we thinking about, and again, in that spirit, it's really all of us at the table, and I don't have I don't have actually any concerns about the unity of control when all of the boards at the table. I think the issue may come here in the next topic or two. It's when we're not at the table, all of us. When it's one or two or four at a committee meeting, that's what I think the confusion may come in.
Well, I wonder to that point, if these conversations become more future focused, what are the barriers? Where are we going? What are you thinking? That may bring some of those conversations out of the light or into the light where everybody's at the table rather than a one-on-one or yeah.
Good point. Good point.
So can I just make sure I understand what we're looking for here? There was a discussion about the separation of the compliance from other information. Is that something that we want to be discussing today as an action step, or are you hoping that we are providing sufficient information now that Scott can take action? What is your intention for this discussion point? Because do you need more from us right now? Do I need to be more clear about whether we should? I would prefer separation.
Well, so I hear the areas of consensus I've heard, and if it's an area of consensus that you agree, we've all heard, then let's just assume it's an action step. So one is that we want to begin trying having reports, monitoring reports that include both the current state for OPPD and how we're meeting the requirements of the policy, as well as opening up the conversation to include, and here are some additional things we could be trying or would like to try or are trying. If it's would like to try, but it's blocked because we don't have resources or we lack something, surfacing that, but it's opening a window into the monitoring reports, Eric, where those kinds of things are laid on the table for the board to discuss. Now, where does that happen in the sequence? I think that's the question that's a question. To me, what we're potentially asking for here, and I'm just trying it out, is that the same monitoring, the same agended item, both things are happening. There's an initial discussion about here's what we're doing to meet the requirements. And maybe at that point, there is the vote on, is this sufficient to prove compliance? We'll talk about that in a second. And then after that, let's talk about, okay, what else do we want to talk? What else is relevant to this topic? Stuff that we could be trying, stuff that isn't being done as fully as it could be. To me, there's a kind of a clean way of doing it if you were to approach it in that sequence. But it doesn't necessarily have to be in that sequence. Thoughts? You want to start trying it in different ways?
Well, and if I could add one thing, because I can probably feel some tension from people in this room. We do have an October board meeting coming up, and there are a few monitoring reports, and we're not asking people to revise them over the next few months.
Let's say in first.
I could feel it. I could feel it. Anyway.
Can we say not before 2022? Are we going to begin trying this?
I'm seeing thumbs up. I appreciate that.
But Eric, does that answer your question at least enough to be clear?
Yeah, I think so. I guess mostly I just want to make sure that we are giving Scott sufficient information to help guide what the policy workshop outcome is for him in future monitoring reports after 2021 is over.
And thank you very much for that question, Eric. I think what I would intend to do would kind of just frame it up and then bring it back through governance and then to board and say, does this framing, given this conversation, will this work? And so we can spend a little bit of time in November and December, perhaps buttoning it up and making sure that that's aligning with what's emerging through this conversation. So thank you.
Craig?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you asked the question, should we try, to me, there's a little bit of experimentation that's appropriate here to try a couple different ways of doing it. And the reality is some of our monitoring reports, we're in and out in 10 minutes. It's not that complicated. It's fairly straightforward. And some of them require a lot of nuance and discussion and ebbs and flows and ups and downs. So I think we'd find ways to perhaps tinker with it a little bit and see what works. I think it goes to a question you asked earlier, Eric, which is, are we ever stopping and asking after the fact, did we get what we needed? So that I'm thinking about that a little bit from a governance perspective, but there's a way to do a retrospective at some point on some of the tinkering that we'll be doing.
Yeah, to me, well, I see boards doing that after virtually every monitoring discussion, just to keep calibrating and recalibrating. Are we getting what we needed? Or did we get too much?
Well, and I think it can happen at the same time we're asking the question, does this monitoring report need to be reviewed for revision? Or this SD, excuse me. So at the same time we're asking the question about, did this monitoring report give us the information we need? We can also ask the question, do we need to put this on this SD on the work plan for revision?
Uh-huh. And you're doing that now after each monitoring report?
Yes, probably not in a super formal way, but the intention, we have definitely been intentional about splitting those conversations apart.
Right.
So we're monitoring it, but we're not asking ourselves in that moment, does this meet some sort of future aspiration that hasn't been defined?
Right.
So trying to be very focused on the SD language that we currently have.
Yes.
And then that committee should be asking the question within a timeline of, is this a policy we need to make revisions on? And that should then inform this discussion.
And the work plan, right. Let me move, should we move into the question number 2 behind me, which is the question of assessing then, whether the board is happy with or not happy with, whether the board finds the organization to be meeting the requirements of the policy? Are we ready for that? I see heads nodding. I see nobody shaking their head. So let me, if I could just start with looking at GP4, which is where I think this question of what it is you're actually doing in the monitoring process.
Before you
Not
get too
GP4,
far,
GP3. Yeah.
should we take
A break?
A break, yeah.
Well, gosh, I'm so excited about these conversations. I never think about breaks. I mean, what a great idea. How long a break do you think we need? Should we have a 15-minute break? A 10-minute?
15-minute break would be awesome.
Well, let's get back here at, how about at the 30, at 2:30? That gives us, to me, like 17 minutes, 18 minutes. Is that really 20? Okay. Okay. Well, my clock is fast. 2:30 is fine. Okay, 2:30 it is. Folks, if we could ask everybody to take their seats, that'd be great. All right, well, if we could have everybody take their seats. Craig, if you could poke your head out there and ask people to come on in, that'd be great. All right. Sorry to send you on a not particularly good errand there. Well, so let's go ahead and resume, and we'll let others kind of catch up here. But I think this next discussion is going to be perhaps the nub of this compliance, board monitoring discussion, and that is the one about compliance. And so I am reluctant to get started until we have more people here. Javier.
I think it's okay to get started. Maybe 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Can I just
Please go ahead, Rick.
hallway conversation? It was pointed out to me that that the vegetation report did, in fact, in addition to having all of the information about miles and contracts, did have a trend line. So this raises a question. If what we need is the trend line and we have all of these other slides, the question is raised by Bill's comment, which we've all heard over the years, death by PowerPoint. Do we just want to have the trend and not the rest of it? So I'll just throw that out.
Well, I'd be curious to hear what your colleagues think. I know that sometimes people like seeing the other information in order to stay informed. Amanda, I'd be curious to know if you have a sense of kind of the level at which there's kind of a perfect melding of enough information for us to assess how well we're doing and yet at the same time remain informed. Is there a recent example of a monitoring report, for example, where you thought the sweet spot was hit?
Look, I can argue the benefits. I mean, it's less staff time, it's, less board time, or the time that is not used for the many slides of activities can be used for other discussion.
I don't have an example of where I feel like you alluded to that there's just some SD monitoring reports that we just fly through in 10 minutes. And so those are probably the ones that are hitting that value, that the juice is worth the squeeze type of thing, because we're able to quickly get what we need and move on. I mean, I would think of the safety monitoring report. I think of access to credit markets. That one's but it's the more straightforward SDs as well. And I think that really the harder ones where we're given maybe an overabundance of information are the ones that are more technically complex. So I'm thinking of SD7, the monitoring report from last year was small font and many slides. And good information, but I don't know if that all needed to be captured in order for us to know whether we were in sufficient compliance or not.
Well, let's keep that thought in our minds while we go on to this next conversation, because I do want to make sure we get to the nub of the issue around what do we mean when we assess whether or not the organization, where the board finds OPPD to be meeting the requirements of the strategic directive. So the relevant language is on page 37 of your policy book. I'd ask you to just turn to it. It's in GP3, the board's job description. So this is the heartbeat of the monitoring process. And of course, the heartbeat of good policy governance is that this monitoring process not only has the good exchange of information from the staff about how it believes the organization is meeting or not meeting the requirements of the policy, but then requires a decision by the board as to whether or not it sees the organization as meeting the requirements. So the specific language is here. It says, review the strategic directives on the timetable specified in each policy. Remember, of course, that you can sometimes the default may be that it's an annual review process, but I certainly have seen boards make quarterly reviews of certain policies that they're very interested in. I've seen them go to semi-annual or default to annuals, never less than annual reports on strategic directives. But on the timetable specified in each policy, and then communicate to the CEO. Doesn't say how, but communicate to the CEO whether the board finds OPPD to be meeting the requirements of the strategic directive. Conduct a comprehensive review of the strategic directives every 3 years, by the way, commencing in 2018 or sooner if necessary. So that may need a little cleanup because 2018 is in our rearview mirror now, quite a ways. And that does speak to the point I was making earlier today about that idea of a holistic review of your policies on some regular frequency. And in this case, we were saying every 3 years. I don't want, but the nub of the discussion right now is the first sentence. So in the notes on the survey and in the conversations and interviews we had with people, what came up here was a real dilemma around how we assess compliance and what the standards of compliance are in those policy elements, in particular where there's not a hard metric or target. And we saw also some feedback from the notes and from the interviews that when we are looking at a number of activities that are cited as examples of meeting the requirements, is the existence of any activity essentially the same as meeting the requirement? What does meeting the requirement mean? If I am required to show up to school, does that mean that I have to show up to school every day? If I miss 10 days out of the school year, am I still showing up to school? School attendance records would say it's okay as long as I'm missing only the sort of if I'm missing a few days, but it's within the tolerance range, that's okay. From the survey, the question is asked, if any activity exhibits positive movement, is that the successful operationalizing of that policy? The comment was made, this leads to enumeration of trees rather than view of forest. And how do you as a board indicate your level of satisfaction with the progress made when you may have 6 bullets in a strategic directive, 4 of which are being met, 2 of which are not being met? How do you express that gradation of meeting the requirements? And what's broken today? What's not working as effectively as it could? And one of the things we heard in the survey and interview comments was that there is also a problem with the inadvertent communication to staff beyond the CEO that if you're not meeting the policy, what is that saying about all of the great work we're doing as an organization? We may be expending every ounce of effort that we can, but we may be constrained by resources or other things from meeting what you, the board, think is the intended result of the policy. But frankly, we worked as hard as we could, and we can't, and that's as good a progress as we could make. So I think the question on the table is, are we happy with the way in which we're assessing whether the policy is being met? Are there gradations we want to articulate? What do we think would be a more effective, if there's a more effective way of assessing whether the requirements of a policy are being achieved? So who wants to start that conversation? Who's got thoughts? Eric, I know you've got thoughts, so I might as well, let's just start, hear what yours are.
Rick, look at me for some reason. I guess I'm going to start with a question and then maybe others will jump in. I think I put in the comments or maybe mentioned during the interview the idea that the measurement of compliance is by board vote, and we have always generally understood that to be 8-0 is the intended outcome of in compliance, but that it's hard to clarify anything other than yes, 100% agreement with everything by vote for sufficiently compliant, or not sufficiently compliant, meaning which could be interpreted incorrectly as disagree with everything. And the gradation between there is the area of challenge. And I have talked to Javier about this in the past, that the comments during the meeting do constitute clarification on some points within the report along the path toward compliance. But I find that still to be a challenging something like either or yes, no version of compliance. I know we have technically a third option for a vote or for a review of a monitoring report, which I think we've never even discussed, which is good because it's all the way down at the bottom. But that's something I've mentioned in the past, and I mentioned during the interview that the mechanism of the vote for 8-0 in compliance is believed to be, or the perception is that is the desired outcome and should be the outcome, and anything else is, a negative review of performance, and that's not the intention. But I think that's a challenging way to convey, because not everyone will listen to the comments during the board meeting, either within staff or within the public. And so I find that to be somewhat of a challenging mechanism of review, that it is either yes, compliant, or no, which is interpreted to be bad.
So just to be clear, you said that there are three options the board has. The third being to review to renew or review the performance monitoring report.
Scott, can you help me out there?
The first one is sufficiently in compliance, which we find most of them to be. The second is something along the lines of making progress toward, like reasonable progress toward compliance, but you're really not at a sufficient level. And the third would be we've not even created language for it because we've not had to use it. You're totally out of the ballpark on that.
I gotcha. And these, so there are three gradations then. Well, there are three gradations: substantially, sufficiently in compliance. What was the second one?
Something along the lines of making reasonable progress toward compliance.
Making reasonable progress, and then not in compliance, correct?
But aren't all the resolutions worded the same?
I think that we had one maybe 2 years ago that was I think it's directionally, like in the direction of compliance, something like that.
Yes, it's on the information management. In fact, I think it'll be presented that way again this year. So there's one.
But it comes to a vote
That's correct.
binary.
Yes.
It comes to a vote that's binary because, help me understand that part. The committee has recommended a certain finding, such as making reasonable progress.
The committee recommends that the board basically accept the report that recommends the board accept the report because they find the group to be sufficiently in compliance, or.
So part of this is in the nuances. You're going from a committee recommendation, right, to a board vote on a resolution.
Yes.
And the resolution has been prepared in advance.
Right.
Based on the committee discussion and recommendation, I'm assuming.
Right, but then that conversation is held, very open conversation in all committees meeting, which is where all the standing committee meetings get together. So they could change the resolution between that conversation and the actual board.
Gotcha. All committees meeting, they could change. Right.
But in the end, I think maybe Rick's point was that if the resolution says sufficiently compliant and you feel directionally, there is nothing other than vote no on sufficiently compliant. There is no mechanism to say, I mean, you can verbally say, I feel we are moving in the direction of, but you still left only the option of vote no, which is different than we are not compliant, but it looks kind of like that. that make sense?
It does make sense. I can see the dilemma that board members would get placed in. So Janice, you had your mic on. So let's just ask the question about whether that system is working as good as we can imagine any system to be working, or if we can imagine a better system of assessing compliance. And Rick, what is your thought about that?
I can't imagine a better system because I just have a lack of imagination. How I have felt at times is torn between voting yes or no, knowing that I'm not completely satisfied with the performance as reported.
And I'm assuming that in all of these cases, you're not judging the performance of the organization based on some putative performance based on your own vision of what the policy should say. You're looking at the words on the paper that the board has put in writing and asking yourself, are the staff sufficiently in compliance with the intention, the words that are on this paper?
Is the information I've been given in compliant with the intent of the language as I understand it? Yes. So that's a little different, I think.
Is the information I've been given sufficient to show that it's in compliance?
Yes.
Right. Mike?
Would it possibly help if one or two directors is not totally convinced that they're in compliant or the management was in compliant? They could possibly make an amendment to the and then citing their concern. Then it could pass, but it would still have been documented what their concern was. Do something like that, I suppose, right?
Sure. You could amend the resolution in the board meeting, of course.
Strongly, I guess.
But the board may not approve the amendment.
That's a good point. But you have it in the
But-
record, at least, that you made
Yeah.
the resolution
Good point.
or the amendment.
But what we're talking about is a scenario where still, if I'm understanding correctly, the motion comes forward, it's adopted on a 7-1 vote. It's still approved. It's still approved by the board as a body. It's just that one member has registered that that person can't agree with that resolution. Amanda?
So help me understand
Thank you.
the consequence of something not being approved by the board as a body. What happens then internally?
Can I just piggyback on that? I'm interested in the consequence of a 5-3 vote too, right? Like, I think that's the nuance that I think we're losing here a little bit. So I think
No, and I appreciate that because it would create a lot of confusion. I am attracted to this concept. On the other hand, is Mike, you made a really good point earlier in the meeting this morning about the need for continuity, right? The constant revision of strategic directives creates a lot of concern, and there are multi-year programs that we are trying to plan to address some of these issues. So having a mechanism that allows us to say, or allows the board to say, I'm happy with A through D, but E through F not so much, would allow for good conversation, some form of, hey, we are behind you, we agree on these things, but there's work to do. And it wouldn't necessarily necessitate a constant revision of SDs. In other words, if you have an SD where all the board agrees, yes, we're compliant, but good, then the next question is, well, should we do something else since we're already good on that one? Let's modify, right? So I appreciate what this concept opens up in terms of stability of SDs and work planning for the organization. Now, to answer your question, what would it look like if we don't have full compliance? Well, a few things. One, without the conversation, without a good process, it would create a lot of confusion because staff would say, well, what is it that you're not in agreement with, right? But I don't think that's the intention here. The intention is to be very clear about the things that are still needed. And I think if we craft it correctly, it would provide really good feedback for the teams to say, well, we did these things really well. There's a lot more work to do on these other things, right? And I think we can turn a essentially confusing process into a really informative process for staff. For me, and I think this is important, I'll just verbalize my concern as well. As a CEO, is my performance being evaluated based on the number of yes votes on these SDs? And I would say no, right? Now that's for you to decide, but I would say a healthy governance format would allow for this type of if not non-compliant, at least not sufficiently compliant conversations for us to say, well, it's okay not to have all of the items completed by next year, right? We're making good progress. We're setting stretch goals, and as long as we have good conversations, I think that these could turn into a really positive framework of how we approve monitoring reports, if done correctly. If we don't do it correctly, if we don't allow that conversation to happen, it could send a lot of confusion. So hopefully that's
So I'm curious whether you see, Javier, an actual specific way to do what you're just describing in your head. Do you see how a path to make that happen and how the board's voting would align with that?
I think I do, and part of it could be just in the way we present the monitoring report.
Mhm.
Right, going back to the first piece, and it would require some iteration between committee and staff, with pre-committee and staff, to say, hey, this is our monitoring report. We staff believe that we're in compliance with all of these points. These are the other points that we think the board might have questions, right? And so when we present the monitoring report, we can actually address those issues up front and say, well, what we're presenting that we're in compliance with is these. Do you all agree? Right? And therefore, we wouldn't have I'm going to call it the surprise vote at the end on the board meeting to say, well, I agree with all but one. I'm going to vote no. Well, this conversation would have had like a month ago or a month and a half ago. Then the report focuses on the things that we're in compliance with. And then you can have a conversation on what could be done differently. Again, I've had a total of 30 seconds to think about these.
Well, I'm appreciating that you're seeing this, and I'm beginning to get the picture of how you would do it too. And if we go back to the conversation we had before the break, where we're opening up the monitoring reports to include examples of things where we feel constrained, we can't get them done perhaps in the way that the board envisioned because of constraints or whatever, that the sum total of all of that reporting would be a more nuanced appreciation when the board comes to make a decision of whether or not the staff is sufficiently in compliance to be able to say that, even when one element, for example, may not be fully in compliance, but you have met a constraint. You haven't got the money. You haven't got the time yet to get it done. Janice, I see you nodding your head. I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I never see monitoring reports as an evaluation of anybody's satisfactory performance. What I see the monitoring reports is how well did we communicate our expectations to the organization? What did the organization do to meet those expectations? And where are the gaps? And so really, it's Javier, it's less of an evaluation of employee performance, more of an evaluation of our relationship to each other and how well we communicate to each other. And so having, as I said before, having something in that report that says, okay, we did our best to meet your expectations. These are the places where we think we may have fallen short. And here's how maybe you can help us. Or these are the roadblocks we had. This is what we need to do better. And then it becomes less of an issue whether you're in compliance or not in compliance. It's more about the work that we do together.
Mm-hmm. I think that could be a pretty profound change in the way in which this happens, and frankly, put OPPD in a whole new class of organizations operating under policy governance. Because I know of no organization personally that's operating at that level of sophistication in terms of its assessment of how the organization is doing. Not as a board. But that is, I mean, that's just my own.
Recognizing that that's really hard.
Yeah. Well, and I think it does call out the question of whether these words, I mean, there's nothing in the policy that says that the standard you're trying to hold the organization to is sufficient compliance. That's invention. So you may want to find different words. We find the organization meeting the requirements of the policy, recognizing that work is still to be done. Progress still is to be made. So sort of a blend almost of the two.
Bill is going first.
Go ahead, Bill.
So I think I want to echo Eric's comments. This is profound, because what you're doing in the monitoring report, and you're listening to the monitoring report and asking questions, help me better understand, is you're having a conversation. And I think, I don't recall a time of a negative vote at SMUD on a compliance ever. Because what was happening during that is the management team was listening to the dialogue. And so they picked up on what, where the holes were, where are the things that could be done better. And actually at the end of every committee meeting and board meeting, summary of committee direction, where management would talk about, well, I think we're going to work a little bit on this area. We're going to work on that area. How do you feel about that? So it's this conversation that's going back and forth, much more important than the vote that's occurring. So I encourage you, maybe less focus on the vote than the conversation.
Mm-hmm. Amanda?
So I love that perspective. What Eric and I were talking about prior to this conversation is what needs to change when we're getting ready to review a monitoring report to help solve some of the issues that we have. And similar to when we go into closed session and we receive Steve Bruckner's, rules of engagement, I almost wonder if we need to have a statement that just reiterates what you've just said to put us in that frame of mind, and then allow us to work from there. Because I think that's going to be easily forgotten. Similar to the governance reminders, we have them on the top of the agenda for a reason, so that they're top of mind as we're having those conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And we could add it, we could add that to the template.
Absolutely.
For the monitoring report, just as you're starting the presentation of the monitoring report, just a reminder that this is the work we're doing together.
This is the work we're doing together. This is a discussion, a conversation, a feedback loop that has to happen in order for there to be good governance between ourselves as a board and senior management and the CEO.
Eric, if I could just add, and really just building upon what you were saying, what I'm hearing is the board finding itself comfortable accepting a report. And a resolution could simply be, we accept this report. And to your point, Bill, it becomes really this conversation, this rich conversation, templated up front with the type of disclaimer you're talking about, incorporating the things you're saying, Javier. I can see that very simply, and it allows for the conversation, and it doesn't necessarily have to get bunched up around. It's not a performance report. It's not a excels above expectations, meets expectations. It's not the gradation. And I think we've perhaps over time, I'm thinking back to when I was introducing this concept of compliance, I think inadvertently led in that direction. And in hindsight, I think it's begun to create some confusion. That's really not helpful, actually, to the conversation, so we can extract it, I think, and make them more simple and deeper.
You raise a really great point. I mean, initially at SMUD, the vote was not to find the staff in compliance. It was to accept the monitoring report. That's all the vote was. to accept the monitoring report, to show that there was a historical record that the board had had this discussion and accepted the report itself.
Would we need to change the GP3 then, where it says finds OPPD to be meeting the requirements? I mean, right there, we're saying that we're,
I think technically you'd have to make a change in DP3 to sort of polish the language a bit. I mean, you could either change it directly to say what I just said, which is, accepting the report. You could also say, that on a regular basis, as defined in the policies, the board shall, decide whether to accept the report and also provide feedback to the chief executive with regard to the policy, but does not speak to compliance. So Rick Yoder, what are you thinking?
Help me with this, I guess. So what's the charge of the board? Is to accept reports or to somehow monitor, assess, and make sure that their directives are being met?
So it's a good question. What is the role of the board? The role of the board is to assure performance is occurring in alignment with its desired stated policies. This is stated policies. To assure performance is occurring. But there's a number of different ways in which you can do that. I mean, I think the most serious is to have a closed session with your CEO and say, we have serious concerns about the performance of this organization. Everything up from that leads to kind of what's the most productive way we can give feedback to our CEO that maintains a spirit of trust and effective governance for OPPD. And as Bill is saying, if they're hearing the feedback and we're talking, is that sufficient to make sure alignment is occurring? As well as what Janice has really been talking about, which is understanding the constraints so that when it comes to the budget and it comes to the times when we actually get to make decisions about what resources are available, we're cognizant of those and able to make decisions consistent with that understanding.
We're in an extraordinary period of time here with the CEO and a lot of fresh faces and new energy, really. And there's a lot of goodwill, no doubt. One of the phrases I used to think about a lot and haven't in most recent days is regulatory capture. And so there's going to be a tension there between this great honeymoon period and that observation that that's a potential.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to sort that out internally, and I don't have anything to point to.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what occurs to me at this point in the conversation.
Mm-hmm. Well, Sarah, I see your hand up, and I think Javier had a point to make.
Well, if I may just quickly, I think, Rick, I think I understand where you're coming from, and the act of voting no on a monitoring report, is powerful, right? It could send a powerful signal to me and to the organization. What I like about the conversation we had before, whether it's a honeymoon period or not, and I appreciate we're starting on a new chapter here. What I like about this is that the feedback that I would get and the organization would get from a more rich dialogue like the one that we described a few minutes ago. My opinion is that would have a much more profound impact than the such and such board members voted no. well, they voted no, but everybody else voted yes. Okay, well, too bad, but we really missed having the discussion about what was missing, right? So I would say that the role of the board still, even if you're not voting no on a monitoring report, but you're expressing your dissatisfaction or your desire for better performance on specific areas in that discussion, I would find that extremely valuable, more valuable perhaps than a no vote. So I would I I appreciate, I think, where you're coming on questioning the role of the board. My perspective is that role of the board could be even more enhanced by having this type of dialogue that we described earlier, where you're accepting the monitoring report, and then let's talk about the things that we need to do better. I see that value of you as a board, right? Really putting in your critic hat and saying, well, I think we can do better on X, Y, Z. I'm speaking for my team. I think we would find that way more valuable than cutting all the way to the vote and hearing a no vote. So that's just a reaction I have.
Yeah. So I don't want to lose track of hands. I think Craig, your hand is up, and Sarah, your hand was up prior. So Sarah, you please go ahead.
So I've been trying to listen because I haven't had a lot of opportunities to vote versus compliance to non-compliance. It's an odd vote to take. And in my previous job, when somebody was not compliant, it meant that there was a clear harm. And so when we were saying, oh, this is not compliant with what we have asked you to do by statute, it means that somebody is being harmed. And so in my view, the fact that we don't have any language for when somebody is not compliant is actually really good. If we get these reports and they're not compliant, we have a bigger problem than I think any of us would be comfortable with. And so in a lot of ways, I'm really, it's such a relief to not have to worry about that. At the same time, one of the most frustrating things about sort of like a hard no vote, it's weird that we don't utilize like present not voting as much, where it's like, I'm here, I don't 100% agree with this necessarily. And so I'm here, but I'm not voting for this. And we used that a lot when it was like, I'm not comfortable with it. We used to call it a soft no. And so I think there are procedural ways for you to send a message without sending a message that's a hard no. I also want to be mindful of the fact that like compliance is based exclusively on what we tell them to comply with. Not necessarily what I think they should be doing, but it's literally what we have written in here. And so if I see compliance with what we've written in here, that's a yes vote. There's nothing I can do about it. My action then is to modify what I see written in the SDs so that compliance becomes something different and more aligned with my values and thoughts and goals. And so I think there's a procedural there's a process answer to speaking, because I think us as a board and as elected officials, we speak with votes. At the end of the day, that's what goes on the record. And that's the voice that people hear. Sometimes if I'm mad, I'll be like, I'll speak with you'll see it on the board. I've actually never done that. I always tell people where I'm at. But that being said, I think there's merit in your concern as to how do I say, I'm not there yet on this. There's merit with Javier saying, let's have a dialogue beforehand, but always still have the vote, and thinking of ways to speak through that vote that match your concerns. Because I think there is a process way to do that can still continue to build the trust that we need to be able to move forward.
Thank you, Sarah. Craig?
Yeah, that's a really intriguing idea. I love learning about this stuff. Governance is so cool. I found myself thinking about the discussion and dialogue that we would have, and you asking for critique, and that sounds really fun to me, and it sounds like a dynamic, enjoyable conversation that I can't wait to participate in. I then springboard into unity of control a little bit, just to make sure that if Eric says something that I agree with right now, it's especially virtual. you don't see people's faces. You're not getting a sense for whether or not you've got consensus or unity of control around which direction we're going. So I just want to make sure I've got that in the back of my mind a little bit about how to practically ensure that you have a sense for, is the board really on board with this, or is this just two board member comments that were timed perfectly?
Yeah. Well, and I go to, the first habit of the 5 habits of effective boards is that the board cultivates itself as a distinct entity that guides the organization. Unity of control is getting to kind of like the negative side of that. The positive side of the first habit of highly effective boards is that the board recognizes that there are key moments where it has to act as a board and the only way it can act as a board is to take a vote. That's how it acts. And so I'm drawn to the idea, this is just my own personal Eric Douglas opinion now. I'm drawn to the question of whether, is it possible to do both what we talked about, which is to have this more expansive, bigger conversation about what's actually going on in the organization with regard to a policy, and at the same time take a vote. I would get away from this word compliance altogether. Since we don't even say compliance in GP3, we talk about meeting requirements, and have maybe 3 gradations that you can typically take of votes. One would be, is we accept the monitoring report and find the organization to be sufficiently meeting the requirements. Accept the report and find the organization to be on progress toward meeting the requirements, or accept the report and find the organization not to be meeting requirements of the policy. I find myself still drawn to the idea that you would still take votes like that as a way of communicating the will of the board as a distinct entity that's guiding the organization. I think getting away from that starts to vitiate the sort of the basic principles of policy governance that we've been working so hard to put in place. That's just my view. Mike?
Just one quick note. I would assume if there would be, if they complain, if there would be multiple votes, felt no votes, that the issue would be significant enough that it would probably have been addressed previously anyway, prior to that date. I mean, it's like we're talking about a review over the previous year. And I would hope again that it wouldn't be something that just popped up that day. It could be, right, especially if it was some type of a measuring stick where the data wasn't available to the last minute or what have you. But quite often, I'm going to assume the issue will have already been raised, already addressed, and hopefully either corrected or
It's gone through it's gone through the committee process. I mean, it's.
In that case, then, if the issue is corrected or already addressed, would you vote no? Or do you vote yes?
Or being addressed, I would say, at least if you use my rubric, accept the report and it is in progress toward meeting the requirements would be the bare minimum that I would say yes to. Again, I think you all in your own consciences have to decide how you want to vote on things, but I think it's important that we try to level set what each vote does mean. Accepting the report and sufficiently meeting requirements doesn't mean meeting every single requirement. It means sufficiently meeting requirements. It means, and I think actually one could interpret that to mean, I see evidence that we are meeting the requirements. Do I see all the evidence that I wanted to see? Maybe not. That's okay. But I see evidence that we're meeting requirements. Therefore, I have to say we're sufficiently meeting requirements. At least, again, that would be, I think, a conscience vote you're taking. Bill?
So I differ slightly with Eric. I would lean toward accepting the report. And the reason is because of the conversation that's going to occur, what staff is going to hear, your CEO is going to hear, because subsequent to this, there's going to be work on meeting that SD. There's also going to be a conversation by the board on whether the SD really still says what we want it to say. And if there's enough dissatisfaction with what's coming at it, then the SD is going to start to be modified. So to me, this vote is almost pro forma to continue the conversation. There are other votes that are critical votes, a vote on rates, those kinds of things, vote on solar policy, that directly affect customers. This is the internal governance. And I would lean toward focusing on the conversations that are going to occur rather than the pro forma vote.
Well, we've given you lots to think about. I think in the interest of time, I think let's, if we can, go on to a couple of other conversations we need to have today. I think my sense of this one is that we're going to experiment with a new kind of brand of monitoring discussion and monitoring through that how well we are
Come 2022.
come 2022. Exactly. And keep asking ourselves the question about how can we continually improve this monitoring process. So let me go on to the unity of control policy. So from the board survey, what we picked up is a sense that people feel that there's been improvements, significant improvements in the unity of control, but it's not still a clear habit that everyone is being clear when they're just offering ideas or suggestions and that they are not binding. And really, I think this is a place to start with you, Javier, and ask for your thoughts about this. I think earlier when we were having the brief discussion about it after Amanda's point, you said it's not so much when we're all together, it's when it's one of us or two of board members or four, but a smaller subgroup that this unity of control becomes more, what, in tension or in question.
Yeah, and I thank you, Eric. It takes two to dance this, right? It's not just the board, the unit of control. It's really how we as staff or I as the CEO interact with the board and promote that type of unit of control. So part of the conversation here is, well, we're all humans and we will have lots of ideas and perspectives, and I want all of us, of course, to be able to share those perspectives. But I think it's oftentimes, or at least in the past few years, the conversation has been, well, as a board member, what is your accountability as a board member when you are expressing an opinion or a point of view? And then you have to qualify that by saying, hey, this is just my opinion. I'm not directing you or anything. I appreciate some board members do that very regularly, and that's a healthy part of the dialogue. The other one is it falls on me as well, and it falls on the staff, right? For us to seek clarification, right? And if I'm having a conversation with one or two or even four board members at a subcommittee meeting, for staff and for myself to be always on the alert, say, okay, great conversation, not binding yet. Like clarification, this is going to require these ask that a board member or four board members are asking. And this is where the judgment comes in. It's an easy one. Yeah, we can actually get some of this information in order for us to gain more clarity and then eventually make it the big ask. And at some point, when is this direction becoming now honors and becomes a big project that requires a lot of resources? This is when I, as a CEO, have the opportunity to engage and say, well, I appreciate your perspective, board member or four board members. This is one where I need the board as a whole to take a vote and direct us to use resources because it's going to require a lot more resources. So I that's a very long way of saying I appreciate the conversation. I think there's work to be done here, but I want to own some of that work too. That it has to come also from staff, and for us to have a psychologically safe environment that we are empowered to have those conversations and to push back when we need to push back and have a good dialogue. I really don't want to eliminate any conversation or sharing of perspectives because I do find them useful, but we need to be careful about when that becomes a unity of control issue.
So just to refresh your memories, if you'd like, on page 23 is your unity of control policy. It's BL5. I won't read the entire policy, but the basic thrust of this policy is that in and out of board meetings, only decisions by the board acting as a body are binding on the CEO. And in those cases where individual directors or committees request information or assistance without board authorization, the CEO must refuse such requests that require, in his or her opinion, a material amount of staff time or funds or are disruptive. And so I think one of the places where, at least in my experience, this becomes really germane is in that translation from committee work to staff, when a committee is debating an issue and says, we'd like to have this analysis, or we'd like to see this. And I want to talk a little bit kind of about those scenarios, Javier, and just find out if you find that there are instances in which it's not clear when a committee chair is summarizing the work of a committee, delegating or instructing you or staff to do things, when those situations arise that require onerous amounts or a lot of staff time, what to do in those cases, how to handle those cases.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of practice on that. I'm thinking about, so for that to happen, the way I'm thinking about it is a conversation starts with one or four board members at a pre-committee meeting. We start talking about an issue. That issue starts gaining speed and grows in scope. And at some point, and this is what doesn't happen very often, at some point, either the VP responsible for that conversation or the CEO, we said, wait, too big, getting big enough that I really need the other four board members to weigh in. If it happens, it has happened very seldomly. It's not very frequent that it happens. And the one thing that really hasn't happened is, do we bring these back to a board vote, right? Because it's oftentimes, and this is what the most recent example that I can think of, we bring it back to a committee to present, but by the nature of a committee meeting, there's no vote, there's no counting heads or votes. So really, we're just presenting a body of work that has grown. But I as a CEO would leave that meeting still in the same confusion of, well, does the board as a whole support us to dedicate and devote resources, right? I think the one thing that I haven't seen much happening is this flexing the muscle of taking these to a vote.
Right.
And for us to say, well, this project that started as an inquiry has turned into a significant project that's going to take these many resources for me to present to the board and say, this is going to require this many thousands of man hours, and it would require us to deprioritize. We've had conversations about prioritization, but not at that level. Are you all in agreement that this is a big enough and important enough project for us to move forward? And if so, then the board takes a vote. Then we bring it back to whichever committee it started with, and then we can resume that work.
Yeah.
Sounds lengthy, but I think that's one exercise that I don't remember us ever exercising. And so we can talk all day long about unit of control and the CEO talking to the chair, but really it's not until we are comfortable walking through that process that I think we can start making some big progress on that unit of control.
So on that note, let me just ask the board members, is anybody on the board not comfortable with the idea that that scenario could happen? But that's in the playbook. Javier just laid out a scenario. I'm asking, is any board member not comfortable with the idea that that's a potential play that, while not used often, maybe never used, very seldom used, needs to be in the playbook in order for there to be a sufficient adherence to unity of control?
So certainly it's a legitimate play, if that's what you're asking. I don't see it as out of bounds or breaking any rules. The likelihood that if that happens, that the board would say, yes, go ahead and do that, because your request kind of sets up this is too big scenario. And I don't think the likelihood is that the board would approve it. So there's reality and there's rules.
Yeah. But I think as long as the board members are accepting of the fact that that could happen, it gives permission to Javier or to the senior VPs to notify the board that this has occurred. And some deeper discussion needs to happen before they move forward. And yes, that may be a signal that it's not going to move forward, but it also may be a signal that, oh, it's going to move forward once we get the resources for it, or it's going to move forward on a slower timetable than you want, or it's going to move forward on a modified basis from the full scope of what you asked for. Further thoughts? Anybody feeling uncomfortable with that? That point, that direction? Denise?
So I think this is kind of what happened with the rates, the block rates discussion. It's kind of where this went back to. And, you know, because that originally came with the committee kind of asking for more information, and we got more information, and then it turned into a lot more. And I remember having the discussion in the committee meeting about that this was really going to stretch resources. And if at that point we had brought that to the full board, then the full board could have made a decision rather than the committee making the decision and asking staff to go forward with the whole rate redesign initiative. And I think that would have probably legitimized and also allowed staff to know which priority was the priority, because those same people that were working on that rate design were working on a lot of other initiatives. So I can see where that might have been a good point in that discussion to bring that and to make sure that the entire board was on board with that initiative and not just the group that was currently on the finance committee. Is that kind of how you see that playing out?
Yes. And I'm just speaking out loud here, and that could potentially bring everything full circle back to the board at a board meeting. Hey, remember this thing you asked us to do, to explore? Here's a report back to the board. It could come back with an action, right? And so I see the positive side of this process, whether reality or not. The positive side of this is then at that point becomes an action item. And there's an accountability to bring it back to the board. I think absent that, these conversations stays just behind, just shy of a board meeting. And it could just result in lots and lots and lots of report outs without any action. Confusion, frustration, because there was never really that piece that confirmed the majority of the board wanted these explored, and then B, once you explore it, what action are we going to take? So it's so that it would provide that clarification, I think.
Amanda?
Yeah, so I think that there was also in that particular project stage gate presentations that could have been an off-ramp also. And so I see then that if there is a board resolution to move forward with a project, then there absolutely has to be a closure on that, whether it's to go forward or a recommendation to do something different. So I think that that's good. I don't think that I've seen a resolution that's worded in this way for a project like this. So I'm curious of what that actually will entail and how much detail needs to be outlined in the resolution at the beginning. But that's something to work through later.
Yeah, but I think to the point I was making earlier, I don't think we have exercised that muscle very much. We can think about many ways of doing it, but again, and this is something that as a CEO, I own quite a bit of this accountability. It's how do we create these process that really helps with unit of control and allows for good feedback without breaking that pace.
Yeah, the whole notion of unity of control really emerged out of corporate America in non-public corporate boardrooms where these were easy resolutions to make on the spot, and a board of directors would make the resolution right away. Here in a public process and public open meeting laws and all of the kind of processes that are involved in a public entity, it's a little bit more there's a little bit more of a lengthy process to making it happen, but I certainly see lots of good reasons how unity of control could be upheld in the situation, the rare situation that we're describing. Right?
Comment question. One is, I think the example is helpful. That's what I've been struggling with, is like, what's an example where we would actually go to the step of saying, okay, let's make this a board action and move forward. And we don't need to answer this now. This is just my thought, but like, where in that process to discuss block rates would we have said it's time for an action is something that I'm not clear on. And I'm also thinking, like, I think if the pain point is do you feel like you're getting the collective voice of the board? Is there another way to get that? And it goes to, I'm kind of curious about, so this is the question, the way in which we're using the summary of committee direction at the end of our committee meetings. Honestly, today, I don't think it's working, which is to say, it's like, what are the action items? Oh, I'm going to send this email, which I don't think that's what we're after. And I can't help but wonder if there's maybe a better example for how that is deployed within this setting to maybe provide better direction rather than just a list of action items. Question mark, Bill?
Well, sometimes it would be, here's a deliverable that we need to do, and then there would ensue some discussion among the committee members. Well, is that a lot of work to do that? So there's some dialogue back and forth before it just becomes automatic to start that process. Not necessarily going to the full board, although the CEO had the ability to say, well, I need to defer that to the board meeting because it's going to take a lot of resources. But it would be kind of worked out mostly in the committee by having that conversation early. And then sometimes it would get removed from the list.
But those discussions don't happen at the full board level?
Well, they would only happen at the full board level if the CEO or the senior staff members said,
Let's take it there.
Yeah, we need to take it there.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, typically,
It feels a little work planning a little bit, right? Like that's the intent of the work plan in some ways, although sometimes, I mean, the block rate thing wasn't the board's work. I think of the work plan as primarily the board's work plan, not necessarily we want you to take a look at block rates. That to me spills over into something that's, the board has asked for, but isn't necessarily on our list of things to do, so to speak.
Well, except that the board's work is setting rates, and many of us were elected and sit on this board because of the campaign promise to evaluate block rate structure. So that's a challenging tension.
If I may, and since we already talked about this example, I think this whole process would have turned out very similar to the way we did it, except for the fact that we could have benefited from having this discussion, not at a committee meeting, but at a board meeting. Then you officialize, hey, yes, this is important. We've explored enough to let the board know, hey, there's more to explore. The board then gives direction, actively voting to give that direction. Then there's no second guessing from staff. And I can tell you today, there were many conversations with staff where we're saying, well, we presented this at committee. Who do you think agrees? Who doesn't? It was a lot of second guessing, right? Without having an affirmative vote. We could have, I think this is one, the outcome could have been similar. The process could have been a lot faster if I or Tim at that point had brought this up to the board. And it's one example, but I think it's important for us to talk about unity of control at that level. Just flexing that muscle that we haven't flexed, I think would serve us well.
It's not just unity of control, but it's clarity of direction.
Yes.
Well, and if the discussion's happening at the board meeting, then the public has the opportunity to weigh in and reaffirm the importance.
At a committee meeting too, Javier, are you present at all the committee meetings, or is it a senior VP who's present at the committee meetings?
It's a VP who's present at all meetings. I am present every now and then, depending on the topic. This is another modification that I've already talked to my team about. We have a liaison, an executive liaison, who's responsible for interacting with each one of the chairs. And I think it's a process that we could tighten up a little bit in that every action item or every report out of a subcommittee meeting, we have a process where we discuss scope and resource creep and have that as an active item. This is one where I think it was clear as a CFO, I was at the time the liaison with the treasurer. It was clear that it was important. It was an important topic, and we just kept advancing the topic without necessarily having the stage gate of timeout. Too big. Let's bring it to the board. Get confirmation. Let's keep working on it. Right.
I think as soon as there was a major work plan with 3 stage gates, that should have been the flag.
Yep.
That something else needed to
Yep.
to be voted on. That's your question.
And I'm going to touch on another topic. I think part of that, when that happened, we also have a change in command. So then the mix of players changes, and that adds to the confusion. Right? So
Well, that's a beautiful segue. Thank you. Given how much time we have left today, I think where this landed is exactly right, which is that we want to make sure we know that this is a rarely used but occasional play we need to be able to make in order to sustain effective governance. The next topic is about committee and board alignment, and I think this breaks into a couple of different discussions. The first one is the one you just surfaced, which is that the committee chairs shifted in the midst of this work, I think. And in the interviews, we picked up that was something that also happened during the work on SD 11, the work on SD 13. And so the proposal was made to think about, like, how might we rejigger our either our terms of office for committee chairs or terms of office for officers to create more sustainability, more ability to sustain work across an annual calendar. So, Janice, I don't know if can I ask you to talk a little bit about this? Because I think you came up with an idea that's interesting to talk about here.
Survey, but we were talking earlier about maybe having these SD revision, this SD revision work as an ad hoc and not assigned to the committees.
That was one idea. The other idea that came up in the notes on the interviews or the poll, I can't remember which, was to have 2-year terms for committee chairs so that committee chairs would have a longer period of time to be in that role. I see a couple of hands immediately going up, starting with you, Mike, and then Sarah.
During my time on the board, we've always had 1-year terms for the chair officers and the committee assignments. However, it wasn't until recently, probably been 5, 6, 7 years ago at the latest, where we used to, even though you had a 1-year term, we'll say, as a chair, historically the person got a 2nd year. And then there's a trickle-down effect in the other chair positions, but it also kept the committees intact for 2 years as well. Gotcha. We can still do that. It's just, we've just kind of changed tradition, if you will. So that's always the option that's out there now without having to change any policies at all, if, however the board wants to go.
Interesting. Sarah?
Yeah, this is one of my things, is that I truly believe that we need chairs and committee structures to remain in place for 2 years. It's great that we used to do it by tradition. I actually I think if it's not written down, then it will change. And so I prefer a 2-year term, partially because when you're in a leadership role, whether it's for the board or for committees, you spend 1 year figuring out how to do it, and then you need 1 year to know how to do it and mentor somebody else who you think will be coming up behind you. And so that 2-year term makes a lot of sense, given that we are here for 6 years. And so maybe that would give us the stability that we needed to actually see some of the movement on the SDs that I see board members wanting. Because if we're going to be changing, it's October and we're going to change again in a couple of months, that doesn't make any sense to me from a governance perspective.
What are other people's views on this one? just how to sustain and this work across committees, terms, and whether a 2-year term makes sense. Eric?
Yep, I also find a 2-year term to be a good step. I'm glad to hear that it was formally customary, but solidifying that sounds like a good idea. We have a couple examples recently where at the end of a committee term, there was work in process that then basically did not move forward because of the transition within the committee. And I think some work, based on the nature of the way that our calendar functions with the budget, COP, that kind of stuff, leads to, if we functionally have to take a month off because we know that we're going to be changing the committee and then resetting everything, including both the leadership and potentially the members, that takes 1 out of 12, or in this case, 1 out of 11 of our working meetings out during a year. And that seems like a large percentage of the potential work that we could accomplish. So avoiding that month of transition seems like a benefit to me.
Thank you. Other thoughts on this one? I see a head nod. I see Craig.
Yeah, I think this is great. I didn't realize either that there was historical practice that speaks to, these are the informal norms that don't get communicated. And all of a sudden we're doing it different. We didn't realize it. Yeah, this makes all the sense in the world to me.
Yeah.
So the board officers would be 2 years?
I think that makes sense
as
too.
well,
I mean,
as well as the chairs of the
Yeah.
committees?
Guys, if we just keep a status quo, we have that option to make it a second year.
Yeah.
Why tie our hands into that second year if we decide, hey, we need to make a change? If everything's going well, grant the second year and roll on.
Yeah, I tend to agree that we don't need to institutionalize this via policy personally. Because it gives us that flexibility, but
Is this one so?
I could see merits of, the reality is we lost sight of it, right? So.
With the observation that, to your comment this
Yeah.
morning, that we've written it down as
Right.
the norm. Yeah.
Yeah, I see both sides, right? Like, let's lock it in, institutionalize it. If this is the way we want to do it, then let's just put it black and white. However, if something arises where we go, this isn't working at the end of year 1, then I want an off-ramp too.
Is this something that could be referred to the governance committee to take a look at and then kind of come back with a formal recommendation to the board as an action step here?
And I think institutionalizing it takes away that flexibility because things happen, life happens sometimes if you're chair of the board and you have to have that ability to decline that second year if things don't work out, or chair of any committee or any other officer. So I think the governance committee would be a good place for that to land.
I actually disagree. I do think that we should write it down. And this is coming from a place where I worked in a place with term limits, and all of a sudden we lost all of our norms.
Mhm.
And I'm looking at this board, it's a very young board, it's a very new board. And so even if we say we're going to have we didn't even know that was a tradition. And a lot of you have served on this board for years before me. And so to me, if you don't like being chair or if it is not working, you can step back from that. But I don't think that we should undermine the ability of or the stability within the committees. I think we should be willing to give the organization the certainty of 2 years. And that if something happens and somebody says, I can't be chair, or I'm not comfortable with this, then they can step back. They always could. But it would also help us be a little more measured when we're voting on who is in leadership within our board and on our committees as well. Anyway, I don't want to belabor the point, but I feel very strongly that we should write it down.
Yeah, Sarah, I think that makes sense. Again, I think to your point, I'm just going to want to be sure that we have an off ramp, whatever that is. And if that's just simply I'm resigning from that role, then that's fine. I just want to make sure that that's there. But I think I like the idea of institutionalize it because to your point, I thought the tradition was that they turn over every year. So I thought the tradition was the exact opposite of what we're going towards.
When Ann told me the story about the 2-year terms, she was the first person who went to a 1-year term.
Actually, I was.
It was you?
Yeah, I was the year before Ann was chair.
And
That time.
Did you hear?
Well, it doesn't make any difference. That doesn't matter. But no, it's worked fine, guys. It'll work fine again. And this one other thing that might prevent as well, if the person is being a disaster as a chair and drastic steps need to be taken, we can say, hey, the guy's out of a job. He'll be out of here in a month. Be cool. If we're looking at 13 months, then we got to look at other steps, and that could get kind of ugly, you know. So I'm just, it gives us the off ramp, like you said, Craig. That's a good term, and I'd go on something like that.
Well, so in terms of an action step, again, just to keep things moving, we've agreed that we want to refer this to the governance committee. Who's the chair of that committee? That's okay, Craig. This is in your court. You've heard the arguments. JP5 is the policy you want to be looking at. Bullet point 3.
Eric, if I may really quick, and I'm going to point out the obvious, this is from a staff's perspective, it would be a very welcome change. Because there's, and I'm going to go back to the training concept we talked about this morning, right? It's less training, less figuring out. Eric, you talk about that one meeting you lose. We lose it too, right? And there's a lot of work that we want to advance, and so this will provide a very much welcome stability. So, for whatever it's worth, I think staff will be very welcome.
So I know we have a stop at 4 o'clock today, and that's about 15 minutes from now. Let me just check. Is that a hard stop for everybody, for anybody? If we go 5 minutes, so it's a hard stop. Okay. So the last agenda topic is really one that I think probably requires more fleshing out than we have time today, which is really just continuing to figure out how do we assure strong communication from the committees to the board. And again, this has to do with kind of the pre-committee meeting discussions that can happen, the committee discussions that can happen, and the feeling that emerged in the board poll that some board members feel like there's a less than great communication that helps everybody stay on the same page and the same level of being informed about what's going on when that dynamic exists. Bill will be first to tell you that at SMUD, all of the committees were committees as a whole. There were no pre-committee meetings at SMUD. It was just a pre-brief of the committee chair to get geared up for the committee meeting. But these, especially what's a unique thing, or fairly unique thing at OPPD, is this pre-committee discussion that occurs where you can go deep into a topic, but a given board member who's not on that pre-committee committee won't know that, won't know what's happening there. So that disconnect resonates through the feedback we heard both in the interviews as well as in the polling that was done. So if anybody has any ways to imagine a better future for you all in terms of that connectivity, I'd love to hear it in the time we have. Rick.
So that's clearly one option, is every committee is committee as a whole.
Yeah.
And I think that it's my perspective that the pre-committees really, I would say, started and became more regular when there were 3 new board members, and part of the training of the 3 of us was giving space to have conversation that wasn't appropriate to have in public. It was more training. It was more asking, I would say, deeper dive questions and starting to learn that balance between what questions to ask publicly and what not to ask publicly. And then I feel like it probably became norm from there. But I don't know how you guys met before I joined the board. Was it about the same? So
I will say that when I first got here in 2015, and I think Mike can testify to this, there were pre-committee meetings happening. Mike? Mike?
That's true. Surely prior to that, the pre-committee meetings existed of the chairman of the committee meeting with the appropriate vice president.
So it was just the chairman of the committee,
Yeah,
though?
we had committees in the MO.
Okay, so it was just so maybe that is a newer practice that happened, Amanda, as you suggest, as a training vehicle for newer board members. So I want to talk a little bit about the consequences of that so we can kind of surface the problem and then decide what to do with that. Eric, did you want to say something about that phenomenon?
Nope, just that with systems, the last 2 months, we have not had a pre-committee meeting because there was nothing that needed to be discussed in a way that was not fully public. And so we moved directly to the all committee on Tuesday. But tomorrow we do have a meeting, and that is, part of that decision was based on 2 new board members with topics that I feel they may have questions which might not be appropriate for a public discussion. And so it is kind of being used that way, but I don't think that we always need to have one. So I think I would say with systems who are trying to move away from that informally, just to not book people up with lots more Zoom meetings.
Right. I guess the question could be asked, is there a better way to have every board member educated in the way that they need to be collectively than that? Or is that the most efficient way to do it? Javier, I saw your hand go up, and then Rick to you. Or Rick?
Thank you. The downside for me of not having the meeting is, or rather the upside of having a meeting, is to get some work done. And so when we are working on retooling SDs, I don't see how you can do that without having, at a minimum, monthly meetings.
Ad hoc.
Oh, well, there is that.
Javier?
I appreciate the comment that Eric made about, hey, standing pre-committee meeting phenomenon is a relatively recent one, where you can have the pre-committee tool and use it when you need it. Rick, you just mentioned you're revising an SD. That's a good way of doing it. If you're talking about sealed bid processes or RFP responses, we're talking about sensitive pricing information, whether it be market prices or vendor prices. That's where we've usually used the pre-committee meeting. I think that, in combination with the training need, evolve into a standing pre-committee cadence. And we find ourselves today having, for the most part, standing pre-committees every month, and then having a committee as a whole. So the concept of having fewer pre-committee meetings makes a ton of sense, because then there's less information that's lost in translation, right? Everyone is present at the same time. We can talk about issues. My concern, I'm going to voice a very, very big concern from staff and from myself, is right now we manage every month our committee as a whole agenda. We typically start with an agenda that's about 10 to 11 hours long. We have a really hard time trimming that down to 7. That's manageable. But and so as we move away from standing pre-committee meetings, which I think is a good governance practice, or at least good communication practice, it'll be very interesting and important for us to decide which topics come to a committee meeting and how long do we spend on certain on topics, right? And whether it's a topic that could be done in 15 minutes and inform. Some of you may have a lot of questions about that specific topic. Well, can we provide an avenue for education outside of the committee meeting, perhaps? So I think it can be done, but it would require a lot of active work from the board and the executive team in order for us to achieve that. I think it's a great idea. We would have to work hard to make that work.
So does that mean that there's an action step here to, again, have, say, the governance committee take this up as a topic to say, okay, do we want to experiment for a while with a standard that says use other forums than pre-committee to do the education, do the SD writing work, try to get away from the pre-committees altogether? Or what's the sense of where the board would like to go with this? Amanda, first?
My light was on.
And I don't know. So I'm actually just wondering, with the language that says all SDs will be evaluated every 3 years. I think we have 15 SDs. That's 5 per year. If we get on more of a cyclic kind of review of the SDs and have an ad hoc that's identified at the beginning of every year that's going to take on those targeted 5 SDs. And I wonder if that's a strategy we could use instead of just having, during this workshop, identify the SDs we want to work on during the next year.
So,
Okay, so we take the SDs, we split them up over the course of a 3-year update cycle. And then we have an ad hoc committee that's assigned to work on 5 SDs over the course of the next calendar year. And some will need revision, some will not. But that review then happens in accordance with the, and I'm forgetting which one it was. I apologize. Yeah, GP3, because it says conduct a comprehensive review of the SDs every 3 years. So I wonder if basically extracting the SD revision work out of the committee and putting it at an ad hoc on a 3-year cycle makes, and then the organization then has the SD language to work with for 3 years before it gets revised, potentially revised again, to Mike's earlier point of too many revisions too frequently.
So it's an interesting thought. So Craig, I want to know if you want to yield your time to your colleague, Mr. Yoder, or Craig, you had your light up first. All right.
I would do the same. So so my knee-jerk reaction to that is that some SDs require more than a 3-year revision cycle. I mean, it has to be done sooner. So how does this process address that?
Which SDs
Well,
and why?
well, SD7, for example, we did it in 18, we did it in 19.
And that's
both-
problematic for the district. That's
It-
what I'm getting at.
Whoa.
Well, so now,
So that is an opinion, and it is not supported by everyone on the board or by the example of SMUD.
well, and I think we're getting a little off topic here because the topic that we were talking about was really the pre-committee and the ways in which the full board can be informed about the work that's been occurring in the pre-committees. And so I think it's an interesting thought, but I want to stick with that because that was the conversation we were on. And Craig, I'm hoping that you were going to be responsive to that discussion.
Yes. I'll first say that I don't have a super clear understanding for the problem that we're looking to solve. I think you're defining the work that's happening in the committee, making sure that the full board is
Pre-committees.
Pre-committee.
Pre-committee.
Sorry, the language is really screwed up and all that. But so it's that information coming out. I can't help but think that we need to clarify what we imagine to be the purpose of the pre-committees meeting and be more focused on it, because I do think that there's redundancy and inefficiency there, right? We'll go through a full monitoring report on occasion in a pre-committee meeting and
Right.
they're the exact same thing. So I think there's some tightening up there that's definitely potentially there.
And I go back to what Mike said, which is that in 2015, that was just the committee chair with the senior VP getting ready for the committee meeting.
Well, and given that we're going to be revising how we're doing monitoring, I do think that there's there's a role for the pre-committee to play that can quickly go, have you given me the information that I need to make a determination, or whatever we're going to do. I do think that there's something there to help bring something clean to the board, because I'm fearful of trying to bring too much to the all committee meetings. They're 8 hours long and it's hard to stay focused, honestly, the whole time anyway. So I do think that to me, it's about clarifying the role of getting together for pre-committee purpose. I think if we zero in on that, we can make them more productive and focused. And then if it doesn't meet that criteria, then it kicks it to the full board discussion. It's just a matter of figuring out where we draw those lines, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I would say that we are about to have one of these meetings tomorrow, and without trying to say we're going to change a bunch of stuff, we will have a draft of the monitoring report for SD7, but rather than having what is booked as a large portion of that pre-committee meeting to present and discuss that, perhaps we can shorten the scheduled time of the presentation to, look, it's in diligent. Read it if you want. Yeah. You can bring up questions tomorrow, but we're not going to just sit here for an hour because we scheduled an hour. We're done in 20 minutes, then we're done. And I think that that's something that we have not clarified sufficiently, but that I agree that we have seen, here's the monitoring report, we'll go through it once, and then we'll go through it again.
Yeah.
And I think board members have not probably lived up to our responsibility to say, I read it in diligent last night. Yep. I don't need to see it again. If I have questions that are not appropriate for the public meeting, I'll ask in a pre-committee Otherwise, we'll see you on Tuesday.
Yeah, do you have any clarifying questions? Is there any information you expected to see that's not there? You know, at this point, do you agree with the recommendation? Because the committee's bringing forth, I mean, there's some specific questions we could ask. Yeah.
Well, so we are down to the wire here in terms of our meeting time today. And I'm going to ask Amanda to make some concluding remarks, and then Javier and then Amanda, and that, I guess Javier first and then Amanda. But I do want to say, Craig, and trying to close out this last discussion, it does feel like there could be some clarity from the governance committee discussion about how are we most efficiently using our time, our staff time, and what is the real role of that pre-committee? And is it just a chair staff discussion, or is it really the committee meeting pre-committee? And with that, let me turn it to Javier first and then to Amanda to help us get adjourned here.
Certainly. Thank you so much. It's been a fantastic conversation, and I've been checking with my team all throughout the day, and I know they feel it valuable. My closing remark is that these organizations, our 1,900 employees, whether or not they were watching or not, or our customer owners, whether or not they were watching or not, I hope they feel proud of this board and of this governance structure. This is, lots of work to do, but I believe the tone of the conversation, the work that we're doing is better, continues to be better than in past years, and I'm energized by this. So thank you all for leaning in, and I'm looking forward to all the action items that came out of these.
Thank you, Javier. Amanda.
Echo. Thank you all so much for participating today and staying on task. And I think, at the beginning, we kind of set out to identify areas where we can improve, and we certainly did that. So I'm excited about what's going to come out of here. How much time do we have right now? Because I would kind of like to hear from each director what the most important thing was, just, real quick, but I don't know if we have time for that.
I think we are almost at time.
Are we? Okay, 4 was the time? Okay, I was thinking 4:30. All right. Thank you all. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
And thank you on behalf of Bill and I appreciate very much today's discussion. We will follow up with Scott and make sure that there's good synopsis and action steps coming out of here. So again, thank you very much. And with that, I think we're adjourned.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you much.